shine. In your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Feel the starlight to shine. We can sparkle in the light.
Pressure's on, got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Pressure's on, got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Pressure's on. The pressure's on. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground. I never lost a round. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now. Just try and keep me down. You won't get off the ground.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to another Clash of Clans extravaganza. One day of an amazing event at many town hall levels with your favorite Clash creators. My name's Woody, and I'm pleased to introduce you to Clash Combo 2025. I've got three of the greatest Clash creators and commentators a guy could ask for right here next to me. Let's go ahead and introduce them one by one, starting off with you, my friend Itsu.
Thank you, Woody. Yes, this is going to be a great day because we have a tournament with different town hall levels. So that should be quite exciting, which means we have town hall 17 in here, 15 as well, for example, even going down to town hall level 9. So really excited for that one. How about you, Corbin?
Super excited. The one thing though, no golden ticket on the line. There's no last chance qualifier. All that is done. We already know the teams competing in World Championship. This is just a fun event where we're going to be having some Clash creators teaming up, and they form teams to compete in this mixed breakdown match, which we haven't seen before, Bash.
Yeah, not here on our stage as we get ready for the World Championships at the end of the month in DreamHack Atlanta. We're going to have a little bit of fun with Clash Combo here today, but let's quickly take a look at our format and show you guys exactly how this tournament is going to function. We have a 4-team double elimination bracket. All of the teams will play a 5v5 match with the attack order applied, meaning they're going to have to set that attack order and stick to it. But all of these games are going to be played in hard mode, Woody.
Right, you are, Bash. So just like those wars that you've seen all year, it's 5v5 and it's in hard mode. That means that the defenses are going to deal 20% more damage, including those defending heroes, who also get 20% more health. If that weren't hard enough, the attacking heroes will have their damage and health both decreased by 10%, and the equipment that they use will be capped for common equipment at level 15 and for epic equipment at level 21. That makes it a lot more difficult for attackers to score those precious 3 stars. And in a very tight 5v5 war, that is what they are going for, because there's a big prize at the end, Itsu.
That is right. The prize pool with $4,000 going for the first seed, second seed getting the $2,000, and the third one claiming still $1,000. The fourth one is going home with $500. So overall, quite a bit of money as well on the line for those teams. But talking about the teams, I think we should take a look at what 4 teams are fighting for those prizes in this competition.
Yeah, I mentioned creators. Well, here we go. These are the 4 creators that are going up against each other in this tournament, which we have Rush to Win under BDLegend. Then we have Coco forming the team, Team Coco 22 TV. Then we have Termynater as Team Termy. And then we have Trample Champs with Trample Damage. So these teams are ready to go. It's the Clash creators with pros teaming up to see what they can do as part of that prize pool.
Let's take a look at our bracket though for today here, Carbon. As we look to move forward into match number 1, team we will go up against Rush to Win to get us started. Our second matchup of the day will be Team Coco 22 TV versus the Trample Champs, and that'll take us on to match number 3, where we will decide our upper bracket winner, who will go on to the grand final. Then we'll go down to that lower bracket and play some elimination matchups, but ultimately we'll get our champion here in the Clash Combo 2025 at the end of today.
Well, we are all going to be winners, Clash, just for getting the chance to watch these excellent matches, but a few select viewers will win something even better. A 3-day ticket to the World Championship Finals taking place in Atlanta, Georgia, y'all. We are going to be going to give away these tickets, but you have to enter the raffle. You can go to bit.ly/WCF tickets. That's all caps. And the winners will be announced in 4 days on October 8th at 1800 UTC. This is going to be a really fantastic event where the biggest teams in the Clash universe will be duking it out for the grand share of that $1 million prize pool that we've had this year. What an opportunity. But let's go ahead and return to today's event. Itsu, hop into the predictions, if you will, and let us know out there who our teammates have chosen.
Well, let's take a look right here, and already looking at that, I am quite happy about this one because, Woody, you had an incredible run with the predictions during the World Championship with over 70% of your predictions being correct. So seeing that I have the same teams on this one, I am more than happy. Carbon and as well Bash going with some different teams though in the first and as well in the second match. Carbon, let me explain to us why you went with a different team than everyone else.
You know, I went with BDLegend, Rush to Win, because you guys were all going Termy's team, so you have to show some love to the other side. What about you, Bash, picking Trample champs?
Well, I just kind of got caught up on the T's, so I just picked the two teams with T's. I got Termy, I got Trample. It made sense in my head, but I had the worst predictions throughout the season, so take that with a grain of salt there.
Hey, every once in a while, a broken clock is right twice a day, Bash. We'll see if today is the day for that pick to come through. But we need to remind you all that in addition to those World Finals tickets, there's more prizes to claim out there, and you can earn rewards just by showing up and voting for your favorite teams and having a little bit of fun at the same time. You go to event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans. That's where you can show your support and earn all those fantastic rewards. That link at the bottom of the screen, just in case you missed it. That is where you want to be right now.
That's right, and at the same time, we are slowly getting ready for our first match. That should be a really nice one. As well for this one, it's going to be Woody and me for the cash, and we are starting with Team Termy versus Rush to Win.
This is going to be a superb matchup. It's so fun to get to see the creators hop in here, in some cases for their first time. This is going to be the first opportunity for BDLegend to show his skills on the main stage. He hasn't had any experience playing in any S-tier tournaments before, but he has been watching with a keen eye and picked up a super squad of teammates. But the same can be said for Team Termy. He is also really keen to identify the best players, not just overall, but at specific lower town hall cups. He's been watching scouting all year and has got a super squad lined up here at 2.
That is right. Team Termy is ready for sure. With El Chanchito, we have Genera X, we have Termynater as the team captain. We have as well Sanjay Kapoor and as well Gum Gum as the players. All of those players are going to play on those different town levels. We have 2 Town of 17s though in the lineup, and question is, were they able to coach each other? Get ready as we see Termynater on the big screen right here, getting ready slowly for the first match.
He's got a little doggy in the back there to give him some moral support. Hope he's not barking at the wrong moment, though. You do not want to distract an attacker when keyed into that base. But as far as they're concerned, barks, woofs, victorioso, winning, gagnat. The only language that they all understand is winning. These 5 players, all hailing from different countries, in some cases different continents, and not speaking the same language, but the planning has been superb up to this point, and we'll see if they can carry that mindset on through to victory, Itsu.
That is what they're going for sure, having maybe the language barrier, but we're all talking the same language when it comes down to the game. We're all talking Clash of Clans, we're all talking about this game and loving it. So let's hear a quick word from the team itself.
Hello everyone, my name is Termynater. I am the captain of Team Termy, and I am a official Supercell creator that makes Clash of Clans content. Honestly, it's a one-of-a-kind experience. I'm pretty excited, especially playing with somebody like General X, you know, widely considered, if not one of the best, if not the best players right now. Feels very good to team up with people players, clashers rather, that know how to play the game at a very high level, not just at Tunnel 17, but 15, 12, Tunnel 9. It's a really good experience. I'm excited. Honestly, I think I might be the biggest wild card because I feel like a lot of these players are probably better than me. They know a lot about the game, so maybe I am. I don't know. I think, well, my usual Clash content involves, it's different because it involves players from different town halls, especially because, you know, the Clash combo, and on top of that, I'm normally dealing with just my clan mates, clan wars, Legend League, and this time I'm actually going to be playing with people from outside of the US. Like, people in my team are not necessarily from the US, so it's nice to be able to play with people internationally as well.
Well, with Termy as the team captain, he has really chosen a fantastic ringer, and he was keen to pick that out. General X, a former world champion from 2024. In fact, that makes him a reigning world champion, and since he's requalified, he might continue to be the world champion. General X here has built these bases, has prepped his squad mates, keeps a close eye on everything, and you can see even in the minutes leading up to this war, he is studying these bases attentively, ready to give the best advice he can in whatever language he can to anyone who's listening to make sure that those 3 stars come in clean, Itsu.
That's right, really trying to support each other here in this competition. I feel like that's all about what we have today, with the different town levels merging together, and as well then really having content creators mixed up with pros, really making this an exciting format to make sure that they have to work together to really not have like a weak link or maybe a wild card, as it was phrased in one of the questions. Let's hope that Termynater can really show off, because we all know that he is really solid at it. And one thing as well I feel like which the content creators might have actually like a really solid shout is because they're doing a lot of attacks during live streams and such, which means knowing that there is a huge live stream going on is maybe less nourished for them. But we will find out, because we're going to take a look now at the second team, the team which Team Termy has to face with Rush to win. And we have the BDLegend team captain on this one, and he has built a really strong squad around him.
He certainly has. Let's read him off. BDLegend has brought with him today Ben, Psycho, Celino, and Rico. 4 different players, all ending in O. I feel like I could make a little sing-song out of this, but I think that the guy that you are gonna want to keep your eye on is his right-hand man, Celino, currently representing Team Elevate and a former world champion himself, having taken the title in 2023. His Team Elevate has re-qualified this year and will be challenging General X for another opportunity to get back on top. Elevate's Celino is known as a superb base builder and a fantastic attacker in his own right. So I expect to see 3 stars coming in here and maybe a few tricks up his sleeve to help out those teammates and give them some wisdom to try to conquer this big war ahead, Itsu.
That's right, trying their best to work together. And let's take a look at the checklist, because BDLegend built his team behind him with a couple of different important points, that he wanted to have players who are calm, composed, effective as well, and really making sure that they can work all together as a team, but as well individually under the pressure which they are going to face within this competition, within this match today.
You're right, Itsu. And it's one of the things that we really often have to highlight in esports events. You know, when I'm just sitting back playing a clan war with my clan, I'm having a good time. I've got an entire day of preparation. I've got a whole day to think about my attacks. That is not the case in these major esports competitions, where you do need that calm attitude, that focused, composed, ready mindset because you have got only a matter of minutes when that war spins to find your opponent's base, to figure out how you want to try to take it down, to get your army prepped, to get that plan ready, to get everyone else on the same page, because you might need spotters for your attack too, to keep an eye on when those spells need to get deployed, when those hero abilities need to get popped, and to make sure that within those 3 crucial minutes you have of the attack, everything goes according to plan.
That's
Let's go
right.
ahead
But
and
let's
see-
hear.
Yeah. Directly from BDLegend, we've got a quick video to show to y'all.
Hi there, my name is BDLegend. I'm representing the team Rush to Win. Teaming up with both pros and influencers is definitely a lot of fun. I think the pros are going to do a lot better than the influencers, but it's going to be interesting to see how the influencers do, and I'm definitely excited for it. The biggest wild card today, I think, honestly, might be Celinho. He's been doing a lot of cool stuff lately, and also just been really creative, so I'm really excited to be on a team with him and to see what he can do. Well, it's really different, right? Usually I'm advising players who are rushing or players who are expanding or trying to get to the highest levels as quickly as possible so that they can be in events like this or they can play in tournaments like this. However, obviously that's not the case this time around. This time I'm actually going to be competing myself, and I'm not that great of an attacker, so it's definitely a lot different, but I'm excited for it. Honestly, today I see this more of a fun competition. I think it's going to be a lot of fun just to see what the other content creators can do as well as the other teams. I'm not really taking it super seriously, but I'm going to do the best that I can. Obviously, I have pros on my team, so I probably won't be doing better than them, but I'm going to do the best that I can to try and support them so that we can get the dub at the end of the day.
I feel like we have really seen a strategy here, a pattern, where BDLegend is trying to talk himself down a little bit, so maybe he can surprise everyone with his performance. I am not sure what's going on over there, but I feel like he is going to do great. At least that's what I'm hoping for, especially with the support and pro expertise he has on his team.
Hey, that humility can go a long way. That is what can help you to learn, to improve. And as a content creator himself, he puts himself in the mindset of how can he most effectively teach to his viewers the lessons that he's been able to pick up from pros that are teaming up with him right now, like Celinho. So he may admit that he's not the best attacker, and he's taken this match seriously, but he knows that it's not the end of the world if things fall apart. He wants to get that win though, and he's rooting for his teammates to help support him in the end. He's hoping that you all out there as viewers are going to be picking him too. That's not how the pick went among the caster predictions. You and I both believe that maybe Team Termynater has got the edge here. Although they can't communicate very well together because they don't speak the same language, they all have expertise. And with the base building skills, the recent success for General X, we took them to take the win, but that's not what the viewers said. We got 45% agreeing with the casters, believing that Team Termy is going to get the win, with 55% taking the other side. What do you make of that, Itsu?
I mean, that's quite interesting. Overall, I have to say as well, I mean, the content creators are just like one small part of the team. It's all about as well, I feel like, communication, how those different players are working together along the way of like planning and attacking the different bases. And as well, now it comes in with, okay, what is the strategy here? I mean, we have always the same attacks on the same town hall, which means like town 9 has to attack town 9. That's what I'm trying to say here. But town hall 17 has 2 different options. So what are they going for? Do they let the content creator maybe attack the base where the pro does not have the best approach already right in the beginning, and maybe they're going for a safer 2-star with high percentage? Or what exactly is the win condition here? Because those different town levels have as well different difficulty. While town 9, for example, is mostly about time, that's how it is. I mean, the finals for the cup there was more about getting the 3-star in 40 or 50 seconds, and less about the fact if they're actually going to 3-star. So there's complete different win conditions, I would say, for the different town levels. And town 17 for sure is the hardest here, and that's the town level the content creators have to play on, and that's why they're a big part of the success for their team.
Absolutely. Those sparks are going to fly at the lower levels. You can expect to see the triples coming in, but it's going to be a big question to see how the content creator and their chosen general are going to be responsible for those top 2 bases. If there's a 1-star from the content creator, that could really hamper the efforts of the entire squad. Going on a 2-star miss would be very, very bad. So you may be well right that if the content creators are not feeling very confident, if it's an anti-2-star base with a town hall right there in the middle, tough to reach on the inside with a hard mode defense setup, maybe just let them go for the easier base. Or maybe if the content creator's feeling, a little bit confident, they say, you know what, General? Whoever it may be, General X in this case, or Solino, why don't you take the base that you think that you're more likely to be able to triple, and then I'll just take the other base. I'll make sure I can get the reliable 2-star, maybe even try to get the triple, and see where we go from there. But in this case, we are going to be tossing it off first to Rush to Win. Rico is our first attacker, going up against Gum Gum's Town Hall 9 base, Itsu.
That's right, and we can see it. It's really quick deployment in the beginning. As we talked about earlier, it is all about how quick you can get this 3-star in. We have the poison for the defending Clan Castle, which did miss a little bit because the defending BDLegend and Dragon are really redirecting. A Rage and Heal keeps everything alive, but just the Giant with the Giant Arrow on this town level are just so crazy good. With the jump, he can lead into the next compartment. He still has that King ability to get even further. There goes the Spiky Ball, and those equipments take down already half the base just on their own.
Wow, I mean, I'm looking for trouble or difficulty inside this base, and I'm not really finding a whole lot. Those wizards were incredibly effective on the top side, supporting the king at taking out that defensive dragon and ensuring that there was really no troop to cause them any problems at all. And even though the queen kind of pathed around to the outside and didn't get support from the giant on the interior, that was a very clean, crisp triple to start things off. And Rico has got to feel very good about that 3-star. Gum Gum's base destroyed and kicking things off with some big explosions. You did note there also that the equipments for those heroes are going to be capped a little bit lower at this Town Hall 9 level than they will be at the higher level. So that might affect the choices that our players here are going to be using today as to how they're going to support these heroes. But with only the king and queen at Town Hall 9, it was a relatively uncomplicated entry in a sub 1 minute attack here for Rico.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, the 3-stars in Town Hall 9 are typically guaranteed. I mean, maybe we're putting up pressure now on the other Town 9 attackers, but usually the 50-second mark is like the time they're aiming for. Some of the players were even quicker in the Town Hall Cup for the Town Hall 9 level. So that was just really crazy madness when it came down to like how quickly could you deploy the troops, how quickly can you 3-star. That was quite insane. But now Rico's on the defending side. As we have talked about earlier, we have for the lower town levels always only one base, which means those players are playing pretty much a 1-versus-1 versus each other, and Gum Gum has to now attack the base from Rico. There is no hit ups or anything like that allowed, which means town 9 is like scouting or doing like a 2-star approach on something different. No, it's just the same town level, and you have to mirror that.
Well, it does make good strategic sense, especially when your opponents have just scored a triple. You want to make sure that you can keep pace, and at this Town Hall 9 level, although he is certainly very experienced at higher levels as well, is a master at this Town Hall 9 level. And like you said, they've had a lot of experience at trying to crank out attacks in as short a time as possible because they really do expect perfect wars. In this case, the war not quite so likely to be a 15v15 result, especially with those higher town halls at the top. And so the real benefit that you see from these Town Hall 9 players is how much support can they give to their teammates, how much time can they give by providing a little suggestion here or there, offering to support as a spotter for a higher Town Hall level attack. And you see now with this first attack done, the teams did choose their lower Town Hall players to start things off so that the Town Hall 17 attackers will have just a few more minutes to study those bases, get their attacks ready, maybe take a bite, get something to eat, fuel up for your attack, as Gum Gum will be launching in shortly, Itsu.
Wow, now I'm getting hungry as well. Rico, what are you doing to us? I think that looked quite good, but we are waiting still for Gum Gum to attack. As soon as he's in, we're jumping in there as well, and it seems to be a different approach this time around. Pretty much the same equipments, as the damage equipments are just so good. They're just one-shotting most of those defenses, and it's going to be a Lalo on the other side. Let's see how quick he can 3-star, even though I feel like time a lot of times is not the most important crucial thing in the later stages for the high town levels, but just giving your team a good momentum, a good start into the match with giving you a quick 3-star. That's what it's all about, and he's right now taking his time though. The wall breaks did not work out. The king is going for the wrong wall right now, so taking a little bit longer.
Yeah, a bit dangerous here. He popped that snake bracelet instead of the earthquake boost, and so he's got to have a little bit more focused attention on exactly where that wall crack is going to occur. But it looks like Gum Gum is ready and set up now for the Lalu. Might be a little bit of a slower entry, but the 3-star is still definitely within his grasp. And with those balloons floating in from the top side and an early strike toward that compartment with Teslas popping out, the CC troops doing their best to defend, but going down soon, very soon. It seems like Gum Gum is still looking very clean to go for the 3-star. He's just kicking back and relaxing at this point. He's already dumped every troop and is just watching the carnage unfold. Sends in a heart to the viewers at home and will laugh at the destruction in this base. Spiky ball to finish things off.
To me, this always looks so crazy because those attacks are so one-sided, and then you're remembering, wait a second, this is already hard mode. I mean, this means the defenses are dealing more damage and such, and heroes are like obviously doing like less damage. So, I mean, Town Hall 9 is really, like, if you're knowing what you're doing, it is not the hardest, let's put it that way. But I feel like even that is putting even more pressure than on the player, because if you fail on this town level, that is putting your team on a huge deficit. That would be really, really unfortunate. Yes, it is a slower attack, but again, as we talked about earlier, I feel like it's more important getting the percentage points on the higher town level, and time is not the highest chance to be the deciding factor. It is more about the momentum. It is more about the motivation within the team in that specific situation within the match.
Well, we're going to toss it up and kick it up a notch. We're going back to Rush to Win now, where Ben will be the attacker with Sanjay Kapoor on defense for Team Termy. 2 3-stars to start things off, and the heat is starting to come up a bit with some dragons back in action. Look at the minion prince ready to do a little bit of damage to this base. Archer Queen and the Grand Warden, the 3 heroes chosen by Ben for this attack.
And there is a Lava Hound now to tank for the dragons right behind. We have the Electric Dragon to funnel those dragons further into the base. The Queen with the healers behind, and again, even though the defenses are dealing more damage, the Queen is just not losing any hit points, even though she only has those 3 healers from her equipment. Right now, everything is just overwhelming the base. I'm not sure why use the Eternal Tome right at the top, because it seems like there's not a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, a little bit odd on the timing there. He also lost 3 dragons that kind of wandered toward the interior, supporting that Archer Queen. Now, if that 1 dragon gets the Inferno Tower down, that's pretty good news for this raid. Fires off the Minion Prince's ability, and with that Rage Gem and even a Rage Spell dropped in there, they are going to be going lickety-split through this base. We're hoping to see how things unfold. I do notice there's a little hoppy Headhunter trying to make for that Archer Queen. Not getting any update yet on the rest of this attack, and we are just waiting with bated breath here, Itsu. Is there anything that you notice about the shape of the space that could cause any problems for the dragons as they collapse toward the town hall on the right?
No, I think if he's reacting to the Headhunters, which right now are hopping around the bottom side, like where the wall is, where the Queen is, if he's going to freeze that, I think he's completely fine. The town hall is doing limited damage, let's put it that way. He still has the slammer up and such, and as well, based on his reaction, it does not seem like a disconnect from him, to be honest. As well, we still have the camera, so I'm not sure what's going on over here. Hopefully we're going to jump into the attack back as quickly as possible, and it seems like that the spectator lost connection. Okay, but I mean, I think he would be more upset if he would have lost connection. At least that's my assumption right now. But based on how the attack went so far, that should be a 3-star either way.
Well, it does seem like the cosmic calamity raining down on the Clash of Clans world is bringing some anomalies to our combat. Nonetheless, we can report a successful 3-star by Ben. Congratulations to him, and it will be a clear landing for those dragons out on the right corner of that base, taking the town hall down and earning all 3 stars, just as we'd expect from a highly skilled player like him.
Yeah, I feel like the lower town levels for those type of players, they're not the biggest challenge. Remember, those are few of the best attackers because they have played as well in those town hall cups, which means they are as well experienced on those different town levels. So let's see, it's more about like if anyone is messing up or if any specific entry is like super baited, like you really need to heavily commit to one specific entry if you want to have a chance of defending for those tower levels. But now we have Team Termy on the attacking side, where now Ben is going to defend for Rush to Win. Do we see another dragon attack? Dragons, I mean, we can as well talk about the most popular, most powerful strategies for each of those tower levels, because we usually don't look at those. Tower 12, really, it's dragons is just crazy strong. It is hard to defend. Like, dragons are just really solid. You can combine them with lightnings or anything, but the game changer really is if you can hit those giant arrows, take down sweepers, take down air defenses, all the good stuff, which can be annoying for dragons. And if that's out of the window, the attack typically looks quite easy. If you have anything left behind, which could be a challenge for you, just put some lightnings in there and you're good to go. But as well, something which can be good is, for example, like super witches and such. But it seems like they're staying with the air, they're staying with the dragons. And we have as well the next attack from the top side, so far away from the town hall, but it's with the bats. Remember, there is less splash on those town levels. It's only the Inferno towers pretty much. And if you can take those out, you're good to go.
Well, we do see a giant arrow cutting through that base, not grabbing the air sweepers. And in fact, the overgrowth spell misses an air sweeper too. Could cause a few problems for the dragons that are trying to move in now, as an Archer Queen stuck on a wall won't be able to get at that enemy CC clump. Poison has not been dropped yet. Drop the poison on those witches already. Oh man, single target Inferno burning up a hero, and Sanjay Kapoor is having a little bit of difficulty on this entry point, Itsu.
Yeah, but the bats are here to save the day, because take a look at that. On the back end, there's only the one wizard tower, which you just snipe with rocket loons. And if there's no splash, like, bats are actually crazy. I feel like that's kind of like a forgotten spell if you're more like a higher tower level players. But those bats can deal so much damage. But even though they're getting chased by a rat mine, but I think at this point, fly, little bats. Nope, they're gone. But it still means that there's like a million dragons. Okay, it's 4 dragons and a less dragon, but there are still dragons alive. And this means we're watching right now another 3-star.
It feels like a million dragons when you're trying to defend against them, doesn't it, Itsu? 3 stars and 100% from Sanjay Kapoor. Even on hard mode, these pros make it look easy. And the first 2 town halls are down and out. Complete destruction. And it's a 6-6 tie so far between Team Termy and Rush to Win. The town halls are going to be getting even bigger and burlier as the war goes on, but excellent opportunity for anyone out there who's maybe a little bit newer to the Clash of Clans scene, getting their bases built up and ready to compete next year. Hey, if you're a Town Hall 9, Town Hall 11, get an opportunity to see the best base building strategies and attacks at the highest competitive level. But here we go. Rush to Win moving back in next with Psycho on the offense against El Chanchito on defense.
That's right, and let's take a look at what the meta is now going to look like for Town Hall 15. Do we see more dragons? Do we see maybe something different now? I think we're getting slowly into the range where the Royal Champion Charge is just so popular, but we're going to find out in just a few seconds as the attacker is getting ready. We will have then the look at what the strategies are chosen for this competition. But the dragons wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. They're just really good. And, well, we have the Royal Champion Charge, and then we have as well the Root Riders for Town Hall 15. So no big surprise that Psycho is going with them.
Royal Champion tossing a long rocket spear with an early pop there of that ability, supported by a unicorn as well. Doesn't have that Spirit Fox that we've come to know and love with the RC charges at max level, but still will have a relatively easy opportunity to get a lot of damage on the exterior of the space. Is there going to be any way to get inside, though? That Eagle Artillery would sure be a very juicy target to go after.
Yeah, the Queen, the Royal Champion, not getting in there, and he doesn't have the amount of invisibility spells to redirect or anything. But that should be still good to go. We have now the Siege Barracks on the far right side to funnel everything in. He's not deploying the Root Riders just yet. There we go. Now for the air defense we go. And they look visually different. That might be a little bit confusing. But remember, they are looking different with those different levels, which means we have them now in the brown color. The healers are going for the P.E.K.K.A., which is not really optimal for him, but they're switching back now.
Big murder ball of troops clumped up and making their way toward that downtown area. CC troops are trying their best to defend, and that could have been a lot of splash damage with 3 multi-inferno towers firing away. But protection from the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome has negated a lot of that damage, and Psycho is on a massive rampage through to the core, cracking through walls, demolishing defenses, claiming that second star with the Town Hall going down, and really only finding enemy heroes in that monolith as the key defense is still left to take out as he seeks the 3-star follow-up.
Yeah, and there goes all the healers, by the way, which means we have now no healers for the back end. Is that going to be a problem? That's the big question. Well, we had as well the Ice Block spell in use, I believe, which means he did use the Eternal Tome early, but then for Town Hall 15, you have the explosion of the Town Hall when that is going down, and he tried to block that with the Ice Block, which did work out for the troops, but the healers still went down. On the back end, we should have quite a few Root Riders. If they can stay alive and open up the compartments, that would be great for him, because the Queen, she can still finish off the job, but this might be actually a tile fail because she's now popping her ability, but with all the base left, this is going to be tricky.
Very awkward spot now for Psycho, whose Root Riders down in the bottom corner have done an excellent job cracking through walls, but whose Queen up on the top left side is just very, very slow. He's only got 1 more free spell and a Headhunter left to deploy at 10% of the base remaining and 10 seconds left. I don't think that they're going to be able to get to those bottom structures in time. Psycho has run out of time. It is a 2-star, 95% from Rush to Win.
That is a surprise for sure. Not getting the job done because he's running out of time. He did take a little bit too long in the beginning, and it did fall short in the end. This means they're 1 star and 5% short of going perfect so far, which means we are now back to Team Termy. They have the chance to claim the lead now, and that is not on time anymore. That will be on stars and on percentage going into the Town Hall 17 attacks, because remember, we have 1 Town Hall 9, 1 Town Hall 12, 1 Town Hall 15, and then 2 Town Hall 17 players in those matches. And with now the second attack being from Team Termy for Town Hall 15, it's only getting harder from this point on.
Well, there is a clear opportunity here for El Chanchito to put his team in the driver's seat and to give them a star lead over Rush to Win, who now have to hope and pray that their defenses will hold out. Queen, King, Grand Warden, and the Royal Champion all at the ready, prepped and ready to launch with those epic equipments, and charging in first. That 4 o'clock position on this base. Inspel goes down for protection and keeps the RC on track. That is going to be an interesting follow-up. Wow, he's getting both heroes with those invisibility spells. Capturing a lot of value in this bottom compartment now. If they get the snipe on that enemy Archer Queen, that would really be fantastic. RC's taking a lot of damage though, Itsu, and El Chanchito needs to be careful with the reclaw. Does pull her out just in time.
Yeah, really smart use of that Royal Champion charge, because remember, the Fox is the main reason why you cannot do such things on the higher town levels, because with the Fox, the Royal Champion turns invisible, but not the Warden following. The reason now why they can do this on Town Hall 15, there is no Fox to use, which means the Warden can be paired with the Royal Champion, and with the invisibility spell, you just turn both of those invisible. So a really great choice by him here, going with this double charge, which means he got more value from the Rage Aura for his Royal Champion. And that could have been the game changer maybe for the other attacker, which we have seen earlier. Town Hall going down. We have as well the Giant in the core. The Invis tower on the back end still has to go
Nice.
invisible though, because that might be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, he triggered the Invis Tower right next to the Town Hall earlier with the charge, and it didn't get to trigger again with the log launcher rolling through, cracking through walls. The Town Hall and the Eagle Artillery, that was superb power in the core of that base. El Chanchito just needs to get upper defensive structures down in that left compartment with a multi-target Inferno as the last thing standing. And I think that the cleanup along the outer edge is looking great. Archer Queen is doing exactly what you'd expect from her, and even with a skeleton trap triggering to slow things down a little bit, it still seems like El Chanchito has got a beautiful wraparound follow-up. The funnel is just going to be super easy with Root Riders able to pat through those walls. There is nothing ready to stop this army. CC does stand awkwardly on that left corner, but I think he's going to have plenty of time to take it out at the end here.
That's right. Even being able to swag the one overgrowth, getting that 3-star in. He could have used some of the Super Barbarians to clear out the Clan Castle, but I feel like it doesn't matter. It is a 3-star, swagging those spells, and Team Termy is leading this match now. 1 3-star and 5 buildings, or 5 percentage points, is the lead here for them. And this means now, at this point, we only have Town Hall 17 attacks left.
Excellent job to El Chanchito, blowing a kiss out there to the teammates and to any viewer showing their support for Team Termy. Now picking up the lead with that triple. Not just that additional star, but 5%, which could come very helpful if we wind up having a tie later on. But it's all up to Rush to Win to give us that star tie. They have got to deliver some triples here on these last 2 bases. The Town Hall 17 bases are the biggest, heaviest, most difficult. And it looks like in this case, we are going to have the creator attacking first. It's BDLegend, the team captain himself, going up against General X's base.
That is not going to be an easy task whatsoever. So let's see what he can do here. He would for sure need a 3-star to get his team back on track. But on Town Hall 17, that is not easy whatsoever. Town Hall 17 for sure is the by far hardest town level because the equipments are not as big of a carry as they are on the lower town hall levels. So we see a Royal Champion charge with Root Riders. The question is, can he pull this off? We have the little islands of defenses inside the middle of the base. Now the question is he going to get those timings right? First Invis is looking good, but he's already catching a giant bomb, and the Tesla is luring him away. Oh no, he's missing the Royal Champion. He's now panicking and going into even more traps.
Triple giant bomb on this left corner, and this was predicted by General X. Not only did he get to bomb that Spirit Box, but the Teslas have completely pulled that RC to the wrong side of the map. And you are seeing the brilliance in base design that General X has come to be known for now. BDLegend can still clean up. 2 stars are definitely within reach with the Town Hall not too far away from these Root Riders. But the triple is going to be ever so difficult with an awkward entry point like that.
Yeah, he is using the overgrowth for that left little core island. The troops are now going to split. Some of them are going for the Fire Spitter, and if there's like skipping the Fire Spitter, he will have a really key defense in the back of his troops. He's not using the Warden just yet, which means the Royal Champion did go down. There we go with the Warden ability now, but nothing is going for the Town Hall. Just now they're turning around, but the Fire Spitter is just staying alive.
A little bit more damage as they make their way back toward the inside, and I think that we are going to see that Town Hall finally going down. Took a very long time, but BDLegend does clutch the 2nd star, and this attack will not be ending in total disappointment. We are still going to be pushing as high as we can on that percentage because BDLegend knows that this could still wind up being a win for them if they can get 2 solid defenses and find a win for Selino in their final attack. But we are not expecting a 3-star at this point. BDLegend pushing onto the interior of the space with just a few more troops left. Sneezy up top, gonna get some easy snipes, but it seems like that is going to be the last of it. Overall damage reaches that 70% mark, Itsu.
Yeah, getting across the 70%, but just the bait in the beginning, and that is like the big difference here between the pros and as well the content creators. He needed to like react and redirect the Royal Champion. What do I mean by that? Well, you can use your invisibility spells not just to turn your Royal Champion invisible, but as well if there are Tesla popping up or your Royal Champion in general is walking into the wrong direction, you can use your invisibility spells to redirect the Royal Champion with turning the next target's invisible and pushing her into the direction where she's supposed to go, because that fire spitter on the flank of his troops did not just take down the Royal Champion, but as well the Warden, and as well dealt so much damage that the attack had no chance to somehow get completed or like get a 3-star in general. So really that was the issue here, not being able to react quick enough, and well, that's why he did fall short, unfortunately. But hey, we have the next content creator now going in. Termynater is getting ready here, and he is going to choose the base from BDLegend.
Well, I gotta say, these Town Hall 17 attacks are extraordinarily difficult at hard mode. We saw even in the esports scene for the World Championship qualifiers, teammates struggling to surpass that 50% hit rate mark, and you know, sometimes seeing only 11, 12 stars on some of these wars. Certainly can applaud BDLegend for earning that 2-star at the 72% mark. He is keeping his team in the race here, and it's up to Termynater now against what looks like a really tough base, actually. That Town Hall very deep in the center could possibly deny the 2-star if Termynater isn't careful. BDLegend's base is getting some support from Celino on the construction, are going to try to frustrate Termynater, doing, again, another Royal Champion charge with the Spirit Fox to help.
Yeah, but I think it's a really wise choice that he did go with the mass invisible Royal Champion charge in the Dragons, because this is typically way easier to execute. Especially you can see that with like Legends, for example, right? Oh no! He tried to push towards the core, and as I'm saying, it's easier. He is not getting the redirect he was hoping for. The Royal Champ charging for. No, no, keep her alive. Sorry,
is she down? Did she go down? She's down.
Yes, and the Fox is gone as well. And now he has to somehow save this, because this Town Hall is not easy to reach for those Dragons, because there is this no defensive or no buildings in general around that Town Hall, which means Dragons won't go there.
This is going to be an extremely tough funnel now for Termy to have to follow up on. He was set up for a very good entry point, but once again, excellent base design from the other side. Rush to Win setting up some traps on the top left to pull that RC out. Now he has done a good job here with some funneling efforts done by this Queen over on the left side corner to try to keep these Dragons going toward the interior and away from the outside of the base. Wrapping around with Dragons is the easiest way to miss that interior Town Hall. Battle Blimp, a great choice here. It goes straight for the Town Hall and will be able to get the drop in there. Expect to see that thing going down if he's got anything to say about it. Dragons making their way to the inside as well, and a poison goes out to help with those CC troops, and the Town Hall is finished. Termynater can breathe a small sigh of relief knowing that the 2-star is within his grasp. He's got to push that percentage higher if he wants to have the lead over Rush to Win going into the final round of attacks.
Yeah, and he still needs to pick up quite a few percentages. The best news for his team right now is that they have this 1-star lead, and they can relax when it comes down to that, using another Invis to keep that Minion Prince safe. He's having the Phoenix on the Minion Prince, so he can pick up just some more percentage. But right now, this Fire Spitter, again, is dealing so much damage from the back end. We have another Ice Block, but I'm not sure how he wants to use it here, because the Minion Prince is supposed to do all the damage. We have the Minion Prince getting pushed around, and this is not getting far, not even at the 60% mark right now.
This is going to be a really tricky position now for both Team Termy and Team Rush to Win, as the star lead for Team Termy is going to actually crumble a little bit against the percentage lead for Team Rush to Win, and this could really go either way in the last 2 rounds of attacks. BDLegend had a brick wall up on that top right side of his base with those 2 Teslas popping out, frustrating any cleanup efforts, and it really seems like Team Termy and Team Rush to Win know that the stakes are still very high for the final 2 attacks from their pros coming in next.
That's right. Now it is for sure up to the pros to deliver because they have now everything in their hands. Right now, still, General X and Team Termy for sure in the advantage because they have already this 1-star lead, which means right now, Seleno, he has the 3-star. Everything else is going to be a pretty much guaranteed loss because General X can just go for 2 stars, and that should be for sure quite easy for him to manage. So the 3-star is all what we need right now. That's the only thing which, well, Seleno can save.
See if he can pull it off. He is certainly a clutch hitter. He's comfortable with attacking last and knows when the pressure is highest, that is when he performs best. Rush to Win will be sending in their final attacker against Team Termy's captain. Termynater himself will be on defense. And we'll see if we can find a 3-star at this Town Hall 17 level. After all, the mustachioed attacker drops a Flame Flinger in the top corner. He's got a little bit of sniping action going over on the left side with an Angry Jelly to support this Grand Warden. Holding on still to the Royal Champion Spirit Fox. Not going to be diving in quite as early with those just yet, Itsu.
Yeah, but I love it. I love it that he's going with the... I mean, it's not off meta, but I guess it's off meta when we're talking about tournament meta overall, because we usually mostly just see the Root Riders. But in this one, he just feels like, okay, let's just do the Warden Charge. And everyone who has done a Warden Charge already, it is quite challenging, but it's just the most fun. You have so much control with this attack. And that's why I assume he's going with this one, because you can get those 3-stars in. But if you're not paying attention for just 1 millisecond, your Warden is going to be gone. There goes the Fireball for the core. He's catching all of those. And this means the core of this base is gone.
Obliteration. And still holding on to 4 invisibility spells that he can drop with support for the rest of these troops to come in later. He's got 14 rocket balloons. And these are really a pro's favorite. They are a very high skill cap card, but they require very careful placement. And a troop like this has got to be getting maximum value, not get distracted by traps, not getting off course. They go very quick right on deploy, but they can really go awry if you don't have the perfect tile placement for them. Seleno follows up with some more heroes on the bottom left side of this base to set up for the final blow. Aiming for 3 stars, but not even having 1 yet.
Oh no, this was quite unfortunate, but he's able to recover the direction of his Warden. You never want to have your Warden going with your heroes, but the Warden did go down towards the bottom side, and that could have caused quite some issue for him. The Warden's still on the top side, but he has to fight now with Fire Spitter as the heroes are trying their best on the bottom side. Still has the Royal Chamber for the back end, but only 8 Rocket Loons left. And there's still quite some base left without the support of spells. This can be tricky, using now the Royal Chamber to lure away the defending queen and keep his Warden safe for at least now.
I love the plan, but I think it's going to be coming down to time in the end. The Warden's still pretty fine out there with the healers to support him. And it seemed like with that Siege Barracks, with the Archer Queen just barely able to snipe and finish off those key targets in the interior, that Seleno might have had a shot at the triple. He's passing the 90% mark. Giant is storming on through. The last few Rocket Loons ready to deploy, but the Grand Warden goes down. Phoenix is going to be alone with a small squadron of minions to try to get some more work done, but Team Termy is celebrating. The defenses have barely held against a former world champion, and a 2-star at the 96% mark will round us out as Rush to Win have not pulled off the triple.
The defense is a defense. This is all what mattered for Team Termy. You have seen their reaction. They know they have won this match if General X now is getting the 2-star. This is all what he has to go for. But I'm not wondering if he's going to change the plan or if he's going for something fun. I really want to see what he's going for. If he's going for the just safe win or for some type of entertainment here. I'm looking forward to that. General X is known as well for doing some really fun stuff, so for sure something to look out for. But as long as he's not like doing something completely crazy like the Town Hall on the back end, they are and they should be able to claim this victory. He's getting ready, making sure everything is set, and he's still thinking about the attack and getting into the attack hopefully really soon.
Hey, the title for Termy's next video just writes itself. My base held off a world champion. Selino rebuffed at the 2-star mark. And it's an opportunity now for General X to close this one out with relative ease. A 2-star of his own would give Team Termy all the time and all the percentage and all the stars that they need to just walk over Rush to Win. This is a double elimination tournament, so still have an opportunity at the bottom side of this bracket to make a return march to the top. But it seems that everything is going in Team Termy's favor for this first war today, Itsu.
Oh, and already take a look at that. The giant bombs are happening, so this entry for sure is well known. Even with this Termynater trap, this is heavily baited. He needs to be super careful now of not losing the Royal Champion too early. Even having now a shot from the Town Hall. Royal Champion losing hit points, and the Royal Champ not going for the Town Hall either. Is he going for this? Yep, there goes the redirect. That's exactly what I talked about earlier. You need to adapt when there is something popping up or something happening not expected, that you need to make sure the other buildings are invisible. And that Poison Tower is not keeping him safe because he's keep going for the core. He wants those Inferno Towers.
It's a fantastic snipe into the core, taking out a massive chunk of the interior of this base and setting up for a beautiful funnel to follow. Those dragons are very powerful, but they don't move very fast, and you really want to have a good pathing for them. A little bit unfortunate that those 2 ricochet cannons survive, but not too big of a problem for an aerial-based army like the one that General X has brought. And all he needs to do now is to reach that 50% damage mark. That will earn him a 2nd star and victory for his team.
He is going in from this bottom side into one of the sweepers while using the Archer Queen then on the other side to go for the Fire Spitter. The Clan Castle is still up there. He's going to lure it out and take it out with that Archer Queen. Headhunter for the defending king can be used as well really soon, but right now the sweeper is really splitting those dragons a little bit, and this means the warden ability is getting less effective as he's moving forward.
Boom, big pop on that Eternal Tome, and the dragons are going to be safe for a little bit longer, especially with that big monolith firing away at them. Hope to take that down quickly. Minion Prince on the same time is going to be pathing over to the left with the other heroes trying to help out against that side of the base, but no early targeting onto that monolith has left his dragons a bit high and dry. They're on the outside now dealing with that multi-target Inferno, but the monolith is going to be soon retargeting onto some big beefy targets, and General X has got his head in his hands right now, wondering if there's anything that he can do to salvage the 3-star. Although Team Termy will claim victory, General X, still wants to be able to say that he did better than Selino did, especially with another big rematch coming next month. We have got a long march for the Archer Queen up top to try to reach that 2-star 96% that we saw from Selino. Otherwise, the question still remains how this war could shape up as a rematch later today.
Yeah, and this is now as well interesting moving forward, because I feel like both of their attacks on Town Hall 17 were lower percentages. The only reason why they have won this match was the Town Hall 15 attack, where we have seen as well Rush to Win unfortunately struggled quite a bit with the time over there. Otherwise, we would have seen a different winner in this matchup. So this is something which both teams can already know, which they have to work on in the future, because as you mentioned, it's a double elimination bracket, which means both of those teams are having to have plenty of more matches. Team Termy is staying in the upper bracket, while we see a Rush to Win dropping down to the lower bracket. And this means the result is going to be 13-12, but the percentage is on Rush to Win sides.
It's a little bit of an awkward smile for some players on Team Termy, knowing that, they squeaked this one out with a victory, but being behind on percentage is not the confidence booster that they were hoping for in this upper bracket spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rush to Win can go down to the lower bracket, knowing that they still performed very well in this war, and with Selino just 4% off of a triple, they could very well make a sweep back toward the top. Fans of Rush to Win out there have got a lot on the line for their lower bracket match, but a lot of reason to feel hopeful with this next war. Gonna give them a little bit of a breather before they have to march back into the competition.
That's right. They have some time to relax. Maybe as well identify some mistakes. For example, for Psycho, it would have been maybe better to really combine the Warden with the Royal Champion to do and create that charge, which is just that little bit quicker. But let's take a look at the overall bracket and how it forms after that first match has been completed. We have Team Termy moving on in the upper bracket into our match number 3, while Rush to Win is dropping down into the match 4 in the lower bracket. The next match coming up is going to be Team Coco versus Trample Champs, which is going to be quite exciting as well there.
Absolutely, it will be. I know we've got a killer match of 5 more superstar players ready to duke it out and to give us a little bit more of a tease for what will come later, as we've got 6 matches before we can crown a champion, maybe even 7 if we get a bracket reset. But at any rate, Team Termy moving on will have a little bit of an opportunity to breathe and relax to prepare for their next match in the upper bracket, while Rush to Win now in the lower bracket are going to have to fight for their lives because there's no more mistakes allowed for elimination. But I think I'm getting word that the MVP has been chosen. Itsu, who is it?
Well, there is only one answer, and that is General X. I mean, he's always the MVP right there. But I feel like the man who should be in the spotlight here was El Chanchito. He really getting that 3-star, climbing his team that lead, and in the end they were able to carry it all the way and get that victory to stay in the upper bracket. But either way, if General X is in your team, it's really unlikely that you're winning one of those MVP votings. The community is just really focused on him. But as well, that is the MVP for our first match. The question is he going to get that title even more often in the next few matches, because his team is still in the upper bracket, right? So there's at least 2 more MVP votings for his matches. Let's see what the community is going to decide there.
Well, congrats to El Chanchito and Gum Gum flanking one of the world's best players there in that MVP vote. And I think you're definitely right that El Chanchito and Gum Gum both had a lot going for them in their excellent performances. But let's keep in mind, even though General X didn't 3-star, he is a base building master and may have very well been the reason why Salino was unable to get that triple of his own, and maybe even helped out a little bit with the lower town halls and helping to keep those defenses strong. So definitely still a solid MVP pick, and we're happy to see all of the players on that side getting some love from the MVP vote. But that is it for our first match today. Clash Combo 2025 will continue after a short break. Stick with us.
Time is getting close.
Yeah.
Their time.
Guys, we might get a
it
defense
can-
here, low key.
Yeah,
I think we might get a defense, bro.
It can time fill.
I think we're gonna get a defense. Oh my god, yes. There's only 15 seconds. It's a typo. Bro, El Chanchito, lock it. You got this, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No way. No way.
Let's go.
El Chanchito, you got this, bro.
Let's go, bro. Oh, getting left, nice.
Oh no. Oh. Oh my god, no way. 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 Oh my god, no freaking way.
Let's freaking go.
Bro, no way. Bro, General X. General X. Bro, General X, you got this, bro. General X, you're the GOAT, bro.
Well, fantastic opportunity to see some of the best moments from that first war. My name's Woody, and I'm back here on the stage and introducing Carbon Finn, who's going to be joining me for the next war. But before we get that kicked off, Carbon, let's break down that last war. What are your first thoughts?
Well, it was an amazing first match to kick off this Clash combo, and I loved that little sneak peek that we were able to hear those players, and especially hearing Termy, and I've got some questions for him, so let's invite him and give a little interview. So Termy, congrats on winning the first matchup, but what happened to your attack? What went wrong?
RC planning didn't go as planned. I was trying to get into the Town Hall core, but you know, RC had other plans, so next time I need to be more careful with the redirect.
She just wanted to take a little walk to the outside, but you know what? It turned out for the best in the end. Your team still took the win. You might have been a little bit behind on percentage, though. What were your overall thoughts on the war?
Oh man, going in, I mean, I know we all practiced a lot, making sure, you know, I messaged everybody, we were all communicating, but I just know, like, the biggest thing is, like, even though I got the lowest percentage, I did very bad, honestly. I know that my team has my back, so General X, El Chanchito, Gum Gum, Sanjay, they all did very well. So when you know, do bad sometimes, if you have a good team, they can, you know, kind of carry you, unfortunately, or fortunately.
You know, at the end of the day, you're able to win, and that's what matters. And now you have the next opponent you'll have to be waiting to see. And there was some trash talking going on behind the scenes, and we saw maybe a tweet or somewhere against you and Coco going at it. So is that a team that you want to face next, or who do you think's gonna be advancing to take on the Termynater?
I think both Team Coco and Team Trample are really good teams, but I do have some unfinished business with Coco. You know, we had a friendly war a little bit ago, Ooh. And I kind of lost it, so got to get my revenge. Team Coco, we're coming for you.
Well, I'm noticing, you know, a little bit of style similarity here between Carbon and Termy. Y'all are both wearing the same shirt, going vintage.
We are
with this army shirt. So congrats on the mind link there. Termy, I was listening during those replays, and I heard that you were really psyching up your teammates, doing a great job keeping spirits high and energy, you know, pushing forward with that momentum. Do you feel like that's one of your key advantages as a content creator, to kind of, you know, read the room, understand the motivations and the emotions that are going through these players' minds, and to keep them focused?
Yeah, definitely. I think especially my job is like being the team captain. My job is to, like, you know, make sure that everybody's feeling confident, feeling motivated, you know, going into the attack, everything's going to be fine. You know, that's the most important thing. So just, you know, hyping them up. I like to be hyped up, so I try to make sure that everybody gets, you know, in the zone.
So walk me through playing on a stage like this, because many people at home have never even played in something like this where it's live streamed with all the people watching. So this is like your first time competing on a stage. So how nervous were you? Were your hands shaking a little bit? How big of a deal was it to get that first attack in? And at least you were able to win. So now the next couple attacks, at least you're able to be further in the bracket and hopefully continue your way through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whoever's watching, I mean, I'm used to, you know, being watched because, you know, content creation, streaming. So that's not really the biggest thing for me. I think the biggest thing is just trying to focus on my attack alone, you know, focus on helping my team. It doesn't really matter how many people are watching, 5 people, 1,000 people watching. I just try to make sure I'm focused on what I'm doing in the moment, and that's all that matters for me.
Okay.
All right. Well, congratulations on your win, Termynater. I know everyone out there can go follow you on YouTube and stay, you know, apprised on all the future exploits. Make sure to use code Termy if you want to show your support and love for our content creator here on the big screen. We're going to see you again later today, but thanks again for joining us for this quick interview as we get ready for our next match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Termy, for joining us, and best of luck in your next match, because they're going to be taking on one of these two teams here that we have between Team Coco and Trample Champs, so otherwise known as Trample Damage, and they are going to be bringing it, and it's going to be an exciting one. And to start off, we've got Team Coco, who has many players that you may recognize. So this could be one of the favorites coming into this competition. And remember, Woody, there is $4,000 on the line if you're able to win it here today. It's not a whole weekend, it is only today, as we have Vincent, Kronos, Coco, Winnie, and Exorcist. And yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. Exorcist has retired from the competitive scene, but he's come back to play here today because he did end up competing throughout the lower Town Hall Cups. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to come in and try to represent and help this team try to win here, Woody.
Well, he's got a superb smile on his face and a ready attitude. You know, I've seen these players at live events before, and I know that they are all going to be geared up, energetic, excited for this opportunity. I've casted alongside Coco in the past, and I know that she keeps a very close eye on the competition. She knows what players are the best. She's done a lot of work to not just try to pick, you know, one or two players out there that are performing well, but a cohesive squad, a unit of players who have competed alongside each other. Former tribe members here you're seeing, and players who have had lots of experience at all Town Hall levels, content creators. I mean, this is just like a really superstar lineup that Coco has got. So good luck.
Woody, I don't mean to put too much pressure on Coco, but just look at these players here that she has around her. Winnie, 34 out of 34 in Town Hall 12 attacks in the Town Hall 12 Cup. Exorcist and Kronos are two professional players with Tribe Gaming, as Exorcist has retired, but he still has the skills. And then Vincent, still an OP attacker. Really, Coco, what can you do at Town Hall 17 to help your team win? We saw the captains, the creators in the first match struggled, very low percentages, so she's gonna have to try to set the tone. So let's go ahead and ask Coco what she thinks.
Hi, my name's Coco. I am a content creator and I'm the captain of Team Coco. Well, I think it's really cool being able to team up with some pro players because I think I'm going to be able to learn from the best of the best and also be able to see how that they adapt to all the changes that we've had across a variety of different Town Hall levels. The biggest wild card, I'm not sure. I think all players that I have on the team are pretty good players and I'm very proud to have them on my team. I think they've performed exceptionally well in individual circumstances but also in different teams, so I think that's the reason why I think we'll play pretty well this weekend. This tournament is a little bit different to my usual Clash content because I'm not usually the one playing on camera. I'm usually watching all of these pro players play exceptionally well and perform against the best of the best, and I've been put right in the middle of it all. So I'm very excited to compete. This is my first ever official tournament, so I'm hoping I perform well and I make my team proud. I think it's a good mixture of both. Personally, I think it's a lot of fun to play and compete. So I would like to say that it can be both. I think you can have a lot of fun whilst taking it seriously and trying to win to take it all. I mean, who doesn't want to win?
From streamer to captain, Coco22TV has been playing Clash of Clans from around the 2018 timeframe, so lots of years of experience built into this very short war, an opportunity to leverage all of those wars she's watched, commentated, casted, been a part of in the past, to see if that Town Hall 17 isn't too difficult of a hurdle for her to step over. And with a superb lineup supporting her on the backside of players who have competed alongside each other, speaking the same language in this case, a lot of them speaking German, we've got a great lineup over there on Team Coco. So let's see who they're going to be going up against and see what sort of war we've got ahead of us. Carver.
Well, it's going to be against Trample Damage Team, which is called Trample Champs. And we have to beat we have Mr. C, who is part of MMG, won a golden ticket with the last chance qualifiers. Then Trample Damage himself, Muffin, and an OP base builder, Sir Iron. Been part of the competitive scene for a very long time, and this is a team that you do not want to overthink. They are going to be coming in and a strong addition to this tournament. And Trample Damage, just like Coco, the pressure is on. What can you do? I'm trying to think, what is Trample Damage gonna bring? If I had to guess, I'm just gonna guess early. I'm gonna guess maybe Super Yetis. I don't know. That's my first guess. We saw some roots, we saw dragons in the first match, but will we see different things here today? But they're ready to go, and look at this. They are a family, a clan. They haven't lost, at least Trample Damage clan, since July of 2024. Anyone watching, do you currently have a war win streak? And if you do, what is your current war win streak right now in the game? Is it the longest you've ever had? Or did you just lose your recent war? And if you did, I'm very sorry.
Oh, so much pressure when you've got such a long streak. But hey, that makes you an even bigger foe to take down. We'll see if Trample Damage can keep that streak alive against Team Coco with so many wars won since July 2024, over a year of victory. He just does not even know what defeat means.
Yeah, it's just an impressive run, and Trample is a very analytical individual. He loves to play chess. He is very skilled in that aspect because he has actually a giant chessboard. We'll show the picture at one point. In his backyard. Yes, a life-size chessboard. So I'm going to be curious to see. There it is. They brought it up, and you can see it right there in his backyard. So you know he's going to be keeping everyone on his toes, and he's got the plans coming.
And it looks like maybe the rook on the black side of that board is a little doggy. Little doggy friend, a steed. Oh, bring it back up, production. Show us that doggy again. Can we zoom in on the doggy? Can we get a? I mean, I know that doggy's going to be trying to help out and ensure the victory in this next match. But let's hear more directly from Trample Damage. We had a quick interview and got to speak with him first.
Hi, my name is Trample Damage, and I'm very excited to be leading the team Trample Champs through this clash combo event. Unlike these four amazing and talented players that I have an opportunity to play with, I am here just because I am marginally entertaining on occasion, but these four players representing their different Town Hall Cups and, of course, the championships upcoming in Atlanta, we got a chance to get together, and we're really looking forward to putting on a good show for the audience. I'm very excited to have an opportunity to participate with other content creators and influencers in addition to all the pros in the Clash community for this event. I am very excited to have a chance to play with my normal clanmate in the regular game, Mr. C, who played for MMG, and also had a great opportunity to get to watch some of the matches from some of the lower town halls between Sir Iron and Muffin and Tebow. These are very, very talented players. I'm also well acquainted with the other creators that are in this event, and I'm also excited to have a chance to sort of have a little bit of a match against them and see how things go. But I think all of us are probably going to be hitting pretty heavily on the skills of the pro players that we were able to get drafted onto our teams. So while I am normally all about positivity, I'm not really into roasting folks, but I will say I know Termy fairly well. He and I had a chance to ride next to each other on our plane ride to Helsinki last year for the World Championships. We were flying out of Dallas, and it was his first time flying, and we were sitting next to each other, and he kept kind of fidgeting a lot, and his legs were squirming around, and so I told him, in my head, I'm going to be thinking of you as Squirmy instead of Termy. So I will say I hope that Squirmy doesn't get too nervous with all the money on the line and perform poorly for the Clash competition.
Well, Squirmy is not going to be his first opponent here. Trample Damage with that big treadmill behind him in that first scene and a lot of books behind him. He's been reading, he's been working, he's been preparing, he's been studying up. And I think that he is going to have a solid chance in this next match. And in fact, we saw one of the forecasters did pick Trample Damage to take the win this time around. Carbon, you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, that was Bash. Bash did pick Trample damage his team, but the audience predictions down below, and we do see Trample champs coming ahead in the audience prediction. I went with Team Coco because I know True Tribe players are there, and all three of us, other than Bash, he was the one that went with Trample champs. Because Kronos, you have Exorcist, who is retired, yes, but he's still considered a pro player. Sir Iron's compete. Like, this is a stacked team. It's going to be a very difficult team to take down, and Trample Champs has a lot ahead of them.
Well, the performance of the content creator as a Town Hall 17 player up at the top is going to be extremely important. In that last war, we saw two relatively easy attacks to start things off with that both got clear and confident triples. It was only kind of around attack number 3 where things got to get a little bit dicey as we saw the star count start to tip in one favor or another. I'm really interested to see how things go in the middle of the war and shape up for our content creators to close things out. But with the little bit of a tip among the viewers out there, 55% taking trample damage in his team, the Trample Champs. We'll see which of these two squads is going to move in for the early lead, with Sir Iron the first to attack.
And when I see these two players, I'm like, okay, we are in esports here. Two pros going against each other. But I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. This is the first attack of the match, which means that we can't have Town Hall 17 because we're saving it for the end. So it's the Town Hall 9s that are kicking it off. And to me, it's still blowing my mind that these guys are down here competing at Town Hall 9. And it's going to be a race at 4 o'clock. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to Town Hall 9, it probably won't be a matter of time. So you don't want to mess it up. That's the first thing. It's all about, can the Town Hall 17s triple? You also can't overlook the Town Hall 12s and 15s, which that is what cost the first match by failing at those stages. But Exorcist is actually, looks like he's the attacker, not Sir Iron. Sir Iron is the defender here.
Indeed, you are right. And remember, everyone out there, there's still plenty of rewards to earn if you tune in at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, where you can take part in the votes for the MVP on these matches and show your support for your chosen squad. Exorcist's Dragon Army has completely obliterated the base here that Sir Iron has built up, and it looks like a very confident triple. Maybe past the 50-second mark, but you know what? That didn't seem to be a big issue in the previous war. Much more likely to come down to either stars or percentage. So a very strong strike here, and anyone at Town Hall 9 can feel very good about moving in with mass drags. We even saw the Minion Prince take a little bit of an opportunity to show up. Hey, look at that! Sir Iron with that sneaky little Tesla on the outside of the base. Managed to slow things down even more and give a one long march for these dragons toward the top.
And when it comes down to the competition for Town Hall 9s, they have to go against time when it was in their Town Hall Cups. So Troll Teslas, things like that, can help slow the attacker down and be a deterrent to try to potentially try to win the war or stop your opponent from winning the war. But in this stage, in the Clash combo, the only time it will come down to that is if it was a perfect or if it's an exact tie, which we think will be pretty unlikely. Granted, the Town Hall 17s will have to also get 2 triples. And remember, Woody, this is in hard mode, which makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, very tough bases to crack, especially at those high Town Hall levels. So Town Hall 9, not likely to be the determinant in this war. Although with that little clever defensive ruse there, you get a peek at some of the tactics that are being used, not just at the top levels in esports, but at every level throughout. If you are interested in getting involved in the Clash of Clans competitive scene, those are the sorts of tips, tricks, and ideas that you've got to deploy for maximum effectiveness to get your teams advancing to the end, and maybe even getting picked out by a content creator to be a representative on their squad. So congratulations on the first attack. Well done.
Yeah, the next would be, we all have Town Hall 9s. We know that those are going to be 3 stars, especially with these hero abilities of the Giant, and we have the Giant Arrow just one-shotting pretty much, going right through the base. So much value for that lower Town Hall, but still able to start off with that 3-star, and it will come down to the final attackers in this match. The Town Hall 17s that will pretty much set the tone of this one. And it is now time for Sir Iron that we are seeing here for Trample Champs, as Exorcist did deliver the 3-star, but can he be on the defending side is the true question here.
Well, it's an early Giant Arrow cutting through this base. And the Giant will also move out in front to block for this Archer Queen, while we're going to see a Laloon attack from Sir Iron. Exorcist previously using the Mass Drags, but we're seeing another aerial attack strategy here at Town Hall 9 as the preferred way to cut through this base. Trying to dodge away from those air sweepers and cut up those air defenses as early as possible. We do see that Lava Hound popping, the first one going down. Pups and some skeletons are going to knock that Archer Queen onto her knees as the rest of this base is just completely wiped off the map.
Yeah, these Town Hall 9 bases stand no chance. It doesn't matter what design you throw at them. It's just going to be an easy 3-star at the end of the day. They take him down so quickly. At this point, it almost like they need to remove the hero abilities for these players to make it even close to have a chance, or even almost go with no heroes and then see what they can do, because the abilities are so strong and they make it look so easy at the lower Town Halls. But it is a 3-star. We come to expect it right there, nonetheless. So as we move our way through, we start with Town Hall 9. Next up is going to be the Town Hall 12s against each other. Then we go to the Town Hall 15s, and then we get to the 17s. And that is where this war can take a turn for good or for bad.
Melting like a butter sculpture in the hot summer day. Those Town Hall 9 bases are all on the floor in a big puddly mess, but we are going to be getting even bigger, even heavier, even hotter as these Town Halls ramp up the damage. And we get into a little Mega Tesla in the Town Hall in the next one. Town Hall 12 didn't pose too much of a threat for the attackers in the last round. We did see 2 3-stars back-to-back at that level, but let's see if it's the same in this war upcoming. If the attackers choose a different set of strategies or different army composition to bring into this war. We want to keep those 3-stars coming, because it is at the very end, when the content creators themselves are going to be marching onto the battlefield, that they want to be at their best and with all the 3-stars that they can muster in those early strikes, Carbon.
And now that those pros have gotten their attacks in that we saw at Town Hall 9, they can now go help their content creators, their teammates, clanmates, to help them out, plan their attack, and try to give them maybe the most likelihood to give it the best chance to 3-star. Do they bring a dragon attack? Do they bring the Root Riders? Because we saw in the first match that you go with an RC charge and she goes the wrong way. You time the invis just off a bit and the attack will go down south real quickly. And we saw Terminator's attack, his was in the 60s, and we saw BDLegend's, his was in the 70s. Those were the 2 lowest of the first match, and so you know that Coco and Trample damage are going to want to try to get higher than that. But again, at the end of the day, all you gotta do is win. You win the match, you're able to advance.
Right you are. With just a double elimination opportunity, it's going to be really difficult from that lower bracket, especially if you get knocked down early. It'll be a lot more matches before you can make it to the grand finals. Even with only 4 teams, it is going to be a difficult run. So this first win is a very easy runway if you can take off from that first launch. Now, they still will have to go up against Team Termy next, a tough foe, but not one who is just impossible to beat, you know, with the percentages slipping a little bit and showing that there's opportunities abounding on both sides of the arena for both attackers and the base builders on defense to try to get a leg up. But the next attacker will be Muffin, seeking to take a bite out of Whiny's base. We have got the Trample Champs moving in next at the Town Hall 12 level.
Town Hall 12, is it going to be the Town Hall of Dragons? We were seeing them come through before. Will we see them again? What kind of approach are they going to take? It's going to get a little harder as we continue to move up the town hall to progress our way all the way to the top of Town Hall 17. As Muffin is in, indeed, we got dragons with 6 lightnings, starting off with that Queen Zero, and does clip 2 of the air defenses, finishing off both of the other air defenses, so no more air defenses remain for these dragons.
You little coconut loons out in front just to look around for some sinking air mines, but not catching any. It looks like Muffin's looking very confident that this is going to be a nice entry point, beautifully funneled, and ensures that almost all those dragons are going to the interior. A few do path to the outside, but that's not too bad news. We get some additional work done against that Eagle Artillery. Now, it was a little bit of a slow entry there with that Tornado Trap triggering and slowing down those dragons. And the Eternal Tome popping is not going to be able to protect the other dragons that went to the interior. Might expect to see a free spell go down. Yeah, there was one, but he missed the Inferno Tower and had to drop a second. Still pops that Minion Prince ability to slow those defenses down toward the inside of the base, and is still marching ever so slowly but confidently toward that Town Hall.
I can see the choice of the Inferno Towers, setting them to single for dragons so he could try to pick them off quickly. Fortunately, those singles couldn't stay up long as these continuing push through this town hall. 1 Furry's left, and it's going to be about these dragons making their approach. He's not worried here. He knows with a free spell still in the bag, he'll be able to path his way, grab that town hall, and grab a 3-star. And then we know for Wayne on Coco's team, he went 34 out of 34 at Town Hall 12. So are we going to assume that's also going to be an answer for a 3-star? I don't want to jinx anything, but so far it's looking good, and he's got some thumbs up coming in from Muffin.
Could have put that up even sooner if he wanted. That was a very confident triple, and Muffin showing some love to the viewers back at home and anyone supporting Team Trample Champs. A 3-star scored is going to have to kick it back to Team Coco to see if they can go toe-to-toe against a tough squad in Trample Champs' lineup.
And some of these players, other than the pros at Town Hall 17, may not have the competitive experience on the big stage where your webcam's on, where everyone gets to see your face while you're attacking. Because they competed at the lower town halls, but there wasn't any webcam requirements. They didn't have to worry about being told when to attack. This, now they do. When they're up, they have to be able to attack, but it is a lower town hall, so it's not as much pressure as the Town Hall 17s. But still, there's prize money on the line. You don't want to essentially be that one fail that can cost you of losing hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, execution is important here. You don't have necessarily the most difficult task ahead of you, but even one little tiny slip up, missing 5% here, letting a star sit on the table there, not the good way to go about your attack. So we are going to be closing out our Town Hall 12 lower level hits next with the moves from Whiny going up against Muffin's base. And we'll see if this remains an even matchup on the star count as soon as Team Coco has their second say in this war.
Yeah, Town Hall 12 has been a really heavy dragon push, as has been Town Hall 17, and we are seeing it yet again with the arrow flying across, lightning straight into the core, lightning to the top side, but one air defense does remain to the far right. Dragons being placed to the left with the balloons down, and the E-Dragon's actually helping in a bit of chain value to the top, which is nice, as he's completely flying across this space into the defensive minion prince.
We have seen a little bit of variety here from those heroes and the equipments that they bring, but it is very often for that minion prince that we get him geared up with those same equipments, that henchman puppet and the dark orb, very reliable and just carving a path through this space. Whiny making his way toward that top side town hall, getting that free spell dropped on both the town hall and the archer queen. Still a very confident move toward the end of this map.
Yeah, looking to pick off that queen, so it was a nice freeze there to help finish her off, because if you leave that queen up, it can be a problem. But his queen is still alive to the bottom. He's got a baby dragon, he's got a freeze, and the stone slammer hasn't even opened yet. A very easy 3-star for Wendy, and he continues that streak. 35 for 35 at Town Hall 12, making it look easy, and the dragons just crushing through here. So if you're at Town Hall 12 and you're looking for attacks to triple easily, right here. Use the dragons, use that Queen's Giant Arrow. Remember, these are hard mode attacks, which means that you will be attacking in the normal mode. It's going to be even stronger. Highly recommend to copy the army if you're at the lower town halls to make your progression through and to be tripling those bases with ease.
Well, Liney looks like he was taking a nap there. He's got a nice little neck pillow, and it's not too bright in that room. So good thing he was able to keep the attention focused on that attack, ensuring the 3 stars and an even match so far at the 6 star count between these two teams. But this is when things get a little bit interesting. This is the point where last war we saw a little bit of a slip up on the Town Hall 15 level that resulted in a star advantage for the team that had a lower average destruction. Could be the same story this time around, where Town Hall 15 could pose some problems either on defense or offense. We're going to be moving in next with Trample Champs, making another stab toward the top to see if they can hold on to that early performance that they've done so far.
Yep, just like you said, Town Hall 15 is what changed the very first war. So now the pressure starts to mount. You can't be making the mistake. You can't lose your Royal Champion if you decide to go in with a little bit of a charge, but you don't have that Spear Fox like Itsu mentioned at Town Hall 15. So what kind of attacks are they going to bring in? This is where you can start to try to bait certain entries for your town halls, because at Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, it doesn't really matter what you do on the defensive side. The heroes and the troops are able to still overpower them for the most part. We are going to see now what Tebow can do against Vincent here at Town Hall 15, representing Trample Champs.
Locked in and ready to follow up with a Royal Champ charge. She's got those electro boots and that big old rocket spear ready to send in some damage. Holding on to that recall spell whenever she gets in a little bit of trouble here, but supporting her with a Grand Warden. It's going to be another of these same strong, confident walks in. You got to be very careful with these invisibility spell deployments, though, and try to get as many defenses down while your heroes are protected there. You're taking quite a bit of damage, though, from those long-range shots, and that Grand Warden already in the red. Can't stand too much more of a hit.
Yeah, he does have the healing tome, so he can technically heal himself back up, but the problem is the Royal Champ and the Warden are kind of outpacing each other. This could be a problem. He wants to recall both of them, and yes! The Warden just steps into range of the recall and pulls him back. This attack could have went south if he was not able to get that Warden pulled back, as the roots are deployed to go with that edge that the Royal Champion set to move towards that Town Hall.
Valkyries to support this push on the bottom right now, chopping through this base and giving an easy entry now, as a lot of support is going to be backing up this Root Rider army. Healers are going to keep them topped off, and with an easy lane to enter into this base. There are a lot of little compartments here, but it seems like Tebow TD has got a good entry point to claim the first star, and the second soon after that, with the Town Hall about to go down. Long bomb shots from that Royal Champion, able to eliminate a crucial defense here, and with that Ice Block spell out as well, now negating a lot of the incoming damage that would otherwise maybe cause a little bit of a problem for him there. Great pop on that Minion Prince ability as well. Catches the Monolith, another big key defense, and those Root Riders are still looking extremely healthy on the inside there, Carbon.
Yeah, the Minion Prince helps secure the Monolith, while the Royal Champ is still up to the top side. Roots have split, but that's perfectly okay. Making his way towards the defensive King, as the air defense will go down, and this base is going down. A triple for Trample Champs, and that is a great approach there. As we saw from that first match, it was the Town Hall 15s that were the problem, and that's what cost you. So this 3-star is definitely a great way to continue through this match, as the Roots are able to power through at Town Hall 15 in hard mode.
Crushing win for Tebow TD, and the Trample Champs will keep their streak going strong. 9 stars total for that lineup, and congrats for a 2-minute and 13-second strike to close that one out. Very good deploy on that Royal Champion and Grand Warden attack in the bottom corner. Able to recall both of them out and keep them safe despite a lot of incoming damage. Tough base to crack, but not too tough for Tebow. Let's see if Vincent on the other side is going to have any more difficulty. It looks pretty confident in this photo here. How's he shaping up for this assault, Carbon?
Well, it is also a similar approach of the roots with the Royal Champion. Pairing in that Grand Warden so you can get that boost of the Rage Gem of the Warden, since the RC can't go invisible from a Spirit Fox. So might as well get the addition of the Warden as well. If you're just going to use the Invis spell to protect her, you'll be able to protect the Warden as well. In towards the Eagle they go, with the Minion Prince going down. Gonna power this RC to the Wizard Tower into the core of the space where 2 Poison Spell towers remain, and then he needs to pull them both back with that recall spell.
Oh, yeah. This is going really, really well. I think that Tebow TD's base is a lot more spread out. Those defenses are a little bit more concentrated on Vincent's base. And so Vincent had a lot of room to cover, but I think he did a fantastic job there in shooting that giant arrow into the core, taking down a multi-target Inferno that was getting repaired. Great shots here from Vincent, and setting up for a beautiful follow-up now as the Root Riders are tapping their way along that top left side of the base.
Oh, he's not redeployed. There you go. Okay, I was going to say, he hasn't redeployed that Warden and the Raw Champ, but the Minion Prince is also down, powering his way through. His Unicorn can heal up the Royal Champion back to full health, and then going to be able to benefit with the boots. So pops the Minion Prince, slowing everything down, including that Town Hall, as out comes the Furnaces, as the Minion Prince is absorbing the damage, but still hanging on to this Warden ability.
Pops it right on time, and as they make their way toward the Town Hall, that is going to be an Eternal Tome to protect all these troops from splash damage from that multi-target Inferno and the Town Hall. Enemy Archer Queen on defense is going to be causing a little bit of damage, but pop she goes, and it's really just the Town Hall and that big old monolith in the bottom corner that could cause a little bit of problem for this raid. Not very much more splash damage, and with some big support still powering through. He does lose the Minion Prince up at the top side there, but the Rocket Spear from that RC is just going the distance, Carbon. Vincent finds the 3-star, and we are going to stay on an even keel, 9-9 for the Trample Champs and Team Coco.
Well done. An answer in keeping this war all even. And yeah, it could come down to time, but we know at Town 17s, both of the 17s on each side are probably not going to triple, let's be honest. So it's going to come down to whoever doesn't get the lowest percent. You do not want to get in the 60s, 70s, but as long as you're higher than your opponent, that is perfectly okay, as you're going to try to win, because the winner of this match will be taking on Team Termy, who is waiting in round 2. This is a double elimination competition, so if you lose, you will get sent down to the lower bracket, but this whole competition is going to be occurring here today. They won't be continuing tomorrow, so we will be crowning that champ, and looks like Trample Champs, Trample Damage, the captain himself, is going up against Coco, the captain of the other team.
It's a creator showdown, and Trample Damage is looking to knock Coco off of her throne. We'll find out soon if this attack at the top Town Hall, level 17, is going to go in Trample Champ's favor. The best that they can hope for is the 3 stars, and that would be certainly a coup if he could pull it off. But otherwise, just the highest percentage between these two creators will set up their pros for the final blow in the best possible position.
My guess at the very start was that he was going to come in with Super Yetis. No, I'm completely wrong. It is the Roots coming in, keeping with the very strong attack, as this RC is charging her way in towards the defensive queen. Giant bombs popping, small bombs as well, trying to keep the Spirit Fox alive, but notice, I was going to say, before the Town Hall shots hit the RC, but he did unfortunately lose the Spirit Fox, and okay, the scatter goes down to the Earthquake, so that's okay there. Let's see, pairs in a log launcher. Okay, let's see.
Really quick heads up play, but man, he is playing at the very edge of this base, and unfortunately, it is a monolith that takes down his log launcher. bad news for Trample damage. He needed that log launcher to crack through these walls and give easy access for this Archer Queen to take the Town Hall down. Now that's going to be a lot of damage soaking these poor roots. The roots are on fire! Multi-Inferno is just beaming through them, and the Town Hall is untouched, Carbon Fin!
Oh no, that Town Hall. Wait. That Town Hall is not even going down. Hold on. No, you gotta come back. This is gonna be hold. The Queen needs to go for the Town Hall. The Giant J comes around, the Overgrowth in the core to help him bring him back to the Town Hall, but he knows he can't afford a 1-star, and the Furnace Mites are a problem. He drops a very late poison onto the Furnace. The Queen does finally make her way to the Town Hall, but the Monolith locks onto the Queen, and the Ice Golem can't freeze, and the Town Hall remains up here, Woody, and Coco is gonna defend for the first 1-star.
Big smile on her face, and the defensive opportunity here is just massive. Huge congratulations to the base building squad over at Team Coco 22 TV, as this 1-star will give them a big leg up following through. It really was just that one structure, the Monolith, able to take down that log launcher early on and deny access to that compartment. That made it so difficult for Trample damage to reach through. He still does have solid percentage here. He's passing the 70% mark, and so just right on par with the creators that we've seen before him. But very unfortunate entry to that tough Town Hall compartment has now left him with just only 1 star. And he's going to need a very impressive defense of his own against Team Coco next.
So now the question is, for Coco, does she change up her plan to go for at least the safe 2, or does she try to go for a 3-star? I am curious what her plan is going to be now. I'm assuming it's most likely not going to change because she's been taking this time to plan it out. I don't know if she's going to be attacking next or if Kronos will be stepping in. They can pick their attack order and figure that out, but unfortunately, Trample damage did just get that 1-star. So now Team Coco, with a couple 2s, they could be looking to walk their way through. And it is Coco. She called Trample damage's base. Okay, she's going in for the revenge. And can she get it?
Soon we will find out. Where is that Town Hall gonna be? Is it deep inside, behind enemy lines, guarded by walls, protected by defenses, CC troops and heroes aplenty? No, it's pretty close to the outside edge. That should give Coco an easy opportunity to claim a 2-star against this base. Maybe even give her a chance at the 3. She's going to be having that Spirit Fox to support her Royal Champion, but she's got to be really heads up on this entry and not make any mistakes. Don't let that bottom compartment hold, Coco. Get in there.
As this RC is charging, giant bombs, traps galore all through here. Oh, turns around, hits the bomb tower. She's going to go to the right side, not to the Town Hall here. But that Earthquake, whenever you take it, it typically is meant so that the RC can grab the Town Hall. But at this point, RC, pop your ability, but she's going to possibly go make her way to the Poison's Bell Tower. And yeah, not to the Town Hall here.
Has also lost her Spirit Fox early on. She is making good use of those Electro Boots, able to take down a few more defenses in the back. Oh, didn't finish off the Expo. But you know what? There's no Builder Huts nearby. It won't get repaired back up. Just a tiny bit more damage will finish it off. Archer Queen now going in next on that bottom side of the base with a Log Launcher as well to roll straight toward that Town Hall. No Monoliths to frustrate the Log Launcher entry point. Only one wall separating that opportunity to get that first star claimed. Log Launcher does go down. Archer Queen right next to it. Hasn't popped her ability yet. There it goes. Oh, but a lot of traps are going to be slowing those troops down. Giant out in front should be able to soak enough shots to get the first star claimed. And Coco just needs to reach 50%, and she'll have a star advantage over Trample champs.
Yeah, moving through. King just deployed to the far left since the Town Hall has been secured. Just has to move her way through towards the top, but there is a Giga Bomb that remains to the top side of the base, so she will have to encounter that damage as an Overgrowth placed right to the core to help with the pathing of these roots. But does the roots get pushed into the geared up cannon? No, Yetis actually came from the Log Launcher. they're still continuing to the core of this base. She has passed the 55%, and we have 2 stars now. Gigabomb went off. Now it's just going to continue her way through. Can she get the higher percentage? As the King's ability will be able to skip through, possibly with a spiky ball. The Warrior's still alive, but he looks like he's going down. But hey, as long as she got the 2, which is what she did, they will keep the lead.
It's a lead on percentage. If she can just surpass what we saw from Termynater, I think it seems likely with that King ability popping out and a few more buildings that she should be able to snipe with these last few cleanup troops. I think that they're going to have not only the star lead, but possibly the percentage lead as well. And I think with still 30 seconds left, Coco's looking fine.
Yeah, Coco's at the 69%, but can still get more with these troops of the Super Barb, Wizard, and a Valkyrie towards the edge of this base. Approaches into the 70s here. So
there it is.
I mean, at this point, they have the lead with stars. That's what matters.
And percentage.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah. Trample got a 71%. So
71?
72.
Okay.
That's all she needed.
There you go. Look at that, by 1 building.
It was starting to look like it was going to be a repeat of the last war where we had seen a team with more stars and lower percentage win. In this case, Coco is out on top with both the 2-star strike and 1 additional percentage to her name. That gives a lot of breathing room to her squad as only 1 attack remains for each team. And in order for this to be a turnaround victory for the Trample champs, not only do they need more stars out of this last round, likely a 3-star, they would need more percentage as well. So very, very tough spot here as we're going to be moving into the last round of attacks now with Mr. C, a Worlds qualified player, moving in against Kronos.
Well, it's a Worlds qualifier for both players here. Both of them will be on the big stage in DreamHack Atlanta, but Mr. C is up first, gets a triple. Can he do it against Kronos' base? Let's see. It is the Roots. Okay, let's see this World Champion get a proper charge through this base, because we know us creators, we don't do proper charges. We completely mess everything up whenever we try. Even though we're trying our best, you know? There's a reason why we're creators and not the pro players.
Well, it's looking on point so far for Mr. C. Good protection for that Spirit Fox as well. High hit points for this little duo. And even with the Crusher Mortar getting a little bit of work off against that hero, she is still going to be marching in deeper and deeper against this base, getting some shots off against the multi-Inferno tower. We do see those CC troops coming on out, so she'll get a chance with this Electro Boost to get some work done against them. Finds that Monolith as well, gets some more damage against that enemy multi-Inferno. Takes out a Ricochet Cannon while she's at it. Oh.
Just
Pops
stops
the Ice Golem by mistake, and that's going to slow her down a little bit. Ricochet Cannon survives, but hey, that was a great charge, Carbon.
But look at the path through this base. The whole core is gone. Gonna unfortunately have to get slowed down by this 1 Ice Golem, but hopefully the healers can keep these Roots alive, and the pathing will lead right towards this Town Hall. Get able to set that up, that troop launcher, launching the troops, mainly those balloons out in front of these healers, pulling these Seeking Air Mines and protecting them as they are continuing around. With 1 Overgrowth still left to use, does he deploy it onto the Town Hall? Probably not, because he wants to take it out, as he could use the Warden Eternal Tome to really protect now.
Charge against the Town Hall is going to be successful. The first star is claimed, and the second one will be following up soon after that. It's a nice clockwise wrap around to the top side of this base. Keep an eye out for key defenses there that could cause problems here. That Crusher Mortar is going to be a lot of big damage. Can cause problems for Root Rider raids if you can't get it down early enough. Tons of splash damage against a big ground-based army could be an issue. Only 1 Overgrowth yet is going to be good spell support for Mr. C. He's holding on to it until later in the raid because he wants to shut down that top compartment and give those troops an easy finishing strike here. I still think 3 stars are quite likely here, Carbon.
Well, we have the King ability still to be used. A Poison Spell Pot on the defensive minion Prince. He's waiting. 38 seconds. Archers at the top. There's the poison to slow him down. The roots, the giant king ability, and this is looking good. As he just waits the overgrowth to disappear. He's shaking his head. Wait for it. Then pop the king ability for the spiky ball to skip through. I think if he popped it now, it would fly all the way to the top side of 12. I don't even know. But there you go. It's a 3, and we have an answer for Trample Champs. But that 1 star, unfortunately, was only giving him a 2-star lead now. So if we, well, in terms of percent, so if Kronos gets a low enough percent, then Trample Champs can actually win.
Oh, they definitely can win. I mean, there was an entire additional star on the other side, but with only one single building in their favor, it means now you pretty much have to see a 3-star response from the other side. That one additional star is not going to help them out a whole lot if they don't have much to back it up on percentage. And so it still is an advantage for Team Coco. Absolutely, still is an advantage. You would expect them to still be the favorite in this match. But there's a big question mark here. Can Kronos follow up for the win? I definitely would expect that it's likely, but we still have 3 minutes to find out.
Well, let's see, as Kronos is going in with the roots as well. RC to the far right side in towards this geared up cannon. If we're looking at the percent, like, yeah, they're down by 2, and 99 is like this basically time percent. So he's got to be going all out in towards this town hall, taking the town hall down. Same with the geared up cannon, continuing through this bottom side into the ground expo, and then makes her invisible. Will she go into the core near this ricochet cannon? Only a couple of invis left, 3 of them, even after that last deployed, and now even making his way straight into the core towards that multi.
And it is so fearsome to be going up against a foe that, even though Trample damage got a 1-star, they still are very easily able to score the win here if this base can hold off. A 2-star 99% would be a tie for these two teams, and so you would expect Kronos to either pull off the triple and get the win, or to fall short. We'll see what happens in a short amount of time. Now as the CC troops coming out are going to get poisoned, he's going to refocus onto the bottom side of the space, and he's done a good bit of damage through with that charge early on, but has to rely on these remaining troops with no big spell support, just one heal spell to try to top him off. It's going to be a lot of damage he's going to have to suffer through before he can reach the end and claim that triple.
Yeah, these balloons are trying to get out in front of the healers to pull these traps, while archers to the far left, they're not really going to be able to do too much other than taking out a few of those buildings, but he's got the heal to help protect, maybe even possibly the healers. If you find red air bombs and they hit the healers, that is a huge problem. We continue through this defensive mini prince. We got an ice comb, 1 rocket loon, and then a warden can still use his ability. Some tasks that pop to the straight to the top side of the base, and there we go. The eternal tome. We've got the troops continuing through towards this top side, but Woody, we've got just under a minute remaining.
This is a terrifying spot for Team Coco 22 to have to root and hope that they can keep their heads high, as Kronos has got 1 minute left to try to make his way to the other side of the space. Still quite a bit of cleanup left to do, and lots of exterior structures, lots of little walls and compartments to have to get through. Can the Root Riders do their job, crack those walls down, and give access to these big damage dealers? We've got lots of support. Healers are still looking fine. Bombs going off all through the skies, but those troops are holding on strong. Kronos, with 20 seconds left, about to pop this king ability and find his last few shots against a tough nut to crack. Mr. C's base is going down! Team Coco 22 TV for the win!
The pros step up in this match, and that's why Kronos was the closer. That triple not only gives him the win by a star, but by 1 building. So he had a pretty much triple to win, and it didn't seem like that. Because of the 1-star that came in from Trample Champs, it seemed like the 1-star made it that they had no chance. They were out of it, but no. Everyone on Trample Champs tripled. No one got a 2-star. The only 2-star in this match was Coco. The only 1-star in this match was Trample damage, and everybody else got the 3-star. So the creators are the ones that kept us on the edge of the seat that, at the end of the day, made this war. Wow.
Well, Coco can take that one to the bank and cash it. She is on the 2 stars win wars side of things here today. And with a 72%, scored more percentage than trample damage. A war well earned in victory. But look at that percentage, so incredibly tight at the 94.4 to 94.2 mark. This is certainly going to be a great squad to see in the lower bracket. Trample champs have got a fantastic opportunity to move in again against Rush to Win. Both of those teams still survive and will go on, but it's Team Termy and Team Coco 22DB up in the upper bracket.
Now we have some bad blood between these two teams.
Oh,
Termy is looking for his revenge, as Coco and Termy, they did a little bit of some wars previously against each other, and it was Coco that came out on top, and Termy has vowed for some revenge. Can he do it? This is the time to do it, because if you do, you win this match, you're advancing to the grand finals, and just making it to the grand finals, you will have that competitive advantage where you don't have to win in a bracket reset. But the MVP is Kronos, of course. He's got to be the MVP. He's the one that came in the final attack to get that 3-star to help his team win this match. And Coco's getting the MVP votes because why not? She is the captain of her team that ended up winning. Mr. C was also the only one to also triple at 17 on their side. Now, unfortunately, it was trample damage that fell short with that 1-star, but still, congrats to Team Coco advancing to round 2 to take on Termy.
Excellent job to both of these creators. They've done a really wonderful bit of research into the Clash competitive scene and identified 2 squads that have really certainly held their own. A 14-13 scoreline is a very good result to expect from these superstar squads, but that's going to be the end of it. Match 2 is now on the books, and with our MVP also confirmed as Chrono, second place, hat tip there to Coco. We are going to be finishing up here, Carmen.
Yeah, we still have plenty more matches to go here today, as the whole tournament will be going on today, and we will crown the winner. But just before we get into match number 3, which will be Team Termy versus Team Coco, we're going to go right into that one. We're going to take a short little break and be right back.
Just working out, working out.
Yep. Did I overgrowth already?
Yes, overgrowth, everything to push back the town hall. Gotta save the town hall.
This 1-star? Pretty good king, for us. The mono? I think this is 1-star. Please. Okay. The healers need to die. Then the queen is dead. She has no ability. Can the king come? Oh no, king is dead. I was gonna say, can the king come back? Bro, this ice golem is about to give me the monolith! It's a 1-star. Oh my goodness. Well, Coco has stress. Breakers around the spell factory, and then you're gonna spam your troops into the army camps / the green building. I don't know what it's called. The black.
Wait, where? Tell me.
At 3 o'clock. So you're gonna spam your wall breakers from 2 to tank, expo, and cannon, and then spam your troops onto the army camps. This is crash.
Oh my god, you're the goat. Holy shit, man. Holy. Good job. Great attack. Bro, what was that charge, man? It's crazy. What the hell?
Let's go, guys! Vamos!
Oh, you're the goat!
That was so
Oh my
clean.
god, what a clutch!
What a clutch indeed from Team Coco, getting the victory. But let's go welcome back the one and only Clash Bashing here. You were on the sideline for the first 2 matches. What were your thoughts of those as we're getting ready for match number 3 here today?
It seems like the creators are going to kind of determine these wars. A bad beat there for Trample. I mean, if you think about it, they lost by a star, but they also lost by 1%. So if that 1% was the town hall, we could have had an all-tied war. But pretty interesting so far as we get ready to move forward into our next war, Carbon.
Yeah, we're getting ready for match 3 in the upper bracket, and then we'll be going down to the lower bracket after this. But this is the storyline. Team Termy is looking for their revenge. He wants to take down Team Coco as they've taken on each other in friendly wars outside of this competition. And it was Coco that was superior, was able to win against him. But let's see who can take this one. Whoever wins is advancing to the grand finals and will have the advantage. Doesn't have to worry about trying to force a bracket reset, because if you're just joining, there is a prize pool on the line. $4,000 for first place, whoever wins. So they are competing for a lot, Bash.
Yeah, and taking a look at Team Termy here. El Chantito, General X, Termynater, the one and only Sanjay Kapoor, and Gum Gum. I mean, El Chantito pretty much put that war away with the time fail in that last war. But I think this is kind of going to be the storyline throughout here. How do our Clash of Clans content creators react and do in this hard mode? That's one thing that we take for granted. This is hard mode. Like, our content creators are used to playing in normal mode, but once you go over to hard mode, man, that 20% extra damage and the heroes doing less and equipment caps, it is significantly harder. Even for those RC charges, like, you have to plan your RC charge completely different than you would in normal mode.
Absolutely. It's a completely different ball game in hard mode at the top town halls. At the lower ones, it's not as big of a difference. But here we go. Let's go and listen in to Termynater as he's getting ready for this match.
So we've all kind of gotten together in Discord. I mean, we've kind of introduced ourselves a little bit. I made sure I sent everybody a direct friend request, message them, make sure that they all confirmed, what town hall they're playing at, and kind of check strategies, check bases, check the meta, and making sure everybody's confident in themselves to win. I know they're confident in themselves, but just making sure everybody is ready for the tournament, for the Clash Combo tournament.
To prepare ourselves for this upcoming Clash Combo tournament, we have set up a Discord group where we can just chat and we can share some bases that we're going to use for the tournaments. We can give feedback to the bases, and most of us have just been doing friendly challenges over and over throughout this week, because while those Town Hall Cups have been quite a while ago, so not everybody is into the game as much as they might need to be for this upcoming tournament. So everybody is just training and training just to prepare best for this upcoming tournament.
You'll love to see the preparations for the team as we see Termynater getting back into focus, getting ready. We saw a little bit of comms going on. I like that we get to hear a little bit of those comms on our breaks, Carbon. That makes it a little extra special.
Absolutely. You're able to hear the insights, the reactions, what goes on, and then you're able to sit down with them and interview them, especially after the match as well. But we are getting prepped and ready to go for this upper bracket match, the third match we have here today. You don't want to get sent down to that lower bracket, but the team going up against Termynater is the one and only team at Coco. They were able to just squeeze out a victory, even though it seemed like they had it in the bag from the 1-star, but from when Mr. C got a triple, it changed the game. And again, it's going to come down to the creators. Will Coco be able to outpace Termy in her attack? As we have Vincent, Kronos, Coco22TV, Winnie, and Exosist. We are already assuming the Town Hall 9s are going to walk through the bases, get the 3 stars, because these pros are so good. Town Hall 12s, they make it look easy. Town Hall 15s is where it starts to get a little sketchy if things go wrong. But then this match will come down to the 17s and see who can do it. Can Kronos and Coco step up for their team and get it done? We know Kronos, he was clutch in their last war. When they needed the 3-star, he got it. He delivered, and can he do it again as they are getting ready for this match, and the pressure starts to mount as they get further in this competition.
Yeah, this is definitely a big war. Having that extra life in the grand final is a huge advantage. We've seen it time and time again. If you lose that one matchup, you're able to get a second chance. But let's go ahead and let's see what Coco has to say coming into this matchup.
To prepare for the event, I think we've all just been making sure that we're up to date with our performances. We've been practicing in Legend League and preparing maybe some bases behind the scenes. I've definitely been practicing different strategies to what I usually do on stream, because I do those for fun, but sometimes they don't always perform that well. So I've been trying my best to try and see what works for me so that I can be best prepared for the weekend.
Preparing. Can they prepare enough for this competition? I wonder, Coco, are you listening to the stream right now? If you are, you should be paying attention to this match. Get your planning in and get that 3-star, especially if you're trying to come in with a Root Rider attack and the RC charge goes the wrong way. All it takes, one slip up. And one slip up from us, content creators, it's hard to come back because we struggle at trying to bring an attack back, even to have a chance of getting a 3-star. It's more or less trying to save the 2, Bash.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough thing, and that's kind of what we've seen through some of these attacks is if that RC doesn't cooperate, man, things can definitely go sideways as everyone's gearing up and getting ready. You can see the focus in here. Vincent just so focused at Gum Gum. I love Gum Gum's sweater here. I mean, in the holiday season already, and it's only October, Carmen. There's still others. Oh my goodness, it's not quite ready for that.
Yeah, it's a little early, especially all the people putting up the Christmas decorations. If they're doing it now, do they even do it after I don't know, right after October? But that is quite early for me. But you know what's not early is 3-stars. We want to see those come in left and right, and we know these wars will be starting off with those 3-stars at the Town Hall 9s and 12s. As we get further along into the tunnels, we work our way from bottom all the way to the top. And if you're just joining, we're going to have a Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, Town Hall 15, and then 2 Town Hall 17s in this competition on every team. And the lower Town Halls do start first. And those kind of go through the bases pretty quickly. But let's take a look at our prediction for this match and who we all selected. And who did you select, Bash, and picking to win this one?
I'm hoping I can stick with T teams throughout the entire thing, so I went with Termy again. I'm going to stay on par. As long as there's a T team available, that's going to be my prediction today. So just getting that out there. I think last month we had someone say, like, you know, they would go with a certain team and then they changed their mind. So we'll see if I can stick to it, but that's my strategy going in, and it seems like I'm the odd man out here.
So that's our predictions, heavily on the side of Team Coco, but no, the audience, you at home, are picking Team Termy, siding with Bash. 51% of the votes going there. That means it's as close as almost a flip of the coin for this match. And at the end of the day, is it going to be Coco, Termy, whoever does a better attack is going to win this war, you think?
Yeah, I think that could be accurate. I mean, the 17s are a little bit tough for sure, especially when you have a base builder like General X, but I think the big shift in the war definitely comes when the content creators attack. Like you mentioned, like Town Hall 9 is almost like a sure 3-star, just can they get it under a minute or not. Town Hall 12 is kind of similar, that's almost a sure 3-star, but we did see the time fail at Town Hall 15, so Town Hall 15 would be a little bit of a wild card in there as well. But I think the 17s, especially if the content creators are hitting first, are the big story here. Final preparations still being made here. But guys, remember, you can get your predictions in. You can watch the stream, earn rewards for your account if you go to the event site, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. Follow along there, and you get a lot of amazing rewards just for following along with our beautiful tournament here at the Clash Combo.
You get the shiny, the glowy, the story ores. So if you want that, you need that to be upgrading your hero equipment, that's the place to be earning all that in-game exclusive items. So you're definitely missing out if you're not over on the event site. But they're getting ready for this match. They're preparing. And the one thing that Team Coco has on their side is they all are able to speak the German. You know, some of these teams in this competition, don't have the ability and the luxury of being able to communicate necessarily in the same language. They communicate in the language of Clash. They can drop a flag on a base. They know that that means their clanmate has called it, but outside of helping to plan or spot, it could be a little difficult if you're not able to speak that language.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's one of the things we kind of see, like, even in the pro scene with like international teams, it's kind of hard to like build and like work together. But a lot of these teams have kind of made it work. Like we saw that with Elevate this season, with Max joining up with them. Max was kind of like the interview guy, as he is the one that, you know, his primary language is English, and they all speak like Portuguese down there in Brazil. So kind of an interesting concept. But we're getting ready. First attacks coming in. Exorcist will start us off for Team Coco, going up against Gum Gum's base at Town Hall 9 here.
Yeah, Exorcist will look to come in with a relatively probably under sub 60-second triple. As these attacks, we've seen what a mix of, sometimes it's Valks, we gotta see Lalo, we can see Hogs, pretty much almost anything. You can even bring the dragons with that Queen's Giant Arrow. They'll be sniping tons of value through a base. But here we go. It is indeed the dragons. There's the Giant Arrow. There is some lightning spells within Earthquake. Air defense does barely stay up there according to the screen, as we are seeing some spinning wheels. But he will be able to deploy the dragon, the minion prince, and then even has 4 more lightnings.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about it earlier, like the hero equipment here at Town Hall 9. It's just absolutely insane as we kind of work towards those higher town halls. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you think about it, Town Hall 9 is almost half of the highest town hall level, so it kind of makes sense that the hero equipment and the heroes would do a lot of the heavy lifting, as we see the heroes kind of do the heavy lifting even at the higher town halls. Like if you have a good hero charge, a good RC charge, good king and queen dive on a base, you're usually set up for success. So it makes a lot of sense that that translates to the earlier town hall levels. Little technical difficulties here. We'll get results for you guys as soon as possible. Just stand by for us. We'll get there, Carbon.
I mean, it'll be probably over quick either way, because these attacks at Town Hall 9 are very efficient, very quick with these pros, as maybe they're able to. Usually what happens is when one person gets the spinning wheels, usually it's for all spectators, so they may all not be able to see it. Granted, Exorcist, if they're on the same voice comms, he could be like, yeah, it's already tripled, I don't know, maybe you just gotta wait for the delay to be able to see it. And then we go able to jump back into it as dragons are down. But we do have, wait a second.
Wait, was it a
4?
disconnect?
I don't know. There's 4 lightning still to use. Normally, oh no. Oh no. That means it had to have been, because why would you not have all the troops down and the lightning?
Yeah, this is definitely a disconnect, Carbon. This is the worst thing that can happen in Clash of Clans. Exorcist, something with the connection, and with the Queen and the Minion Prince guarding the back end of this base, it is going to be very tough. Not to mention that Expo is just kind of propped there in the middle. The dragons are going to try to sweep in and do their best, but with, I mean, this would have been a for sure 3-star, but with him not being able to get all of his troops in,
if you do like this is that if he dropped all his troops at the start and then disconnected, it probably still would be a triple anyways. But
yeah, it looks like he like disconnected like mid dragon drop there.
Wow. Oh man, that is so unfortunate. The fact that he was able to get a few dragons down either way, but yeah, that's a 2-star, and that means that Town Hall 9 could be the difference maker here. At least he got the 2, which means you're not out of it, right? Normally when you get disconnected, it tends to be a 0% with 0 stars. But in this case, Team Coco will have a shot, but that means pressure is on Coco now, and she's going to have to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I had the Town Hall 9s marked down on my stat sheet as 3 stars already. I had to go back and edit that. It's one of those awkward things. It's very rare that we see it in like our major tournaments, but it does happen from time to time. Just a tough break here for Team Coco. But remember, we're still in the upper bracket, so if this does end up coming back to bite them a little bit, it's not the end of the world, because they still do have an extra life as we're playing a double elimination bracket. But man, you hate to see that. That's a heartbreaker for Exorcist. Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but it does happen, and connection issues can occur at any point for anyone. You just got to try to cross your fingers. Hopefully it doesn't occur right when you're attacking Because the worst is when it happens when you're in the attack and then if you get a 0 star or something. But then it's obviously very nerve-wracking when you're like, okay, I'm getting ready for my attack. I'm about to click attack now. And then you get some sort of disconnect issue. And if you're far from your Wi-Fi router, you're going to be like, you get up and you start running. And you start moving to try to get a better connection. And so you don't lose your attack. How many of you watching right now have done exactly that? You're mid-attack or something.
It sounds like you have experience with it. Running to your router. I've never made a mad dash to my router on a disconnect.
You've not? I have 100%.
No.
The moment I see the circles, I'm getting up to try to find a better connection. I'm like, oh no, do not lose this attack.
Well, Gum Gum's coming in with a Wallow. I guess I just accept the fate that it's Dunzo. Let's see if this base will be Dunzo's. We have the Wallow, traditional old school Town Hall 9 attack here. King and Queen Diamond in here, and he knows with that disconnect, he can kind of take his time and just chill out here. I mean, realistically, throughout the tournament, there's a very small chance of a time tie or a percent and star tie. So the time shouldn't be a factor, but you never want to lollygag and risk it, especially here at Town Hall 9. But this one, Gum Gum definitely taking his time on it.
Yeah, with that King, gonna path is around to this air defense, and the Lava Hound is down off to the left with 2 hounds coming in, with 1 from that clan castle. The Skelly spells will be used for the enemy queen near that town hall. Rages up the 1 rage, or rages up the 1 balloons rather, in the Lava Hound, and then save that final rage for the skeletons over the queen.
Yeah, this should be really, really nice, like an old school queen pop style. The strategy here. The skeletons will just get taken out of that queen right there, and there she goes. She's gonna fall down. The lava loons are just gonna tank. 2 of the lava loons never even pop there. And Gum Gum actually emoting oh Royale style here. You love to see it.
Yeah, with 2 hounds still up, doesn't have to worry about time because we know that disconnect from Exorcist, unfortunately. But it's gonna be a 3-star nonetheless. And we'll come down to the attack of Coco and Chronos at Talon 17. Because the other attacks at Talon 12 and 15, as long as they don't disconnect, are going to be pretty much probably on pace for a triple. We see a lot of dragons coming in as we progress through the higher town halls. But a 3-star there for Gum Gum. Well done for Team Termy, as they will take the lead, you know? They weren't expecting it.
I like his expression. It's like, what am I supposed to do? You know, these things happen. Love the champion collapse sweater that Gum Gum has there. Nice little swag. I love everyone kind of has their little bit of swag in their setup there. I mean, it's one of my favorite things if you couldn't tell behind me, you know?
Yep, you've got quite a bit there, representing so much stuff there. But as we are getting closer to the higher town halls, some pressure is going to be coming through as Wayne is in for Team Coco at the Town Hall 12 level. And he has now, 1 air defense does remain to the bottom side, but it's probably fine as does take out the back end air defense. He doesn't need the bottom one because it looks like the queen is going to be responsible for that, as he's going to try to get the queen to path her way all the way down to the 6 o'clock side.
Yeah, dragons will cut her off and push her down there. Also, the warden will go ahead and pull her attention, which will pull her down towards that southern section as well. Stone Slammer is locked on too, but he's going to go ahead and use the Warden's Eternal Tome to protect that, so that single target Inferno can hopefully get taken out by the dragons, and the Stone Slammer will get a little extra life. It does. Nice, beautiful play there. Now it's just that long trounce to the Town Hall and through these witches.
That minion Prince ability was able to launch a bunch of the Skellies there, which was clutch, but the queen did not go to the bottom. So she's not going to be able to reach the multi. The healers are in range of the Inferno Tower, but he's just powering through this town hall. Does still have the Stone Slammer, which is about to open up. Baby Dragon, Headhunter, a couple cleanup minions moving through. That single target Inferno is quite annoying, as it does lock onto this queen. He needs these dragons to get there, but luckily the queen does just walk out of range.
Yeah, just a little bit of a luck out there, but now it's going to lock onto those healers and eat them up. I mean, this attack's a little bit disjointed. It's kind of gone a little bit haywire for him, but it feels like he's got enough force here to power on through the back end of this base. Big things, Queen's got to step up and get this air defense. She will, and that should give this free reign to finish off Sanjay's base. A little bit of a close one, like, you know, with everything splitting, the Queen not cooperating, but ultimately here at Town Hall 12, those dragons are just so strong, especially with that rage gem.
Yeah, the dragon's fantastic. Get right through the space, no worries whatsoever, as Team Coco delivers with a 3-star. Team Termy To get a 3-star, you'll keep the lead by 1 here, but Dragons getting it done at Town Hall 12. A very nice attack. Now he can sit back, relax, and take a very well-deserved break, coming in with 3 stars, as if they were to win, getting to the grand finals, you'd still have to wait several more matches in order to see who you would be facing.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting concept for sure. I love this mixed breakdown. Carbon, have you ever tried like the lower town halls in hard mode? I personally haven't, so seeing this, aside from like the town hall cups, it's kind of cool seeing hard mode Clash of Clans esports for the lower town halls.
I have definitely with the lower town halls, and it comes down to hero equipments. They're just so strong down at the lower town halls. It's been a while since I've played with the lower town halls. Has probably been, my guess, around probably the beginning of this year, almost like oh my god, we're in October there, so it's 10 months now. I think it's really how long it's been. But yeah, hard mode definitely is a little bit harder, but not too much harder at the lower town halls. It really starts to get hard when you start to put extra limitations of like classic abilities, or you can't bring certain troops. That's where it gets pretty interesting. But we are seeing Team Termy coming in with the dragons and several rocket loons, as it's the 6 bat spells.
I love the bat spells. One of my favorite things in Clash of Clans is the bat spell, and at Town Hall 12 I tend to use a lot of bat spells myself. So Sanjay, I'm a big fan of what you're doing, but this battle blimp has to land in there. Did catch a Seeking Air Mine, but the Coco Loon got the second Seeking Air Mine so that the battle blimp can make it, and the Yetis will take down the Town Hall. Now he's just looking to thin this base out. With the bats, you want to get as much of that splash damage. Any multis, any wizard towers, and it looks like we have single target infernos, so the bats, they should be able to surge right on through here. Just that wizard tower up top is the main thing.
Yeah, the only issue though is the splash of the wizard tower. The enemy queen is up. The bats won't be able to do anything to her until everything else is gone in terms of defensive wise. His queen is still alive. Red air bomb. Oh, red air bomb. It's flying to the bats. It's trying to
the wizard tower's there anyways.
Oh no, the wizard tower.
Okay.
Hold.
Wait, the barbs.
It's distracted. It's distracted. It goes down.
The super barbs were perfectly timed, literally perfectly timed there, and got in there to distract that wizard towers with the bats. He did lose some of those bats to that Seeking Air Bomb, or the red air bomb rather, but ultimately the bats thinned this out enough, and with the queen with healers and still a dragon, he should be able to get through here with a minute 25. It might take some time, but remember, Team Termy, they have that advantage after the disconnect. Oh, queen picks up the last dragon though.
Well, we have the enemy queen down to super low health. The king, though, will tank a lot of damage. The queen's going to have to get through another set of walls, and then I wonder how much does that elixir storage have? Okay, not full health. So it's not too much health. So even the clank out, so even the dark elixir storage is low. So the queen can pretty much be able to one-shot these, take those down. But the queen and king, oh no! The combo takes the queen down, and it's a defense, meaning we are tied now in this match, and not so fast here, Bash.
That's one thing about hard mode, Carbon. Remember, your heroes have less damage, but the defending heroes do more damage. So you would think like that queen would be able to sustain, but that king made short work of her. And man, Sanjay with the 98, it looked like it was going to be so promising, but those bats, he just needed some of those bats to survive through that red air bomb. He had a few, but he needed just a little bit more, maybe enough to get out those enemy heroes before his queen made that approach.
Unfortunate there, a 2-star only from them, which means this war is now tied back up. It was the disconnect that came in from Exorcist, but luckily he was able to disconnect and still save that 2-star. But now we move on to Town Hall 15. We start with the Town Hall 9s. We went with the Town Hall 12s, and now it's the Town Hall 15's turn, as we are seeing the Royal Champion charging with the Invis and the Warden's assistance. Going to be able to set up that funnel to push then the Root Riders right on through this base.
A very traditional setup right through here. Does have that heal spell also, so plenty of invis so this Royal Champion can continue to work through here. But man, she's taking a little bit of damage there. Gotta get that timing just right. You don't have the Spirit Fox like you have at Town Hall 16 and 17, so you have to get the timing just right. The use of the Unicorn, I love that, so it can actually get that Royal Champion back up on health. She was pretty low there for a moment and gets some pretty nice value. Now it looks like he's going to go ahead and go with the full setup here on the left side and sweep right on through this town hall section. Should be able to cut off the bottom side of this base without too much issues out there.
Yep, with the redeployment on the Warden and RC, they're moving through, and the Queen's giant arrow came right through the bottom side of this base as he's pushing these troops into the core. The nice thing about that RC charge was actually triggering that early rage spell, so he doesn't have to worry about the raged up defense in this section as he's making the approach right now, as the Queen hopefully can stay alive behind the Pekka to the bottom side. But unfortunately, that giant does get stuck on a wall and not going to be able to advance through this base.
It's starting to beat through there, though. He could get it just in front, just in time there. There goes the Minion Prince's ability of the Metal Pants and the Dark Orb, which will slow down those defenses and protect him. Root Riders are still up, going strong. Real Champion is in there fighting the Ice Golems. Got to get this Town Hall under control as the Giant makes his way back in to the main pack here. Just a couple Root Riders there on the top side. The Valkyries on the bottom side, down there with the Queen. Everything's looking really good, but he's got to make that final wraparound and get through these heroes on the bottom side.
Yeah, moving through the bomb tower. The Royal Champ does have that Rocket Spear launching the shots, moving right on through as his Queen's still alive. Mini Prince came back to life with that Phoenix, making it look easy there. Not too many roots left up, but it's enough. And a 3-star for Vincent. Well done, taking down Team Termy for a 3. And now, if we look at the percentage, it's still on Team Termy's side because of the low percent that came in from the disconnect of Exorcist. But a 3-star will put pressure on the Town 15 of Team Termy to have to answer.
Yeah, with the miss at the lower Town Halls, both lower Town Halls, Town Hall 9 and Town Hall 12, kind of made us a whole new ball game. But the percentage advantage is pretty massive with 31% advantage over to Team Termy. But with still the top attacks to go, anything could happen. I mean, we saw 1-stars in the previous war. You never know what's going to happen. All it takes is, we already talked about it, that RC doesn't cooperate, those invis timings are just a little bit off, man, things can go sideways in a hurry.
Yeah, you do not want to have your attack go sideways because you could cost your team a chance at winning some prize money, as we have the Warden RC charge just like the previous hit, getting that advantage of the Warden pushing right into the single target Inferno. Ground Skeletons popping as we have another Invis protecting, but not going with a Poison Lizard here like we saw in the last attack, but going with the Owl, the Electric Owl, to try to help get some skip value.
All right, well, Royal Champion doing a great job working right on through here. She should be able to go over. Oh, I was going to say she might be able to actually activate the Town Hall and then target it. I don't know if that's the plan here, if he just wants to kind of walk through this area and just kind of thin it out and maybe go right through or sideswipe the Town Hall a little bit later. We'll have to see how that works out as the Royal Champion continuing to work here. Does have the recall, so he'll look to pull her back really soon. There goes the recall. Royal Champion is back in his pocket, so he can redeploy her at any time. And he's kind of just like done like a horseshoe shape around that Town Hall. So it's a little bit of an awkward path here as he has the remainder of the base.
Bash, this could be a 1. He's going all out for this one. He's going to be ending on the Town Hall. The approach is going to be a long approach here as he's pushing his way to the Eagle. Look at this section. Rage up, double scatters, double expos, multi and Eagle artillery. There's the overgrowth on the Eagle. Triple Ice Golems coming out of the Clan Castle. Hopefully he can help take that down, but still has the War Internal Tome and the King's ability, which he's hoping to save for way later, but it looks like the King ability will be forced early now.
King's Spiky Ball surging forward there. Remember, he has the Snake Bracelet on there, which is more of a passive equipment. It's not really going to do a whole lot as far as like doing damage or anything like that. It's just going to spawn those snakes as the King takes damage. And with the King almost fully taken out now, he will spawn that Phoenix and he will be off the board. But it's still a long way to go to this Town Hall. You mentioned it, Carmen. It's going to be a tough one to get through there, but there's a huge 1-star risk here. He swags out the ice block there rather than using it or saving it. I'm not sure he needed to swag that out. Maybe wanted could have saved it for that single just in case he needed it. But go ahead and swagging that out. There's still an invis, and here's the final approach.
Oh, no. He uses the invis for the Queen. She can go get the Town Hall. Barbs around for cleanup. Sends a handful of them over to the right near the town, or not the Town Hall, but the single target Inferno. Only 2 super barbs left. Queen does luckily grab the oh my, the ice golem saves this queen. The ice golem saves the attack right there. Not only does it freeze, but remember, whenever an ice golem attacks a defense, it slows it down, kind of like the frozen arrow. So that slowdown effect helped the queen stay alive longer, and the town hall didn't do as much damage, but it is another fail at Town Hall 15 that we are seeing in the lower town halls, which means that Team Termy is going to come down to Town Hall 17, and hopefully that the 17s for Team Coco aren't able to deliver.
Yeah, and that means there's going to be a little bit more pressure on Termy now. Termy is going to essentially have to outperform Coco, and then the pros are going to have to outperform each other as well. This is a tall task. I mean, he does have General X on his side, so that's always a good thing, especially from a defensive standpoint. But man, kind of not what we were expecting at the lower town halls. We've seen a lot of triples, maybe one miss here and there. I think the other Town Hall 15 fail was a time fail, so we haven't seen a whole lot of those lower Town Hall fails. But now this war, it's a big factor.
Yeah, the lower town halls are determining this match right here. But now we get into the spicy attacks. We get into the Town Hall 17, which is what's going to determine this war, as Coco has claimed her target. She has claimed the one and only MVP himself, General X. Good luck to you, Coco, as she is going in with that Royal Champion charge with a clone spell as well. So no Earthquake, meaning she does not want to push towards this Town Hall, which is typically why you would take an Earthquake. Let's see if she can keep this RC alive and then recall her back.
Somewhat centralized town hall here, not quite in the center of the base, but it's definitely not an easy access town hall, so it's definitely going to be a taller task for Coco to get in here and get that under control. It uses a redirect here to get that Royal Champion pushing towards the top side. Double Giant Bomb is going to go off and damage the Spirit Fox. Another Giant Bomb. There's another Giant Bomb. Spirit Fox is now down, so she'll lose just a little bit of value on those Invisas with one more remaining. I don't know what the targets were, but it doesn't seem like she's going to pick it up, as now the RC spinning is going to go ahead, just recall, get her out of there.
Notice she does still have the RC ability, which typically you tend to see used early, but even before you recall her, and with the invis to try to get that value. But at this point, doesn't do that. Healers do not move on to those routes. There is the blimp for the Town Hall. She wants to be like, hey, Cronus, I can get a 2-star for us, and you gotta deliver that 3. So I'm gonna take the safest possible approach, blimp, and then I can clone up the Yetis. Does the Yetis get cloned? Yes, it looks like they jump the wall with the Yeti Mites, moving to the Ricochet cannons to take it down, as the Town Hall has been secured.
Very safe play here for the content creator, for the team. I like that a lot. You don't want to take any big risks. Sending a clone Yeti blimp is almost a sure way to secure that Town Hall. And if she really needed to, if things were close, she could have used that Warden ability to escort the blimp to that Town Hall. And now it's going to be how much percent can she run up, as there's still so much on the back end of this base. Royal Champion now being targeted by the Minion Prince, and she's not going to get her full ability off. She's taken out. Queen and Warden are in the middle of the base. King's on the outside, but look at the back of this base, Carbon. It is ferocious.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of stuff on the backside. We'll have the King's spiky ball still to use here, but at this point, it's whatever the percentage she can rack up is what she will take here. As the roots, unfortunately, obviously, are all gone at this point, with a couple super barbs around the edge, trying to get into the 80, 78. Hey, it's higher than the previous attack. Yes, she does hit into the 80%, which means that percentage can slowly be ticking back on their side, but they have the star lead, which is what really matters. So if Kronos triples his final attack, they could, in theory, try to lock it up.
But we do still have
if Termy triples, yeah, there's two.
X.
But it's Termy. Will Termy triple?
Termy could triple.
Could he do
Termy's a really good player. I have faith.
He can.
I'm just on the T train today, so I've been rooting for the T teams, and I mean, 50. I guess 50% isn't too bad, but I just don't want to fall to 33% on my predictions here, Carbon.
Can us content creators get it done? I mean, I want to believe in them, but like, has any one of us gotten close to 3-star here in hard mode? I wonder. Like, hey, Clash of Clans devs, maybe just maybe, we could do it where we could set up a war and you say, hey, this player plays hard mode, but this player plays regular mode. You know, why not? This would give us a chance to allow us to not play hard mode and to give us the opportunity to get a 3-star on the biggest stage. I know we need it, but here we go. Terminator's in and he wants his revenge. He wants to get a 3-star against Kronos. Good luck.
Root Riders with the battle blimp so far selected does have the giant arrow on the queen. Does have an earthquake as well, so we can shoot that giant arrow and target, maybe get down a specific target on the base. We'll have to see where that's at. Maybe even weaken up the town hall, take out one of those arrow sweepers so the battle blimp will have free pass. We'll have to keep an eye on that a little bit later on, but for now, remember, he had an issue with that RC earlier. She went down early in the attack, so he's got to get her on track and get her going where he needs to. It almost feels like he might be going for the town hall and the battle blimp could just be an insurance policy here.
Yeah, it does unfortunately. Wow. Nope. Okay. Interesting. So he's going to go switch up to a log launcher, possibly? He's currently got that blimp select. Yeah, he does indeed go with the log launcher. So he wants to remove not only the town hall, but the logs can, in theory, also remove the clan castle behind the town hall to grab that value. But I don't think it will happen because the town, it looks like the clan castle is getting repaired. And the log launcher, it's going to open, and the Giga Bomb is right there for the Yetis.
Yeah, the Giga Bomb's going to go up, but not to mention there's all the troops right in there as well. It's so much going on at any given time. He's got to go ahead and try to just protect these troops. He still does have the warden ability as that overgrowth's going to go in. He does miss the one fire spitter, whether that's intentional or not. I mean, I feel like it is intentional, so he can get that out and then kind of just work his way through and then circle back. But man, a lot of this force has gone down. He's got to work this up and get that percentage up. They were still up 25% coming into this attack, but remember, Team Termy was down on stars.
He waited so long to pop that warden internal tome that all the roots were gone when he did deploy it, and the healers are unfortunately now pulling the red air bombs, and they're taking a lot of damage, and they are going down, and he knows it. Unfortunately, not going the way he wants, as he is continuing to move around to the right side towards the multi-archer tower and the multi, but the monolith remains, and this will be a defense here for Kronos.
But it's still going to be within a number. What did Coco get? 81. Oh yeah, this is still going to be where they're going to have the percentage advantage. So if they can hold a defense and then General X can come in with a 3-star, they can still win this war carbon. They're not out of it yet.
So you're telling me Team Termy have a chance, even though it's a little chance, but they have a chance. If Kronos doesn't triple, which he did in the first match, he did clutch up for their team and got a triple when they needed the most. Because if Kronos didn't triple in the last match when he did at the very end, they would have actually lost the war. And it would have been Trample champs that would have advanced to this match. But it is unfortunately a 74% here for Terminator. And in his interview at the very start, Terminator did say that he was the wild card of this team. All the others, they have a lot of competitive experience. Those would be, he, in his words, considered the pros. So if the creators are the ones that are able to get a 3-star, I think that will be the changing outcome in these matches. But unfortunately, Terminator falls short, 74%. I mean, that's where I would be too. So I don't blame him, you know.
Yeah, I would probably be even lower than that. I mean, hard mode is no joke. Like you have to strictly practice hard mode because the RC timing it's just so much different, and you have to be a little bit more cautious with it, especially going at the town hall. Like you have to get that early invis in. You can't be a split second late, or she's just gonna take that unnecessary damage. But here comes the big moment of this war. If Kronos 3-stars, they guarantee victory. Anything less, and General X can win it for Team Termy. It's gonna be the Root Riders. Kronos had a really commanding 3-star in their first war with the same as the extra. Oh wait, hold on, no wait. Did he use Fireball in that first one? I don't think he used Fireball in the first one.
Nope, now it's Fireball this time. And notice there's no ice block for the Warden because there's a lot of regular buildings to the bottom side. So the Warden will grab this value and then hopefully he can stay to the bottom away from charging in, because at this point I think he wants to be able to route the Warden Fireball to go hit the multi and then take that out. But if he's able to actually hit the Builder Hut next to the Clan Castle, that would be better value, because then he's able to take out both sides. Yes, there's Builder Hut near the CC. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Perfect value.
Look at the middle of that base. It's literally just boom, it's gone. That fireball was just so expertly done. Man, that's another hard thing to do, but that's also why Kronos is a pro, a world's qualified pro at that. That's another thing that I kind of like about this tournament. That's kind of like one of those underlying things, as we have so many world's qualified pros playing here. All 4 of our Town Hall 17 pros will be playing on the big stage at DreamHack Atlanta for the Clash of Clans 2025 World Championship this year.
Whoa. Off to the right side, he triggered not 1, not 2, but 3 giant bombs, then the Giga Bomb on approach. So these roots are staying healthy because the healers hopefully can move to them, as the overgrowth has now worn off. Pulling more
the
red
Valk's still
air
the healers.
bombs.
The Valk's still the healers.
Uh-oh. Valks, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, Valks?
That's a little bit of an issue. In his first attack, those healers
they're back.
stayed
They're
up
going
throughout
back.
the whole attack, but now they're going back. The Valks did pull them to the side. They did take some damage. Now they're running through the poison.
But then they're going into the
healers
heal.
stay up? And now they're healed.
The healers again healed from the heal spell. That works as he continues his way through this defensive mini print. Still has the King, Queen, and RC abilities all still intact here.
Yeah, this is looking like a great recovery here for Kronos. Oh, this one's been a roller coaster. It looked like it was going to be doomed with the healers just going off to the side. I think if those healers stay with the Valks, this one might not get there, but the healers coming back that last second, this gives this one a chance, and it's looking really good. Just that King's gonna be in the way, but Kronos, he's got to feel good about his chances here.
Bash, guess what? We started this war with a disconnect, thinking that could cost your team. No, your team comes back, and Team Coco is advancing to the grand finals of the Clash combo. Just like that. We will have one more attack from General X, but the best they can get is 12 stars. So Team Coco's already guaranteed themselves second place. What was the prize pool of second? Because I know first place is what, $4,000?
Was it 2,000 for second?
You know, that's not bad. You know,
Yeah,
guaranteed
yeah.
second there. Take it.
Yeah. For a nice little day's work here, you know, playing some Clash of Clans for a day, earn at least $2,000.
Yeah.
Confirmed, you know, by production here. That's not too bad, Carbon. That's not too bad at all. But yet, they could still, you know, get that $4,000. I mean, that's a nice thing. But we will have our final attack for General X coming in here in just a moment, going against Coco's base.
Coco knows it doesn't matter if she gets tripled or not. So let's see what General X can bring with the dragons, as the Dark Crown is there with the Minion Prince. Rockaloon's off to the right. Invis right off the bat for the Raw Champ. Gonna go with a boatload of Invis spells. 10 of them remaining, as the Rockaloon was there to really try to help set the funnel, as Tesla's up. There you go. More Rockaloons to try to continue to path the RC where he wants. But okay, she just go back down the bottom, then she can make her way into the core near that multi.
Yeah, she's off to a good start right here, but this is like one of those things we're kind of talking about, is like just that timing on the RC. If you don't have it right, you can take that extra damage. If you run into those bombs, you can take that extra damage. There's just so many factors of keeping that Royal Champion alive. And throughout the season, we started seeing some of the pros going with the Queen and the Warden charge, which was a little bit of a safer approach. But General X, one of the best to do it, is having a really good run through here. That poison's going to slow him down just a little bit, but he still does have a handful, well, I guess 2 more now in Visas. The main thing here, though, Carbon, he got those multi-target Infernos out on the backside. He does still have that one towards the top over there by the Minion Prince, but I'm assuming he's going to fly the dragons through the... Oh, wait a second. I thought he would go dragons over there by the laboratory about the 2 o'clock position, but he's actually going to go on to the left side and make the long approach through here. Okay.
Well, might as well, because it doesn't matter. There's no risk to it since you can't win this match.
That's
But
true.
notice one of the reasons is because look at where the air sweeper is next to the Queen. It's pointing up to the town hall. So why come from the top side and then get pushed backwards when you could come from behind the sweeper, take the sweeper down, and then move your way towards the town hall? But we do have a siege barracks and Queen, which, interesting enough, are placed to the far right side. which they can then grab the air defense, grab that value as they all converge together to meet towards that town hall.
Speaking of converging, these dragons need to converge and get together. Oh my, he barely keeps that one dragon alive. Now it's going to go down as it got out of the Warden's Eternal Tome. These dragons have kind of just been all over the place on this attack. So does have Minion and Prince abilities that'll slow down some of those defenses. Has an Ice Golem that can tank for those queens that he just popped the ability, has the giant out in front. And there goes the Minion Prince just working through there. It's looking really good for General X, but man, there's still those strong defenses. When you have that Crusher Mortar, the dragons are one of the best ways to counter a Crusher Mortar.
I mean, even though General X, this triple is not going to win the war, he's going to win the MVP probably, right? I mean, it's guaranteed. It's written in stone that he can't lose that vote. I guess all of you at home make that decision. You're all the ones that are submitting the MVP votes on the event site. So be sure to go get the MVP votes in for whoever you want in this match. But General X gets the 3 stars. But it's not enough. Team Coco are going to win by a star, and they lose on percentage. 89.6 to 93.2, but it's enough. 13 stars to 12. Crazy to think about that. The disconnect from Exorcist and Channel 9. They still end up winning by a star. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah, and then you saw General X throwing his hands up there like, hey, you know, I did what I was supposed to. Just kind of uncharacteristic to see 2 lower town hall fails. Like even Exorcist, like they only had the 1 lower town hall fail and they just couldn't take advantage of it. I mean, Sanjay just couldn't get in there. That King melting his queen, El Trencito, like that attack just a little bit disjointed as well. And then ultimately, like our content creators, like we don't really expect them to 3-star. We are kind of playing the percent game there, but man, having that miss at 12 and 15, that was a big factor in this war.
Big factor, and it made all the difference. But Team Coco is going to be sitting in the grand finals. They can kick their feet up and wait to see who their opponent will be. It'll take some time to figure that out because we got to see next matches to come through. But let's go ahead and update you with the bracket and where the teams remain, as Team Coco is sitting in match number 6, which is the grand finals. But we will focus our attention to match 4 as we now shift gears from the upper bracket and go down to the lower bracket, where Trample champs will be taking on Rush to Win. And at any time you lose in this, for any matches here in the lower bracket, you will be eliminated from the competition.
Carbon, I'm noticing, what if Trample champs win? Then it's Trample champs versus Termy. Then there's 2 T's. Which T do I pick? Oh no, this could be very devastating for me, as my picks are already in shambles here today. But our bracket is shaping up really nicely. And I'm hearing that we have the MVP. Can General X steal the MVP here, Carbon?
Right? Did he? Let's see. Is it General X?
No.
Oh, no, it's not. It is Kronos. I mean, it makes sense, right? He helped with that triple in the end. If he didn't triple, they would have actually ended up losing this war. So he clutches up yet again at Town Hall 17 in hard mode and advances to the grand finals. But talking about the T's there for Bash, if you're trying to pick, well, Trample Champs only has 1 T, while Team Termy have 2 T's. So your choice there.
Well, I guess we'll have to see if that's how this shapes up a little bit, because so far the T strategy is not working out for me here today. But we're having some fun here with our content creators, our Town Hall Cup players, the lower Town Hall Cups. It's really interesting seeing these wars. And I didn't think, like, I thought in this war I was like, oh, they're just done for. Like, that would just be awful. But 2 low Town Hall fails. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back. We're gonna have an elimination matchup. We're gonna have just a quick break, and we'll be right back here with Clash Combo.
Oh my god, that red air bomb, no way.
It's not fast enough. Or is it? As long as he's single.
Oh my
that
god.
Red air bomb, that red air bomb, man. It was
That's crazy, dude.
chasing those bets for like the whole attack. Holy moly. Can that ice column go down, please?
Ooh.
Is that one also a bad thing?
Yes, they both are.
Yo, if we win, I'll shout out Badzinger for their
I
base.
just copied the newest bases from the LC. The healers! You gotta be kidding me. Healers, there is no way. That would be
That is crazy.
You can heal that.
They're following.
They're back.
Okay.
And welcome back to the Clash combo, and welcome back Itsu. Itsu, you ever think that the low town halls would be the ones to decide these wars?
I mean, I was quite surprised. I feel like already after the disconnect early on into the match, it kind of felt like, okay, how do we cover this now? But somehow the defenses on town 12 and town 15 were up for the task and they were able to clutch it back. And I mean, I don't know what this team is doing with Kronos, but he is on a roll right now. He's just 3-starring left and right every single base.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love that. But we actually have the winner, the captain from that last matchup, Coco, joining us for an interview here at the Clash combo. Coco, how are you doing? How are you feeling after that last victory for your team?
I'm doing so good. The vibes are good. I'm very excited. Everyone's playing very well, and I just can't wait to see what happens in the grand finals.
That's right. I mean, everyone is indeed playing really well for you and your team. Looking back at it, we have already talked about like how the creators are doing, and looking back at it now, were you so far happy with your performance and the techs you have done so far?
Well, I've for sure been very nervous. This is outside of my comfort zone for sure. So putting that in perspective, I think I'm doing okay. I think personally, I felt so much better on the second attack than the first one. So hopefully it will do the same thing on the third one then as well in the grand finals. But yeah, my goal has been, of course, to be hitting that 80%, pushing the 90s. That would be obviously my ideal perspective. I mean, pushing for a 3-star sounds great, but in hard mode, when you don't really have that much experience participating in hard mode matches like all of the other players. So I'm pretty happy, but I still want to step it up and maybe try and calm my nerves a little bit more.
It's tough. Hard mode is no joke. But speaking of hard mode and 3 stars, you guys kind of caught a little bit of a break there. How was the team feeling when that first defense came in and then the second defense at Town Hall 15? Did the momentum kind of shift back towards you guys at that moment?
Well, obviously, after we had the disconnect, we were all a little bit shocked. We were very happy that it still managed to get the 2-star on there. But I think we just never really gave up hope. We said anything can happen. We know that Town Hall 15s can also be a bit hard, 12s depending on what happens. I mean, anything can happen in hard mode, it feels like. Even though when we look at the past Town Hall Cups, we've seen a lot of consistent triples. But yeah, I just think we never really gave up. We always pushed through to the end, and we held our hopes high and had confidence that we could do it on performance, and it actually worked out pretty well.
I mean, talking about the team atmosphere and as well, like talking within the team, how do you feel like now participating with so many pros and with like such like top teams, you have to say, with like Kronos, Exorcist, like being on the world stage already? Is there anything which maybe has surprised you, or was there something which you have learned already playing with them together now in this short amount of time?
I mean, Kronos, I think if anybody's been around in the scene a while, I think everybody knows Kronos is a big hype man and he's very motivated to win. And I mean, everybody loves to win, but I feel like Kronos is one of the ones who likes to scream it the loudest. Hence the reason why I thought that would be a really good dynamic for me, but also for the team that I chose. But I don't think anything has surprised me personally, because I feel like, I mean, I've been around the esports scene a while. I feel like it's nice to see it from their perspective, from the way that they plan. and all that, but nothing technically has really like surprised me out of the blue.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. I think having Kronos is like a secret advantage because that man can motivate anyone. I've had that from personal experience. Like he's like pep talked me in the past, so you love to see that. I guess, how are you guys feeling? I mean, are you guys just gonna chill here and just kind of scout out the opponents, stick to the game plan? It almost feels like you're going with like a pretty safe 2-star approach on your bases. Is that kind of your plan moving forward?
Personally, yes. If it's a bit hard sometimes to see how that I can make it past that back end. Obviously, I've had a lot of help from the community, from Kronos himself. I mean, I've had Crispy help me, I've had GK Tim help me, and Kronos obviously himself giving me some advice and some tips over the past week, which has really helped me. But if I struggle to find a plan that I can actually see pushing all the way through, I've been trying to actually get the safe 2-star with as much percent as possible, especially knowing that even if I had a plan that could triple, the nerves are probably going to be what holds me back.
With now more and more of the tournament shaping up, who do you think do you have to face with your next match? Like with the remaining teams so far have done as well really well. Who do you think do you have to face next? I don't know. I think the lower bracket it's still pretty stacked. I think there's really good team chemistry as well between some of the other teams, and even if there isn't that like the same type of team chemistry, I think there's still a lot on the line. Like Trample, for example, he's got so many town halls, which made me worried, like, oh, he's probably got a lot more practice because he's got like 4 town hall 17s, and where I have only 1, so I have like 8 attacks a day. So I'm not sure who we'll be facing in the grand finals, but I'm excited to find out who I get to meet there.
Sounds good, Coco. Well, we'll let you go. Get back with your team. Get those final preparations. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. We'll see you guys just a little bit later on today as we do shift down to that lower bracket now.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
Well, and with that, we are as well then slowly but surely getting ready for our next match, and that is going to be the first lower bracket match, which is going to be the first match where after that we are going to lose one of those 4 teams for today's overall bracket.
Yeah, and it's a tough elimination matchup, but you know, it's in any kind of competition, someone's got to lose. That's just the brunt of it if we're being honest here. And this is going to be our first elimination matchup, setting up for that grand final, but we have to get through the lower bracket, set that stage first, and we're going to go ahead and shift gears and move forward into the Trample Champs versus Rush to Win. A little bit of a heartbreaker for the Trample Champs, as Trample himself had that 1-star. I mean, I felt really good about Trample coming in here. I mean, I know him personally, I've talked with him, but I've also faced him in Clan Wars, and that man is a really good attacker. But I think his 1-star goes to show that hard mode is a completely different game. It's hard for a reason.
Yeah, and I was actually surprised because just from the Roy tip in charge, looking at that, he did that in such a good way, because you can already see from the beginning on like how attackers are like skipping defenses to really maximize the value of the Electro Aura. And he did all of that. He even redirected the Royal Champion when he had to. He skipped defenses, everything as he should do. But then this one lock launcher not opening up the Town Hall for his queen, and that has really cost him for the attack, even though I feel like his attack otherwise mechanically was one of the best for sure. And he has a really strong team around him. So I think they have for sure a solid chance with this one, especially if Trample can like not get as unfortunate as in his first attack, because I feel like that attack did really not represent what this man is capable of.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that statement there, Itsu. I think Trample's going to look to bounce back here, adjust the plan as necessary, but it's also like, you know, hard mode, it doesn't take much to throw off an attack in hard mode, and we've seen that a few times today, not even with our content creators, but some of the pros as well. Even the lower town halls that last war, the lower town halls decided the war. It had 3 misses out of those 6 attacks, and ultimately that was what decided who won that last matchup.
Yeah, I feel like even though, like, let's make it a fair comparison, let's say it was 2.5 fails because it was 1 disconnect.
True,
okay,
true.
so I mean, that was quite unfortunate. I think he could have had a really good chance of like still 3-starring that since it was Town Hall 9. But overall, you're right. We were both surprised by the Town Hall 12 and as well by the Town Hall 15 attacks. But let's listen in and hear a quick word from the team Trample champs.
So in competition, I know that the Town Hall 9, 12, 15 tournaments have been running over the course of the summer, and I do have Town Halls at all the lower levels, so we were talking as a team about any possible needs for practicing or imaging or anything, and everybody, Muffin and Sir Iron and Tebow all said, hey, you know, we have a lot of great base layouts already, we can do friendly challenges against ourselves, but we feel set and we feel ready for this. My clanmate, Mr. C, who plays for MMG, also kind of has that same feeling because he practices hard mode attacks all the time, obviously, but he did tell me, hey, we should spend some time this week practicing at least a couple of different attacks on a couple of different base layouts. So we are going to spend a little bit of time, I think tonight and maybe another day or two before the event, just to get me a little bit more practice, because I think all of us on the team recognize that I certainly pose the biggest liability.
So we've started taking a look at different bases. I know I've reached out to various sources to get some bases. I think with it being a mixed Town Hall competition, we're kind of really placing a lot of individual responsibility on each player to know what they need to do at their own Town Hall level. So yeah, I think everyone's just kind of been preparing their defense, preparing their offense, and we're getting ready for the competition.
You love to see those preparations, and again, like I talked about this throughout our World Championship season. This is one of my favorite moments, like seeing those preparations, seeing them shift to like game mode here and getting ready for the war to start as Team Trample. Mr. C, actually a clanmate of Trample. That's why he selected him as his pro, because they have a long history. I think if they have that long war streak, did it say so 2024 was the last time they've lost a war? That's insane to think about.
Yeah, that is really impressive. And I mean, both of those players, I think, can show up for sure for the team, but especially Trample. I just wish for him that he can like revenge himself because of that first match. It's so unfortunate to see him like fail like that, and I just hope for the best for them. But as well, talking about that, all of the different players have to individually like get ready on their channel levels, and having then Sir Iron on your lineup, who's as well like one of the best base builders out there, is I think a really big bonus, and making sure that you have the option there. But we're hyping up one team. We should take a look at the second team because they have a really tough opponent as well on their horizon, which they have to face here, Bash.
The team Rush to Win, led by content creator BDLegend. I'm a big fan of his content. Ben, Psycho, BDLegend, Celino, and Rico. I mean, we got former world champions on here. Having Celino as your pro, I mean, having him lead, he's so used to being in that 5 spot. So like, that's got to be a nice thing to kind of have in your back pocket. And they looked pretty solid in that first war. It was just a little bit of misfortune there. I mean, we had the 95% at the Town Hall 15. I'm sure BDLegend's going to look to get his percent up, but I mean, he did pretty solid with it. 72% 2-star. I mean, I feel like that's pretty average here for our content creators thus far.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty in the middle. That's for sure. I mean, we have seen, unfortunately, lower scores as well, but as well some of the higher scores. I think Coco was so far one of the highest for the content creators. So BDLegends for sure is going to try and somehow at least tie that. But we have as well a short statement from BDLegends and his team.
To prepare for the tournament, we've been talking within the group chat, and I think within the last like 2-3 days or so, we're going to be looking to each other to give ourselves advice. I'm definitely going to be taking a lot of advice from the pros, because obviously they have so much more experience than I do. So I'm going to be taking a lot of advice from them to find out exactly what I should do in what scenarios, and then we're going to go from there.
I think that's a pretty sound strategy, especially like with the hard mode and like not too much experience on the big stage. Like leaning on those pros is definitely what you have to do in this situation. They've been here, they've done it all before. So take advantage of that wealth of knowledge that they have and they bring to the table. As you see, the comms are being had. Celino in there, he's really focused in. You see his army screen as he's getting those final preparations made for the base that he's going to be attacking. And Ben as well. I, again, just love this moment here.
Yeah, everyone getting ready. You see they're concentrated, taking a look at their bases they have to attack. because for everyone who does not know about this, those matches are typically with like a 45-minute wartime. And usually the first attack is starting like roughly 8 minutes after the war started. So you have 8 minutes to come with your plan, build your army. And I feel like just getting the army ready, picking the correct siege, picking the correct clan counter troop, the correct equipments, that already alone sometimes takes like 8 minutes. So they have to be really quick with the thinking and the first attack. But let's take a look at the predictions for this matchup between Rush to Win and as well their opponents. So who do we go with?
Ooh.
And it seems like, well, we're all going with the team with the T, right?
Yeah, there we go. T strategy's paying. I can't lose against you guys this one, but so far my predictions have been really bad. I'm hoping that shifts around here, get me back up to 50%. But let's see what our audience has to say about this matchup, and they should be coming in here any moment. Here it is. Actually, BDLegend with the advantage, a big fan favorite out there, kind of makes sense. So we'll see who's right, us casters, team casters, or team audience as far as prediction. It's you know, why didn't we get team casters for this? Anyway, you guys can get your predictions and go to the event site, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. You guys can follow along, earn rewards for your accounts. That's something to think about it too. What if we had team casters, playing in here? I think we could do pretty well.
But now the question to you, who would play which town hall level?
Ooh, well, I think I have to take like Town Hall 9, the easiest, because, well, it's me. So, I think Carbon can play pretty much anywhere. He's pretty good. I think we have to have you anchoring at 17. We'll have Woody. I think maybe I'll give Woody Town Hall 9. No, Woody could go Town Hall 12. I want the easiest one. And then Judo or Lex, they could be the other 17.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, let's sign up for the next one. But we are not in this one instead. Instead, we are going in for this match right here. And we have Rico again going in with the Dragon. Some lightnings in here as well to take down another air defense. And as well, the Giant Arrow. Line that up perfectly. And there we go. Getting the Sweeper as well, the air defense out of the way. And some other buildings as well. As the Giant is then walking around, charging that queen in there. And something which we see already like as a trend right now, the Town Hall 9s are not really afraid anymore of a time for anything. They take their time. They're approaching the bases way slower just to play it as safe as possible because there is no need to rush for them.
Yeah, in the Town Hall 9 Cup, there was definitely a need to rush because all of these wars were decided on time because Town Hall 9, we talked about like the hero equipment stuff. But now, like when you have the mixed breakdown, you can kind of just chill out a little bit and just secure that 3-star. So it's kind of got to be a little bit of a relief for them. Like Town Hall 9, like they got to just be like chilling here. Although, like, you know, we did see that disconnect, so that's not all just sweet dreams and sunshines and rainbows out here. We did have a little bit of drama in the last war with the Town Hall 9, but Rico's got everything in here, and it's looking really solid for a 3-star.
Yeah, but I feel like I don't want to take anything away from the players, but I feel like as long as you're putting your troops down, you're good to go with a 3-star in most cases for Town level 9. And that is exactly what happened here. A great plan overall, a nice angle for the Giant Arrow and the wall break on the far right side to get that queen in. And it seems like that there's quite some of those dragons left alive, and Rush to Win are starting things off strong with the first 3-star on the board. And we need Trample champs to answer as well on the Town Hall level 9.
Do you think like maybe their teammates are like, hey, Town Hall 9, slow down a little bit so we can get a little bit of prep time? Because remember, we already talked about they only get the 8 minutes initially, but with the Town Hall 9s going at 1 minute per attack, when you're maybe expecting like 3 minutes, I mean, that's like 4 minutes of prep that you lose. So if they can kind of strategically slow it down, they can help out those other Town Hall levels. I mean, something to think about. 40 chests there, but it's definitely a factor. As the faster you go, the less time your other teammates have to prep.
Yeah, or you're playing 5D chess and already thinking like, oh wait, we have quick plans, like we have all of our plans set, so let's try to go even faster so the other team has less time to plan. Okay, we are now getting into the strategy part here, Bash. We are ready. And now ready as well, Sir Iron with his next attack. We're seeing a Lado with a lot of minions, 18 minions. What is this? man doing? Is he farming and trying to get that loot as quickly as possible?
Lavalunian, I mean, I know we're big fans of Lalo and Lavaloon, but Lavalunian back in the Town Hall 9 days was really, really prominent. I mean, now we have a minion prince in there as well, an air hero just to make it even better. I love seeing this attack. This is so much fun. Does have the 2 skeleton spells in there that'll help distract that wizard tower and just get things taken out. Does have to get that enemy minion prince under control, but everything is looking really strong here.
Yeah, the bush is looking strong. The defending minion prince is getting as well taken care of. And we see Sir Iron being happy. I think he's not really celebrating, but let's call it. He is happy with how things have went and getting that 3-star in completely safe. No risk whatsoever. And this means both teams are tying things up after the first attack each. And now it's back to rush to win. But we're upping the town level, which means no Town Hall 9 anymore. We are going to Town Hall 12.
Town Hall 12 will be next up, and that's where we started to have some of those issues in the last war. I mean, the Town Hall 12s, it's not a sure thing. I mean, I think it was technically, well, no, yeah, maybe a time fail, but the Town Hall 12 is not a sure thing, and that's where the base building comes in. We have some of the best base builders in the game also here playing at these different Town Hall Cups. It's one of those kind of little factors that comes in. You don't really think about it, especially like when we're seeing a 1-minute attack, but the base building can definitely play a factor. All it takes is just one building and you get that star advantage. Remember, stars win wars here, so having 1 star from one of these lower town halls can definitely shift the war as we go to the late game. But Ben will be our Town Hall 12, and he's got dragons.
He got dragons indeed. I personally just hope for like some super witches as well, because super witches in Town Hall 12 are as well incredibly strong. But I mean, dragons, they're just such a safe call. I mean, they're so strong, so reliable. And especially with the giant arrow, you can already deal so much damage to the base, create pathing, take down key defenses, and this base at this stage where we're talking has already no defenses left anymore. Like air defenses.
It's so thinned out already, and the rage gem there on the warden with the eternal tome, it's just such a nice little combination. That sweeper will push him back a little bit, so he's gonna have to fight through that. But there goes that free spell to go ahead and negate it, and he does have another free spell, but the minion prince with that dark orb will slow down the eagle artillery and that sweeper, allowing him to push through the middle of the space now.
Yeah, really good, strong, really strong push looking for him. Really good here. And I mean, there are more dragons alive than he started with, it feels like. There are just so many dragons. Even the queen is alive for him. He has another freeze as well. And this is going to be a really solid 3-star. The minion prince as well, looking strong in the middle of the space. And we have Rush to Win, getting things done again on the next town level, which is Town Hall 12 right here. Now, Trample champs, again, they have to answer. Let's see if they're going to pick dragons as well. I'm cheering for those super witches. Let's see if they're coming in eventually or if we're going to sticking to the dragons. But that's as well really cool for everyone out there watching. If you are on one of those town levels, you can really learn from those pros playing those different strategies and as well knowing what the best strategies look like. And dragons are dominating on most of those town hall levels.
Oh yeah, all of our Town Hall 12 attacks have been dragons, although we have had a little bit of variation with the drag bat in there, but also that's where we had the issue was that drag bat attack. So it almost feels safer to go with the straight up dragon attack, as we'll see Muffin coming in next for the Trample champs. Definitely don't want to fall behind here. You kind of gotta just keep par with whichever team attacks first. You kind of just gotta keep pace with them and match whatever they do, and it's gonna be straight up zap dragons again.
That's right, we have the giant arrow flying across, we have the lightnings in there as well, and this means yet again there are no air defenses left. If at least I don't see any of them left anymore. Dragons from the top side pushing the remaining dragons in, and then we have the dragon push starting from the top right side.
There's one air defense, but it's facing towards the queen down there, so it's not actually a factor. He doesn't have to worry about that at all. Warden's gonna go ahead and go right through this town hall. That'll be all good. Headhunters come out, but they're just taken out with one fell swoop from those dragons. And there goes that Warden's ability to protect everything. And it's just so fun watching these dragons just dismantle these bases. Man, at Town Hall 12, I tend to use a lot of like witches and yetis. I kind of feel like I need to start learning some Town Hall 12 dragons.
I feel like witches are really strong, but you can counter them with like outside giant bombs. This is as well what you see right behind that Archer Queen, the giant bombs on the outside and such. Well, like, I think there were some traps on the outside. So you can counter those witches more with good base building. While on the other side with dragons, it is way harder to counter them, because what do you do against a giant arrow flying across your base? And you have so many dragons in this attack that the black mines do not really matter anyway. So yeah, I feel like it's way harder to defend here.
With our sister Clash game, Clash Royale, making a resurgence, we're seeing those emotes coming in. Just imagine if we had Clash of Clans emotes, like you just see someone emoting you during your attack. Oh man, it'd be so distracting trying to do an RC charge and there's like a little emote popping up. Muffin gets the 3-star. We are all squared away with 6 stars apiece. And look at that, Itsu, the time. Very close. 1 second separating these two clans.
That's right. Time is really close. On the other side, I feel like I'm not really sure if time is going to be the deciding factor. This is kind of like the sad news. I mean, it would have been, just thinking out loud, it would have been maybe cool if those lower town levels would have been 1 versus 1s. And like whoever is going to win that head-to-head is going to give your team 1 point. Whoever is going to get 3 points first is going to win the entire match. This way, Town 9 matters, and as well, they would need to go for time, right? But again, just thinking out loud here.
That could be cool. Like, instead of like, it's still 5v5, but it's 5 points best of 5. So the first team to 3 points rather would win. But then you could also have the war decided after attack 3, and the Town Hall 17s wouldn't matter. So a little bit of give and take there. It's an interesting thought. I don't mind it. It's definitely an interesting thought. Psycho comes in next with those Root Riders. All of our Town Hall 15 attacks have been the Root Riders. So a common theme there throughout these lower Town Halls. Town Hall 9, we see a little bit of variation, but it seems like at Town Hall 12, it's all dragons. At Town Hall 15, it's all roots thus far.
That's right. No Warden with the Royal Champion together this time around. We have seen this now plenty of times where we're seeing the Royal Champion charge, but in combination with the Warden, because you have to keep that Royal Champion invisible, because, well, there is no Fox in here, but then just add the Warden as well on top. On this one, Psycho felt like, I don't need that, I would just go in with the regular Royal Champion charge. No support there from the Warden, and now he needs to make sure that he is having somehow good push into the core, into the eagle of this base.
I like the little play of putting the unicorn on the RC for those RC charges. I think that's a little underrated thing here at the Town Hall 15 level. Like, that just adds so much value. Yeah, you don't have the Spirit Fox, but man, being able to heal her back up is really nice. Poison goes down on those Clan Castle troops as the Furnace will spawn those Fire Mites and the Ice Golems. We're gonna stall everything up, but with the Monolith down, that's definitely gonna alleviate a lot of that damage as things are starting to get frozen from those Ice Golems.
Yeah, and we see always the play of bringing the Ice Block spell for the back end. So as soon as the town is going to explode, he's going to Ice Block all of his troops. Right, yep, right there we go. So he's blocking the damage of that town explosion, really making sure that that is not having as big of an impact. And now going for the back end with 2 hero abilities left. This is looking really good.
Looking strong indeed. As soon as that King Spiky Ball and Earthquake Boots open up the remaining compartments here, Queen's gonna go ahead and spawn her giant from her action figure equipment as well. One of the most meta equipments in the game right now, a big factor since it came into the game. Now those Clone Queens working on the cannons, everything's spread out a little bit, but that King taking a considerable amount of damage, but luckily that Ice Golem is alleviating a little bit by slowing down the Expo, and this looks good for Psycho.
Yeah, this is a nice 3-star for Rush to win, and they have now completed all of those non-Town Hall 17 attacks and in a really successful fashion, which means they are starting off strong. Trample champs have to follow this now. They have to as well to get their last 3-star in for the non-Town Hall 17 attacks, and then we're getting into the highest Town Hall level, where as well the creators are then coming in, having to really show up for their teams.
And this could definitely be a war where the content creators decide the matchup here. We've kind of seen the content creators be at that around 70% mark, but we did see a 60, we did see an 80. So if you can kind of get into that 80% range, if we saw 90% from a content creator, I think that could really sway a war. I mean, I feel good about our pros, but even for the pros, Town Hall 17 isn't a sure thing. So still a lot of war to be played here. I mean, we still have another Town Hall 15 attack that they have to triple that before we even consider the Town Hall 17s, but it definitely feels like this is a war where the content creator attacks are going to weigh really heavy.
Yeah, I mean, for the pros, for sure, the attacks are not a given either. We had roughly a 40% success rate in the monthly qualifiers for the pros. So it's far from saying, oh yeah, the pros are going to 3-star. Anything can happen over there. But we have the next and last attacker for the non-Town Hall 17 level. And this is going to be again a Royal Gem in charge, but this time around with the Warden together. It is versus a double Invis Tower base. This is like a Town Hall 17 meta base for Legends right now, which is quite popular. But this is not just converted pretty much into a Town Hall 15 base and looks really interesting. And that bottom compartment is stacked with traps.
Yes, it is. You see everything getting blown up there. Lost the unicorn. This base can be tricky. It is a very common design, but if you haven't really played it a lot, it is a base that can definitely stall you up and cause some issues. Because if you don't take care of that first invis, it's going to push your troops all spread out throughout. If you don't get that invis taken through by the Town Hall, then your troops are going to ignore the Town Hall. He's going to go ahead and use the giant arrow to get the Town Hall invis activated. Missed the other one, but that could be okay because it probably would have respawned anyways. He can deal with that by using the Minion Prince's ability and shooting that Dark Orb to activate that invis a little bit later. We'll have to see if he does that or if he decides to use his Ice Block to hold all those troops in that compartment.
Yeah, he's trying his best. Minion Prince so far. There goes the ability, and yes, it's act. Wow, that was a crazy turn. I'm not sure if he activated that manually or it was just the auto ability from the Minion Prince, but that angle, that turn was crazy good for him. Eternal Tome or Warden ability is still able to be used. There we go, making sure that he has this healing now active, and the Warden hopefully staying alive.
Yeah, that's definitely a big thing. Road Champion now throwing those rocket spears, the roots surging forward into that heavy compartment. And remember, on the left side of the base, we still have the King, the Minion Prince, the Tesla farm, the multi-inferno. Not to mention there's still a scatter shot over there on the right. Looks like we have fire mites still spawning out of the furnace. That furnace looks like it has about a third of health, so some fire mites will still spawn in there. But the big thing, can he get through the Minion Prince and the King in the back? As his Minion Prince just goes down.
Minion Prince went down, but it takes the defending Minion Prince with him. We have now the Royal Champ with the action figure, and as well the Rage Gem of the Warden is still intact, which is a huge bonus. Some of those power mites are still swarming in from the far right side, and that should be looking good. The action figure being the MVP here as well, with the Warden Royal Champion finishing things off. And it is going to be the 3-star. It might have been one of the closer ones, but hey, a triple is a triple here, and this means both teams are completely tied when it comes down to stars after the first 3 attacks. Now it is up to Rush to Win for BDLegend's team to get the first Town Hall 17 attack in and set the tone for this match.
Yeah, ultimately, it doesn't matter how close it was. A 3-star is a 3-star. And man, we have a war that's all squared away. It does come down to the Town Hall 17s. Man, if our content creators, it seems like the content creators have been going in that 4th slot. And if that's the case here, there's going to be a lot of pressure. I wouldn't want to have to handle this pressure right here, especially in the hard mode. And yes, it is going to be BDLegend going up against Trample Damage's base. Let's see what he's bringing to the table. It is going to be those Root Riders.
It is the Root Riders indeed. And no Eternal Tome. This can be so tricky. I mean, if you're not getting a good opening, not having an Eternal Tome can be devastating. So let's hope that he's getting the pathing into the Town Hall. It seems like that he's not going for the Town Hall. Instead, he's pathing around, and he's doing as well a tricky thing, which is the Royal Champion charge next to the Town Hall. You can see exactly why that Town Hall is firing fast, and it can deal a lot of damage.
You have to keep the double rotation going there, meaning you really can't let that RC ever become visible. So you have to be on top of it with those invisibility spells. So goes ahead, gets a little bit of value, just sets up the pathing so the roots can go right through the Town Hall. It feels like with the content creators, it's all about making sure we're securing that Town Hall and then just having a solid plan to run up as much percent as possible. Root Riders coming in, here come those balloons out in front, and everything is going to be in for BDLegend. But how much can he run this up with the troop launcher going in now also?
Oh no, I mean, he lost one of these strongest pen right in the beginning with Sneezy because he did not snipe the defense in the second row. And to be honest, you can't snipe air defenses here because of the equipment cap. So I'm not sure what the plan was there to deploy the Queen so close to the air defense, especially now with that giant arrow. We have to push going strong though, so that's still looking good for him. The Warden ability was already used. Now we have to push from the King on the far right side, trying to push everything further into the middle.
This is a big moment right here as he makes his way into the monolith. Spiky Ball is going to go ahead and collapse that funnel on the outside. The King and the Snakes are actually going to walk out. I thought it was going to be enough to get him back. There goes the Rocket Spear, but it's a little bit too late as the King has gone to the outside, which that's okay. He can work out there with the Snake Bracelet. He's got to get everything under control as that last Overgrowth is there. It's looking pretty solid to run up some good percent here, but look at the back of the space. I don't think there's any way he gets through here, but it's just, can he get past that 70% mark and maybe even push close to 80?
Yeah, this is what he's trying to chase for. High percentage. This is what the content creators can do here for their team. We have the Root Riders and everything splitting in the core, which is not optimal for him. And he has not really many things on the back end to snap percentage points. Trying with a Super Baron from the top side, I feel like the far left side is a way better target to pick off some more percentage points. And especially the army camps might be another good option of where he could pick something off. But this is going to result in the mid, like 74%, which is not like, it's not the worst or anything. That's a really solid result, but not the highest either, which we have seen from the content creators.
Honestly, I think 74% is right on par. We've had another 74, we've had some 72, 71, 62, and the 182%. I think a 74 for the content creators is a pretty solid attack. But one thing we were kind of talking about coming into this war is it feels like this is an attack where trample damage needs to bounce back. We know he's capable of it. I've seen this guy play. He's a really good player, but it's just when you get to that hard mode, it's a completely different thing, especially with those RC charges. The timing's different, the cadence is different. It's just a little bit different than you're used to in the regular mode and with your Legends attacks. You just have to adjust a little bit. And let's see if Trample can do that as he's electing to take on Seleno's base.
Yeah, and especially it's so unforgiving. Like if you have a couple of like seconds or milliseconds before you're using the next invisibility spell on the Royal Champion charge in the normal mode, it's like, oh yeah, I maybe took a scattershot shot or something and that's it. If you take one of those monolith or scattershot shots or even a shot off the defending hero, that is hitting hard in hard mode. That is a complete different approach. And this approach right now, I mean, if I'm a base builder, this looks like the prime position to put some giant bombs in there. So let's see, as soon as the Royal Champion is hopping the wall, what? Okay, I'm surprised. There are no traps whatsoever, but I remember we have seen the base earlier, and I think all of the traps are around the Town Hall as well around the Mortars on the far left side. So that's where he's going to enter into with the Root Riders, so he has to be careful there. Maybe sending an Ice Golem in front to trigger all of the traps.
One thing I definitely noticed on that, it definitely felt like he was going with like a more normal mode approach to his invisibilities. You have to adjust it and get those invises in just a little bit early. But it's another attack where it feels like a safe 2-star approach, but that Crusher Mortar is shutting down the log launcher. Remember, he had issues with the log launcher in his first attack. Earthquake will open up the walls, but he's still gonna get the Town Hall under control. Not again, Trample.
Trample, please don't do it. Oh no, the Royal Champion is going to send as well into all of those traps. She is struggling. At least she's taking down the Town Hall, so that is the good news for him right now. But we still have a really strong backhand. He has the Overgrowth for the core. He's using it right now. I'm not sure if that was needed at that point. We have lost already a lot of healers, I feel like, at the top. That there's, is it 2 or 3 healers left alive? That's not many. And he's just getting the second star in as we're talking. The Red Mines are getting triggered, but the warden going down.
Yeah, it felt like maybe that Overgrowth could have gone on the Scattershot Monolith there, or maybe even the Monolith and Multi, but like really when he put the Overgrowth down, there really wasn't any troops there to kind of take advantage of it. And this is going to be another low percentage attack. How high can he get it? The attack from BD was 74%. So it looks like Trample's team will be trailing after this, but how much percentage can he get? How much can he save here? It looks like a lot of these buildings are protected though.
Yeah, that is the not so good news for him. He got the second star, and it would have been so nice if he just did not go with the lock launcher approach again. Especially, I wasn't really sure why, because I mean, the Crusher Mortar is doing exactly that. If there is a tank in front, it will deal a lot of damage to everything behind, and that's exactly what was the case here. So unfortunate attack here, and this means only 54%, and that is now a huge 20% lead for Rush to win.
And that just means Seleno, if he can get an 81% and they can hold a defense against Mr. C, they will get the victory. But if Seleno gets a 3-star, this war will be automatically over. Well, we'll still see the last attack from Mr. C, but the victory will be secured for Team Rush to win. So now they have a huge advantage. It goes right back over, and Celino, man, he's been playing really hot, and he's someone you definitely want in that 5 spot.
That's right. He is a really good player, and we're looking forward to whatever he's going to bring to the table. He used the rocket loons with the fireball in his first attack, if I remember correctly, and I'm looking forward to maybe see something like that again, because I mean, I just love those warden charge fireball attacks. They're just so exciting to watch. And let's go. He hurt me. We are going again with the fireball. I would assume we are going to see the fireball onto the multi-inferno tower in the core, or onto the Rico cannon, something like that. But for sure to take down the clan castle in the middle of the base.
5 invisibilities will help set that stage. You're right, Itsu. These attacks are so fun to watch, but if you've ever had to execute one of these, they are so hard to multitask. Not to mention in hard mode. I tried doing this attack in hard mode one time, and my warden got instantly melted because you take for granted that level cap, but not only that, your warden does 10% less damage. So the warden walk, like, you feel like it's just going to work right on through there, but it takes a little bit more patience. So it's one of those things that takes a lot of practice. One of the hardest attacks in Clash, even in normal mode, but if you can learn this one and get it down, it is one of the most rewarding attacks right now in the game.
That is for sure. I feel exactly the same way. Now we're getting ready for the fireball, and there we go. Getting it into the core. Clan castle gone, as well as the Rico cannon. The core, the flame flinger has went down as well, which is unfortunate, but hey, he's taking down the next multi-arch tower as well. And now we have the warden deciding, is he going to the top or to the bottom side? And what is going to take down the top compartment? That's the next question, because he has all 3 other heroes not even deployed yet.
Yeah, and it's like one of those toxic compartments there with the Crusher Mortar, the King, the Minion Prince. There's the multi, the geared defenses, or the merge defenses, really, not to mention the geared multi-cannon that he just got to. It is a tall task to get that compartment down, as the King and Queen will now come in from that right side of the base. Still does have Royal Champion, which he may need to deploy her to take down the Town Hall, as I think he was hoping the Flame Flinger would get there, but it seemed like the Flame Flinger got popped a little bit early.
Yeah, the Flame Flinger did get popped a little early. He's trying now to snipe the tunnel with the rocket loons, and it should go down from those which he just sent in. But now it's all about making sure that everything stays alive for this top compartment. The Giant going down, the Queen without her ability is not as strong anymore, and he now needs to multitask. Rage on the far left side, keeping that warden safe. We have the Queen taking down another storage on the far right side, but going down to the monolith. And now he somehow has to control the attack. Ooh. Where's the Royal Champion coming in from? Far, bottom right side. The top side, there is only 6 rocket tools left.
Yeah, and he doesn't have much left here. So RC already went to ability. She's going to try to get this monolith. She does get the monolith down. Here come those rocket loons from the top. They get the multi down. That's huge. Freezes the King up there. Gigapop goes off. Warden is still continuing to walk through there. Last balloon goes down. That King is getting taken out by the headhunters. 15 seconds. Celino looks like he's going to have enough. Air Skellies are distracted, but the RC is going to come over and help. And it's a 3-star, and Rush to win will now be victorious.
Wow, what a finish. Getting the job done here with an incredible finish through the last couple of defenses, and this means Rush to win, as you said, are going to clutch out this victory. Mr. C still is going to attack, but this match is over with Celino clutching it up for his team, getting that 3-star. And then we have seen BDLegend getting over a 74%, which gave them the win in the end.
I'm sorry to the T teams. I'm so sorry to the T teams for picking you guys. I'm not gonna lie though, like, part of me was hoping like somehow that gets shut down to a 98 or 99, so Mr. C has to triple just for drama and just making the war entertaining a little bit more there. I'm a huge Celino fan, so obviously I love seeing him 3-star there, but for the sake of the war, it would have kind of been interesting to see if Mr. C could handle the pressure and get a 3-star if they needed it. But ultimately this one is just going to be for show, as he's going to have the Root Riders coming in on BDLegend's base.
That's right, getting that Royal Chamber charge in here. We have the Return Tome with the Rage Gem on the Warden, okay? And that's always here, healing spell. You always need some type of recovery for your healers, because there is typically always poison towers within those bases, which means, well, you need some recovery, because those poison towers are going to hit your healers as well. Because remember, hard mode means that 20% of the defenses are dealing, or like the defense is dealing 20% more damage. This as well means point towers are dealing more damage. This is why they're so effective in hard mode, because they're getting affected the most by this overall damage boost from a lot of the different defenses.
Giant arrow shoots right across this base, and here comes that log launcher to go ahead and just snipe out those defenses. Getting that merge multi-cannon down is huge. Picking up the multi right there is going to be nice, and if he can keep that log launcher alive through that crusher mortar, not only that, it's shooting off the fire spirits as they're coming out of the furnace. That's a huge pickup as well. No distractions from them. The queen is a little bit distracted with the arrow skellies, but this is a beautiful approach from Mr. C so far.
Yeah, really solid approach. The siege is going to open up now because of the Giga Bomb. Some Yetis are going to join his main push now, which is never a bad thing. I think at this same time we have one BDLegend on the far right side cleaning things up already, which is good news for him. We had the Royal Champion getting delayed and now redeployed to make sure that she's staying safe at least for a little bit. And as for saying that, she's running back and front.
Yeah, she almost got targeted by that ricochet cannon, which would have been deadly for her, but she's able to maintain a little bit of health. He still does have that Warden ability. I think he had a heal spell in there, so it might have been enough just to keep that Royal Champion barely hanging on. He's gonna have to use that Warden ability at least when this overgrowth wears off, because there's gonna be a lot of damage coming in. And there goes that Warden ability to protect all these troops as they make their way to those merged arch towers and the monolith, which can deal out so much damage in a hurry.
Yeah, a lot of damage can be dealt with this backhand. Is he going to be able to push through? I mean, come on. He still has 2 hero abilities left. That's what I'm just seeing right now. Roach ability is getting popped. The King ability is still there to like bounce through the last couple of defenses. And Bash, if Selenia would have not clutched for his team, Mr. C could have turned this match around, and he would have turned this match around because this man cannot miss. He is non-stop 3-starring those bases, but it's not going to be enough in the end. Unfortunately, Trample champs are out of this competition.
A very nice 3-star, but unfortunately they went up against Captain Clutch himself. Salino has won so many wars in that 5 spot. I feel like if you have Salino in the 5 spot and the war's on the line, like, you have to feel good about your chances at any given time. And that's exactly the way this one goes for Rush to win. So Team Trample Champs will be our first team eliminated, which means Rush to win BDLegend's team will move on to face Termy's team next in another elimination matchup. And then the winner of that goes on to face Team Coco in the grand finals. Our stage is getting set here, Itsu, and we're playing the whole tournament, the whole bracket out here today.
Yep, all matches until we have one champion. We have as well possibly a bracket reset, which means that if the team from the lower bracket is going to win one match in the grand finals, they're going to force a bracket reset, which means they have a second chance then of getting that crown, that champion title in the end. So a lot of more Clash is going to be played here within that bracket with, I mean, so many good matches still on the way.
Yeah, I mean, this one's been a fun little mixed breakdown war. I mean, we've been broadcasting all year together. It's kind of fun just seeing the different town halls, especially in hard mode. It wasn't really a factor in this war, but we've seen those lower town halls. Just one little mistake and it could cost your team a big room of margin of error there. So you definitely have to be on point in those mid town halls. But this one ultimately decided by the content creators, like we thought it might be. The content creators were the only two to miss in this war, and unfortunately for Trample, I know that he's going to be beating himself up over that one. It just did not go the way that he wanted.
Yeah, I feel like this match overall went more as expected when it comes down to the overall result of like who is 3-starring and such. Obviously not specifically with like how many percentage points were collected from the content creators, but overall the pros and as well the Town Hall Cup winners delivering, getting those 3 stars in a really, really strong way. And in the end, it's a 14-14 on the percentage level for Rush to win for the victory. And Seleno really getting that clutch 3-star in. The same as Mr. C, but the difference really being the content creators as you highlighted.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things because us content creators, most of us anyways, I mean, we just take it easy. We don't go play in hard mode. I've been on record as saying is I never have a reason to play in hard mode. So I would be right there in the same boat as these guys, trying to practice, trying to figure it out, because these pro style attacks, man, it's a whole different ball game, especially at Town Hall 17. It is no joke going in there on hard mode when you're not experienced, when you're not playing it every day like the pros do.
Yeah, but it can be fun. I mean, you should try it more often. It's a lot of fun when you're really, really challenged and having to I mean, if there's one mistake, it's hard to recover. It's really hard to recover, and that can be sometimes a lot of fun with the challenge. But I think I heard that right. We have the MVP already, and no, we have the bracket ready. We are doing the MVP right after. But the bracket is looking like we have the Trample champs dropping out. We have Rush to Win getting into the next round, and our next match is going to be Team Termy versus Rush to Win, and we have Coco already waiting in the finals. I mean, she and her team delivered on every single level so far.
Yeah, I mean, they caught such a break in that war where they had to disconnect. That's like just so unheard of. But let's go ahead, as you mentioned, and see who gets the MVP of that last matchup, and it's going to be Selena.
Let's go.
50% MVP. I honestly thought BDLegend might get it. I mean, that was a pretty nice attack here for the content creator, which ultimately decided the war. But yeah, Captain Clutch, Selena getting it done there. A fun war all around. I love seeing a 14 star war decided on percent there at the end. It was a really good one to watch.
Yeah, and I will be honest, I'm really excited for Selena to like bring back-to-back Fireball Rocket Loons, because I think it's just such a strong strategy, and I feel like it can outperform as well a lot of times the Royal Damage Root Rider attacks. But I feel like a lot of pros are maybe not really having put the time into it to really like feel, I don't know, safe enough to bring it onto the big stage. So maybe the one thing which Selena is doing right now is one of the smartest things possible for him, really getting that experience in. I mean, he has experience on the big stage, but really trying to like pressure him even more with going with such a strategy. And it has worked out amazing for this attack. So really, really great job to him. But as we have talked about earlier, we have plenty of more action to be played, because we are going to play until we have a champion. So we're going to a quick break, but if we're back, we're going to have way more Clash, as I said, until we have a champion.
I believe in you. I believe in me too. We got this. This one we got. Okay, don't worry. I got you. Oh my god, this guy is so good. This guy is so good. Like, ah.
Welcome back to our main event with one team eliminated here. We have only got 3 left, and this is going to queue us up for a spectacular lower bracket finals. All 4 of us are back to chat through the action once again, because we need to give our teams a little bit of a breather before they hop into our final lower bracket round between Team Termy and Rush to Win. This is the Clash Combo 2025, and I'm pleased to be casting again. My name's Woody, and I'm here with the 4 top. Guys, let's go down the row and break out the action that's been going on so far. Itzy, I'll go to you next.
I mean, the match which we just had was just, to be honest, a super clean showing from Rush to Win, with all the pros, the winners from the different Town Hall Cups and so on, deliver, getting those 3 stars in, and then BDLegend just delivering on the on his attack with a percentage. We have talked about it. We're somewhat expecting the 3 stars from the pros, and then the content creators have to get as high the percentage as possible. Everything kind of went as expected in the match, and he got the higher percentage and won his team in the match. So really strong showing by him and his team overall, Corbin.
Absolutely, and it's great that it doesn't come down to any connection issues, and it came down to the creators. And as team captains, they have to step up, and unfortunately, Trample Damage wasn't able to do it, so Trample champs have been eliminated. We talked about it. Today is the only day for this competition because the champion will be crowned $4,000 going to first place, and we still have several more matches to go, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, we're setting up here for our lower bracket final, which will go ahead and put us up into that grand final where Team Coco's team is waiting there. And remember, they will have to lose twice. So whoever wins this, they have a tall task ahead of them. It's going to be no easy task, but we have seen in the past, we did have a bracket reset and an upset come from the lower bracket in our monthly qualifier. So anything's possible, Woody.
Well, this still remains the only main event of the year where there are 4 different metagames taking place. We are combining multiple different town halls with your famed creators and their pro supporters as the linchpins of this element. I think that we are ready for our next segment, though. We're going to get to do a little bit of a breakdown of one of those last attacks. And Carbon, I know you've picked out a great one for us. Why don't you take it away?
Indeed, yes. I actually jumped back to a previous war where it was Kronos who's been Mr. Clutch so far this weekend today. So let's break down his attack that he took on Terminator's base. So this one, notice in this base that he's got the Warden with the Angry Jelly. And the whole point of this Warden with the Angry Jelly is to charge his way in towards the bottom side of the base to get some value, which in this case will be the core, because look how far this base is in terms of the value. What I pointed out was the thing to keep out your eye on was this builder hut, because this builder hut is going to give you access to a few things. So let me pause this so we can see the middle part of this attack. As we can see, all this value right around, including the clan castle, 5 very important things around that builder hut that you can grab. And this is what he's going for. He wants this Warden to be able to launch that fireball to completely gut the core of this base. And then once it's down, I'll show you the pathing for the Root Riders. And notice the Warden's charging through the bottom side down here. Since there is regular buildings down here, he doesn't need an ice block. If there was just defenses, then you would have to ice block this Warden so he doesn't move ahead. But since the Angry Jelly, the ability will wear off, the Warden will just turn back around and then he'll be able to get it. But notice these invises right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 invises, so that the next closest building or the defense is this builder hut, so that the fireball will go here and gut the core and take it all down. So once this core is down, he's able to then set up the path. And where is this pathing? Look at this. Right through here is how the roots and everything can move their way through. Because if this core was not down, they can split into this section, and that's bad. That's what you don't want to do. So you want to create that pathing, and the key thing is he was able to take down the clan castle that was in the core of this base. The clan castle going down. You don't have to worry about a furnace. You don't have to worry about ice golems coming out of here. But notice also, we're going to have the heal spell. The heal spell is going to be able to be used in a section over towards near the town hall to potentially help heal healers or even the roots to make his way through. So the town hall can be able to go down as he powers his way through, and it's just about moving around this space. And then of course you can even freeze up the final remaining section, which is a minion prince towards this backside. But look at these healers right here. These healers were such low health into the core that the heal spell actually kept them alive moving through this space, as then a couple super barbs and the cleanup are around the space. So the key of this attack was that fireball into the core to be able to then set up the path around the base. And he has plenty of time to be able to move through here, and he knows it's going to be a 3-star. And the key keeping these healers alive. If these healers go down, then you're not able to heal back up your main troops through the rest of the space, especially towards the back end. And does he even need the King ability? No. He pops in the end there to get the 3-star, but he really didn't even need that. So a very nice attack from Kronos in this one. And his team, Team Coco, is waiting in the grand final. So the next matchup is going to have the winner is going to be taking on this team here. And Kronos, he hasn't failed. He clutched up both wars, which he needed to, and was able to deliver. So a fantastic job from Kronos and Team Coco. But can they continue to ride that wave? They are coming from the upper bracket. So if they lose, they still have that second chance, that second opportunity, but you just want to win and be done. So congrats to them, as we have plenty more to come in. And let's go get your thoughts there, Bash, of what we saw from Kronos.
Oh, beautiful breakdown there, Carbon. I love that attack. Kronos has kind of been on one today, man. He's been just coming to play, bringing his A game, and you love to see that right before Worlds. I mean, Worlds is just a little bit later this month. We get a little bit of a sneak peek of some of our Worlds teams with all 4 of our pro players at Town Hall 17 competing in Worlds. I love to see it, and you love to see Kronos competing at such a high level, Woody.
Yeah, sure do. I mean, he's got very little time left to prepare for World Finals, and what better way to hop into the main stage with one of the favorite content creators and get a little bit of opportunity to 3-star some big burly bases yet again. It's a good little bit of a break from the standard action, I'm sure, but you know, still, it's in front of a big audience. It's for a lot of money, and he's going to be drawing a lot more eyes to his team when the big stage is set in Atlanta later this month. But with that, we have had another great attack broken down for us. There's a few more great attacks that are coming in this next war, but I think that we've got a little bit of something lighter for you to enjoy for the moment. You know, we were wondering, what sort of troops would you want to hang out with if they were going to be backing you up in real life? So we asked the teams, and here's what they said.
If all of the players on my team were Clash of Clans troops, I would say Termy is the big boy that spawns from the Super Witch. Like, if you have seen Termynater in real life, you just see he is a huge guy. He is a big, friendly, cuddly guy, and he just looks like the big boy. For General X, I would say General X is the Royal Ghost, because, well, most of the times he just is under the radar, and then when it really matters, then he is there, then he pops up, comes into the battle, and just really crushes anything that comes into his way. For our Town of 15 player El Chantito, I would say that he is El Primo, just because it fits so well to the name. We have El Primo and we have El Chantito. It's just a perfect combo. For our Town of 12 player Bloody Destroyer, I would say that he is a dragon, because on Town of 12, everything you're going to do is most likely dragons, and he is going to crush every single base that comes into his way with that troop that he actually is. If I were to be a troop myself, I would say that I'm the sneaky goblin, because I'm quite the sneaky one. You don't really know that I'm there, I'm on the background relatively much, but still, I do quite some harm.
If my team were based on Clash of Clans troops, I think I would probably put myself as the Grand Warden, because I am the support of the attack. And I would put General X as the Root Rider, because he's leading the attack. I would put El Chanchito as the Dragon, because the Dragon is, besides Root Rider, the most meta troop. And I would put Kapur at Rocket Balloon, because Rocket Balloon is a very good troop, and Rocket Balloon's a good standalone troop, so they can take down bases really easily. And then for Dragon, I would say he is the Golem, because he is, even though he's Town Hall 9, he is very strong player.
If my team were Clash troops, I would probably be the Royal Champion. I've always loved the Royal Champion pretty much ever since that we unlock her. Pretty fortunate that she's very strong right now. Kronos would be the King. Exorcist would be an Electro Dragon. Vincent will be a Grand Warden, and Viney will be a Super Hog Rider.
So if everybody on the team was a clash character, I'm going to say that Sir Iron would be our Barbarian King because he is definitely going to be trouncing and smashing his way through Town Hall 9. I would say Muffin is definitely going to be a wizard with some really awesome and magical combat skills coming in to wreak havoc on our opposing Town Hall 12s. I would say that Tebow is definitely going to be the minion prince, flying in to keep an eye over everything from up above and leading his army across a battlefield to take out our opposing Town Hall 15s. Mr. C is definitely going to be a dragon. Again, keeping an eye on things from the sky. He's got great vision, going to be able to find a way through to the triple. I will definitely be playing the role of the golem. I am slower, I am sturdy, and I'm going to be able to take a lot of damage as I hopefully move my way across the Town Hall 17 Horde mode battlefield and eventually get destroyed and wrapped into little pieces that eventually also get destroyed.
I love the fact that all of those players pretty much use different approaches on like giving their teammates different troops. Some of them were like trying to, okay, if we all are in attack, for example, Termy was approaching it with, okay, who's leading the charge? I'm the support guy. The next one is like the main carry and so on. Then the next person really understood the question with like, who is looking like, I don't know, this or that troop, for example. So I feel like there were a lot of different approaches. So I think there are a lot of different options. But Carbon, putting you on the spot now, if you would give us any troops, what would that look like?
Okay, since I'm going first, I think I got the easiest one because there's some clearly obvious picks across the board. I guess we can go through and everyone can name it. And I would say maybe don't name the same one. So if it's already been picked, pick something else.
Wow.
So, because
That's
you can't pick the same thing because then it's boring, right? So okay, I'm gonna go for that's why I said it's easy for me. So Woody, obviously the Hog Rider, right? I mean, this makes sense. The man, you could hear it in his voice. Itsu, it's your logos there is the wizard, right? So that's obvious. I will give myself the balloon. Why not? You know, I love using that attack to Lalo, so I'll take the balloon. And then Bash, it's an easy one for you. That is the giant. So I got the easy one. Now you guys go ahead and pick it for each one.
All right,
go ahead, Bash.
Since I'm next in line, I'm going to take a completely different approach here. I'll make it easier for our other guys. I'm going to go heroes. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give Woody our Grand Warden. I think Woody's going to go ahead and he's just going to command. He's going to protect us. He's going to shout out those spells when we need it. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give Itsu the Minion Prince. He's going to swoop in there. He's going to slow everything down, command the battlefield a little bit there. And then with Carbon Fin, I guess you just have to be the Archer Queen because I feel like you could shoot a crossbow. It seems like you could shoot a crossbow. And of course myself, I'm gonna be the Barbarian King charging into battle. Let's get it, boys. So yeah, I'll take a different approach. I'll go with us heroes for all of us. Woody, what you got? What you got for us, Woody?
Oh boy. What sort of theme can I take on this one? I think I'm gonna go builder base on this one, y'all.
Oh.
Itsu is an electrofire wizard, because he's bringing all of the elements to bear. He can use any form of offensive energy. He will electrify us, set us on fire. He's got great hair too. And who else? I think we've got Carbon Fin next. Carbon Fin, I think he's more like the sneaky archer. I think that Carbon Fin can strike from the shadows. I think he's got long vision. I think he's got perfect aim. And I think that if you're not paying attention to him, he will just jump right in and demolish your base. And then last but not least, you know, I feel like Bash already got the giant, so it's kind of cheap to come in and just call him the boxer giant. You know, that's a little bit too close. I think Bash might be more like, you know, the cannon cart. You know, it might not be an actual creature. It might not be a person, a living thing, or even a dead thing, if you are considering the bomber here. But a cannon cart can also strike from afar, so it's got some of the same, you know, versatility that Carbon has got. But the cannon cart's a very fun one to play. Maybe I'm just being a little bit biased because I like playing it myself, but I like the long range shots. I like how it moves in, it sets up, it has a great time, it pairs well with lots of different troops. I've got this idea of staying a long time with the cannon cart and having a blast with it, and that's what it's like when I'm hanging out with Bash. I always have a good time.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Together. So there you go. Yeah, those are my 3.
What about yourself?
Oh.
I'm really regretting right now that I have kicked this off, by the way. Well, I was now thinking about, do I go with super troop versions? Do I go with event troops? Do I go with just the same style with okay, if we all would be one attack, who would be what type of, what part of the attack? And I feel like that is the most interesting one. So I feel like, to me, Carbon would be the warden. He's like the smart mastermind really behind the scenes, and as well the supportive guy, like jumping around, doing everything kind of like behind the scenes, setting up our goblin maze to really make sure everything is set. Then on the next one, we have Bash being like the tank in front. Could be Golem, could be anything, but I feel like Root Rat is outfitting more because they're just so strong right now, and Bash just bashing through all of the walls. Yep, I just said that, I'm sorry, but there was low-hanging fruit right there of a joke. So then we have next with Woody, right behind, we have the powerhouse with the voice, so the troop, whoever is doing the damage, and that's one person, one hero, and that is the Roy champion, really supporting everything with the damage, being the powerhouse in all of this. And then I have no clue what I should give myself here because, well, we have the planning, we have the tank, we have the damage. So I guess I'm the support somewhere on the outside. So I'm the siege machine, just the troop thrower, supporting everything, throwing everything in. When someone is in need of something, you're getting support right there. So I'm the troop thrower. That's how we do this. So yeah, I guess that's how we can handle this. So a lot of different approaches, a lot of different, I guess, topics and themes to answer the question, which was a really intense breakdown, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really curious to always see. And anyone that's watching right now, what would you give yourself in the game if you have to pick one? So let us know here. But I guess we have some player reactions from the matches so far that we can funny faces. Let's go and see. Let's see what kind of reactions they have from when they were doing their attacks. And okay, yeah, that's there we go. Yeah, they're ready to go. Yeah.
El Chantito just showing the love. BD with the nice little fist. Oh, you gotta love it. Oh man, player cams are so. I'm glad we got player cams from this. Oh no, Termy, what happened? Was that when Termy was failing?
Sticking his tongue out a little bit. The flex from General X is exactly perfect. I mean, it's just strength all around. That's what. Oh no, Trample was so sad.
I feel like Termy changed his shirt. I feel like he was wearing the same shirt as me in the interview, and then he changed it to the next war.
I feel like a lot of them are changing clothes.
I don't know.
Mr. C has pictures of 3 pairs behind him. Did you get what? Did Gum Gum change his sweater?
That's what I'm saying. They're changing clothes on us. I think they're messing with. I think Team Termy is messing with us, and we just now noticed it because of the segment.
Well, impressive stuff that they've been doing here so far, and the one thing that we don't often get to have is the voice comms, right? The voice reactions, them talking through. We had it in the World Championship a few years back, be able to really listen to that, and that was really cool to be able to hear their authentic reactions on the spot, especially in the big stage. So it's been great to see and love it so far. And guys, we are getting closer to being able to crown a champ of the Clash combo, as it's just a mix of all these lower town halls with the Clash creators, who are really the ones that are determining these wars. And I think it's going to come down to the grand finals, where can Coco step up, or will one of these other 2 teams, as we are getting ready for this lower bracket match, and we are this close from finding out who's going to be able to win it all.
Let's hop into it, and I think we're going to go ahead and throw over to Woody and Itsu as we hop into Team Termy versus Rush to Win here.
Right, you are, Bash, and thank you for that intro. We are now ready to go. The teams have had just a little bit of a break, but their bases are set up and they are ready to break each other apart. We are in the 5th match of the day in the lower bracket, where Team Termy and Team Rush to Win will both be fighting for the opportunity to face off against Team Coco in the grand finals, Itsu.
That's right, and we should take a look at the Team Termy lineup. And this will right after at those player counts, because I really want to know if they are keep changing their shirts. But we have the lineup of El Chanchito. We have Genera X on the lineup as well, the same as we have Termynater. And now I'm getting tested if I know the entire lineup out of my head. And we are back to the lineup with Sanjay, Gafur, and Gum Gum with their hit rates as well. We see that Gum Gum is completely with the 100% hit rate in here, but the rest of the team did struggle quite a bit so far, with Termynater so far with a 0% hit rate, but as well the Town Hall 12 and as well the Town Hall 15s, they really need to step it up. We have seen it a couple of times that those Town Hall levels can be really, really important for the overall outcomes. And yes, we have spotted it. Gum Gum having a different shirt, and as well Termynater as well. They are caught in 4K.
Caught red-handed, swapping out their kit, wearing new gear. I like that Gum Gum has got seasonal themed sweaters though, you know, and this one fits the best. You know, it's October, it's spooky season. We've got Halloween at the end of the month. So yeah, bring in some spiders, little tombstone-y action. You know, he should be playing witch. He should be playing skeletons with a sweater like that.
I mean, that would be perfect for the attack strategy. I mean, that would be the next level theme if he would follow that. But we have as well a quick word from him and his team, so let's listen in.
So when building his team, I kind of decided to go back, rewatch some of the tournaments, see who was doing the best, and honestly just had more like impressive attacks. And the reason why I decided to especially pick General X is last year, part of the winning team Synchronic for the World Championship, and he is like the team leader, so it's important to have a team leader on your team who knows how to win and knows what they're doing, and also having a good team that knows what they're doing. And that's kind of the process that I went in building the team that I built for Team Termy.
I am incredibly excited to play on Team Termy. Whenever I got like invited by Termynater to play on his team and I saw the other teams that were also picked from the other creators, I just felt an incredible sense of security seeing who is playing on the other teams and seeing who is playing on my team, that we have a great shot at actually winning this tournament, or at least placing high in this tournament. Because I have some great teammates who have had a great performance over the past year in these tournaments. So I think that we will have a great shot at actually achieving a great score in this tournament.
It's interesting to hear Gum Gum say that. You know, he was excited about all the great teammates that he had, but he felt even more confident when he saw who he was up against. He said, oh man, we're not going to have any problem at all with these guys. We're going to be marching straight to the grand finals. Well, now's your chance to find out if that is going to happen or not, Gum Gum. You have got one more war ahead of you before you can face off against Team Coco in the grand finals. Let's go ahead and see what comes up next, Itsu.
Yep, up next is the next team, and that is Rush to Win with their lineup. We have Ben, we have Psycho, we have BDLegend, the team captain, we have Seleno and Rico on the lineup. And if you take a look at their hit rates, they're looking quite impressive. 2 of the players still with a 1% success rate. Even though I feel like Seleno did time fail with his first attack, so I'm not 100% sure how correct those numbers are. But overall, really strong showing from his team. But it is, again, possibly coming down to the creators, and BDLegend was already able to clutch it up once. The question is, can he do it yet again?
Yeah, Captain Clutch's numbers got rounded up there, but you know what? I think he deserves it at this point. If he can give us a 3-star finish in this war, he will certainly be earning that position in the grand finals. BDLegend picked up a win despite the casters thinking it was going to go the other way in that previous round. And I wonder if he's earned any more support out there as a result. You know, we've got our predictions always trying to come in on point, but never quite being exactly aligned with reality. but certainly have to hope that the first 3 attackers can come clean with triples to start with, so that those later Town Hall 17 strikes can be decisive and give an opportunity for the stronger team overall to take the lead.
Yeah, but we have a video statement quickly from Rush to Win, so let's listen in.
Our squad was made up of Clash troops. I definitely think our troops would be troops like the Wizard, troops like the Archer, troops like the Minion. And the reason for that is because they're small troops and people don't expect them, but I think they're really important in attacks. So I think we're going to be like that. We're going to be a small team that, you know, people are not going to expect a lot out of, especially because, you know, me, myself, I'm not that involved in the pro scene. But I think we're going to make a lot of noise and we're going to be pretty important throughout this event.
Fantastic. Well said to BDLegend. Has performed well throughout this lower bracket run and has got a long way left to go to win this entire Clash Combo tournament. But hey, he's picked up a win now. Momentum is back on his side. And I know that we're going to be getting the results in very soon of our viewer predictions. Let's get those predictions up. We'll see where we're at, Itsu.
Well, I mean, that is as close as it could be. 52% for Rush to Win and 48% for Team Termy. It feels like on our side, we are yet again way more one-sided. It feels like we always agree on those picks. Maybe, I don't know what exactly is going on here. Maybe we all now, I don't know, agreed with Bash to just go with the team with the T, but either way, we all just went with Team Termy. Maybe you can explain why you did pick that team.
Well, it's because I've been reading your mind so far today, Itsu, and we've had the exact same predictions the whole way through, and I think that it's just a good way to go. I mean, haven't we gotten 4 out of 5 matches correct? So not too shabby. I think I can, you know, dust my shoulders off with the prediction game so far today. We might have been wrong the last time around, and maybe BDLegend will surprise again. If he does, all the more power to him. He'll certainly have earned a spot in the grand finals, but he's got 5 attacks left before he gets to find that out. First up is going to be Rico for Team Rush to Win.
That's right, we're starting again with Town Hall level 9, jumping then to Town level 12, and then we have Town level 15, followed by 2 Town Hall level 17 attacks for each team. So it's going to be Town 9, 9, 12, 12, and so on. Starting things off with the Town level 9, we have the Dragons to start things off. We have a giant arrow across the base, and we have both sweepers pointing into the same direction, which is an interesting setup here, because I would not expect that this is a common one, not having anything pointing towards this bottom left side.
These Town Hall 9 attacks have been 3 stars all the way across the board, and with another strong mass dragon attack, even getting a little bit of support from a Lava Hound out in front to block for those air defense shots, Rico looks very confident to finish this one off. We do see Teslas all popping up on the far side. Both of the air sweepers were pointed away from this Town Hall area, and so you might think that Gum Gum was kind of expecting this sort of entry, but I still don't think, even with a Minion Prince, even with an Archer Queen, even with a Tesla farm on the far top right side of this map, those dragons are just so powerful, Itsu.
Yeah, I feel like as long as you are not losing connection, everything should be completely fine for Town level 9, and that is exactly what Rico is showcasing here. A heal, a rage, 2 skeleton spells, and a poison. Did not even use them whatsoever in those attacks, and the attack is not even close. And remember, those attacks are in hard mode. This is already the way more difficult version of the game. So really strong showing from the Town level 9 players. And Rush to Win starting the exact same way as they did in the last match, and that's 3 stars.
Expert jab. Any Town Hall 9 player can pick up another clue. If you know what you want to do, and it's anything other than dragons, think again. I guess we've seen a few Lava Loons have success at Town Hall 9. It's good to plan, it's good to practice, it's good to have a few different strategies up your sleeves, but this has definitely been a very clear and easy, strong, quick way to score some points.
Yeah, I feel like the main reason why we're seeing more air than ground is just the difference there in traps as well, like black mines and such. You can trigger those with like test dunes or maybe like a lava hound and such. Well, spring traps or giant bombs can be a lot of times a way bigger challenge. But you might just see the first ground attack, and as I'm saying this, that ground is a little bit more challenging. We're seeing a go wipe. You said it right. We're going back in time, Woody.
I feel like I remember my days watching Town Hall 9. I don't even think I was casting esports back when Town Hall 9 was the top, but it was like Go Wipe, Hog Riders, or Mass Dragons were like the 3 ways that you could attack as a Town Hall 9. And Go Wipe seemed to me to be the one that actually required a little bit of planning, a little bit of foresight. You know, you can just drop those golems and they'll tank for a long time, but if you don't get the P.E.K.K.A.s and the Wizards in to do some real damage, you'll be in trouble. So Gum feeling confident that this is not going to be a time-based war, that he gets a little bit of an opportunity to show off a different style of attacking, and maybe thought that this was a good base to drop a jump spell in there and watch his big troops jump over some walls and knock down a few more defenses.
Yeah, the funny thing is always with like the level 2 jump that it's not lasting that long. So that's why he's bringing the Earthquake boost along the mix as well, to make sure that he is having some more wall opening opportunities on the back end, because this is not about time. He's just taking his time with taking down defense after defense. There's still quite some P.E.K.K.A. left alive. Even a golem is running around in the mix as well, and this should be looking good, especially because he can summon even still the action figure, which is another heavy tank.
Do you remember all the different names that they had for these golem-based attacks? They had like the cold-blooded attack and the avalanche attack and like all the different variations of these Go Wipe attacks. I miss the golem. I miss golem-based attacks. I'm glad Gum brought it back for some good old-fashioned classic clashing here in Clash Combo 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I will be honest, I completely forgot about all those different options of like golem attacks. We had, as you said, like there were so many different versions, and for every, like even if you just remove one golem, then it would be like a different name of strategy. That was crazy back then. And then you had the mass golem attack, which did somehow work back then on Town Hall 10 as well. That was some crazy time back then for sure, but overall, Gum bringing back some memories, and we see a 3-star for Team Termy while he is dancing and having fun, and it's now back to Rush to Win for their next attack.
Brilliant job, Mr. Gum, and a huge smile on his face too. Jigglypuff sitting there in the background, cheering him on, but not singing. Put him to sleep. Instead, he is focused, performing well, and with the triple here, has made it over the finish line. We have got 9 attacks left in this lower bracket war before we determine which player is going to falter first. Or maybe it'll be a perfect be perfect. That'd be the first one yet today, but would love to see a 3-star from a content creator.
Yeah, that's what I would love to see. I mean, a 3-star from the content creators, that would be amazing. I mean, just imagine, that would be a really cool thing. But Town Hall 17 is just so challenging with the hard mode. It is not easy to 3-star over there. But we are not at Town Hall 17 level just yet. Instead, we are here with Town Hall 12. We have Ben coming in with the Dragons again. We have an Ice Sound in the mix as well. Some lightnings to start things off. There goes the giant arrow. And oh my gosh. Sweepers are gone. Air defense is gone. And this looks amazing.
Ready to just carve this base up like a Christmas ham. He is going to be moving in with Dragons yet again. Still super powerful at this higher Town Hall level. And still ready to roar into action with free spells to shut down defenses and rage spells to keep these troops going fast through this base.
A nice ward ability keeps everything safe in the middle of the base. The Town Hall on the back end, but if you take a look at that, the Town Hall is not really doing that much damage, so he is not a big threat to him. The Queen's stuck on the wall, unfortunately, but she can still walk her way around and make sure that she's encountering the Tesla while the Dragons take down the Town Hall compartment. and there is no base left anymore. He knows he has done his job. He has collected the next 3-star for his team, and that is exactly the team, the rush to win team we want to see. That's the team which has just gotten 14 stars in their last match. It looked so dominant, and they're showing exactly this version of themselves again with this match so far.
Excellent follow-up, and Ben is going to crush this base yet again. Plenty of dragons still left in the air as he smiles, a brief smile, nods, thinks to himself, job well done, Ben. You deserve a pat on the back, Ben. I hope someone's there to give it to you.
And this means we are now back to Team Termynater with their next attack, because they have to tie things up again, because we have the second Town Hall 12 attack on the line for them in this matchup. They need to stay close. We have seen this now a couple of times where the lower Town Hall levels really decided the later outcome of the match, because they are on paper the easier attacks, which means they need to get those 3 stars in, those lower hanging stars if you want to say. But for that, you need to make sure that you're staying calm and you're keeping your nerves controlled, because even though it is not the most difficult on the paper, things can go wrong, and this is the moment where you have to react. This is the moment where you have to save the attack. So let's see if we're going to see exactly that here with the next dragon attack and the blim towards the core of this base, but no warden protection, but it seems like no black man on his way.
Huge aerial dragon assault again, and just sneaking in one little electro dragon for a little bit of funneling work maybe, or to help ensure that some difficult to reach defenses on the backside don't cause too much problem. He did bring 6 bat spells, and those are all going to go on that top side single target Inferno. Notice that with that overgrowth spell, there's hardly any splash damage on the backside, just that multi-Inferno. Is he going to freeze it? Yes, he does. That should give another opportunity for those bats to be able to take that down and then finish off this backside with little difficulty. He didn't have enough freeze for that Inferno, but the bats weren't an integral part of this attack. He still has those dragons to do some more work on the final edge of this base.
Yeah, it kind of feels like to some degree that those bats were pretty swag. Like, he did not really need them, and I feel like other bats could have been more effective. But it seems like that he's just a really big fan of that spell, and that's why he brought it in most of his attacks so far. And he's not going to let the attack slip this one around, which means it is going to be the next 3-star on the list. It's not going to be as overpowering, I guess, attack. But hey, in the end, it's all about just 3-starring. That's exactly what he did here for his team. And this means both of those teams have successfully conquered Town Level 9, now Town Level 12, which means we are now up to Town Level 15 as the next town on our list for them. And a Rush to Win is going to start this set of rotations again. And then Team Termy has to answer within this set.
Conclusion of the second round of attacks leaves us with a 6-6 star scoreline. And as always, in the middle of the war, things are going to start to get a little bit more dicey. An opportunity for one of these teams to pull ahead early with the possibility of a high percentage 2-star, as we've seen before a time or two in this series so far. But still, the Town Hall 17 attacks at the end expected to be the more decisive. Let's see if Sanjay Kapoor for Rush to Win can close out this mid-war, taking another stab at El Chanchito. I believe that it was his attack that resulted in a 2-star 95% earlier today that sent Rush to Win down to the lower bracket. We'll see if he can avoid it. Oh, it's going to be Psycho attacking.
Yeah, and that was already the last time, kind of the issue here, that he did not use the Warden with the Royal Team Charge. This is why he got a little bit less value. And let's hope that's not going to bite him this time around. The Unicorn going down early. Another invisibility spell is invested, which means he's going to get that Expo. But the Monolith is not going to be on the list. The question now is that enough value pathing-wise for him and his attack? We have the Siege Barracks getting started on the top left. He's taking his time again. And hopefully it is not going to be an issue in the end. Root Riders are going to start from the top left into the Wizard Tower in just a second, as soon as he feels like that the funnel is set around the top side with that Siege Machine. And we have the Ice Golems deployed after the Root Riders, which is an interesting choice, but everything should now enter into the base. The King should come back, and that's exactly the case, and the push can get ready and start.
Monolith's going to be some big damage dumped onto those Root Riders, and you can see one's getting pretty low already. I don't know if it went down or not. With the pop of that Eternal Tome, all the remaining troops inside that big bubble are going to get protection. But that Grand Warden's lagging behind a little bit, and there's a lot of splash damage in the interior. He's got to catch up to them and keep them safe as Psycho makes his way over to the right side, where that Town Hall is a big, juicy prize to claim the second star in this raid.
Oh no, all the red mines hitting those healers, and they are gone. Trying to save now the Root Riders with the ice blocks as well from the Town Explosion, but there are no ice golems jumping around on the defensive side. The defending heroes on the back end can be a tricky part as well to get through. And you have said it earlier, he already faced one of those 15 attacks, so he really needs to make sure that he's saving this one. The Queen has to help those Root Riders. They're going down quickly. Queen, turn around. Not against the wall. What are you doing?
Oh, it is a really tough spot now for Psycho, trying to finish off a war strike that he really needs to triple here, but so much more still to slow him down. Those ice golems are just so tricky out the back, and without any poison to take them out, it's going to slow down any troop caught. Even the mirrored Archer Queens now are going to be repeatedly shut down, and that leaves the right corner of the base up and standing. Even with support from a Headhunter to take down that Minion Prince, Psycho is not going to be able to wrap around quickly enough to finish this one off, and we're going to be going down a star and some percentage missed for Team Rush to win.
Yeah, the Town 15 again struggling for Rush to win. He had a solid showing in the last match, but again, falling short on time. That is now back-to-back happening. I'm just surprised that he's just not adding the Warden to his main push, and what exactly the thinking there is, why he's not using the Rage Gem like the other Town 15 players who so far were quite consistently getting those 3 stars in on their Town Hall level. But this means this is the opportunity for Team Termy to really take a big lead in this head-to-head matchup, because they are up next with their Town 15 attack, and if they're 3-star now, that would be a pretty significant lead going into the double set of attacks for the Town 17 players.
2-star and 92% gives El Chanchito the same opportunity that he had in the upper bracket to pull out a win for his team if he can come through and clearly 3-star on this next strike. This is all the momentum that they've sought in the past, that they've leveraged for a victory in the past, and we'll just have to see if El Chanchito can do it again. You know, his teammate said he's like El Primo if he would choose a Clash of Clans troop. And so we'll see now. Can he bring in that big elbow drop right onto Psycho's face?
That would be really important for him and as well his team. And we see again the base from Rush to win. This time around though, they switched things up. They are using now a poison tower inside the middle of the base instead of an invisibility tower. We know as well that there is a lot of traps in this bottom compartment. At least that is what it was in the last defense. Question is this going to happen again? We see, yep, there we have it. The giant bombs and small bombs and everything popping up. But is it going to be a big enough difference maker? Ooh, the Warden barely in range, using another Invis and even getting the Town Hall possibly. That would be crazy, and this is why there was an Invis tower in the beginning. But switching it up means that this hero charge got incredible value.
Just barely got it out in time. Great job, Del Gentito. You definitely expected he was hoping to try to get that little spell tower in the sitter down as well, but he did save both of those heroes, and so he's going to be cleared to make a very easy entry now from the right side of the space and swoop all around counterclockwise to finish off the structures that remain.
Yeah, but the Valkyries running around the outside. The healers might follow. Nope, they are staying with the main push. The Valkyries now in the top side compartment, and we have the Root Riders now following along at the bottom side. Root Riders pushing it to the back end. We have seen now a couple of times where those pushes had some issues with the invisibility tower, but now depends all about the timing on when that spell tower is getting activated and how much impact it can actually have.
Big, heavy compartment in the core of the base is going to get some invisibility protection and won't be targeted for a little while. Monolith and single target Inferno can deal a lot of damage quickly to heroes, but don't seem to really be getting much of the lock on them yet. Just still firing away at Root Riders out in front, but Hekkas are good targets. Giant is a great target. Anything that single target can lock onto is going to be burning up for good value. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. There's so many big, beefy targets that still remain and able to take down walls into the bottom compartment. Those Root Riders are given the perfect entry, and El Chatito is rubbing his hands. Says, what are you going to do? Not stop me. Clears it all the way to the triple, and Team Termy is now ahead.
What a crazy turn of events for them. Team Termy clutching out that lead for now. It is 3 attacks each, which means both teams have done their total 9 attacks. Both teams have completed their total 12 attacks, and just now they have finished their total 15 attacks. So there's only 2 attacks each for the Town Hall 17 level. We have now the Conic creators attacking over there, the same as well 1 pro player each. The question is, can they turn around this result? It's not going to be easy, and we have BDLegend. And if there is one moment to 3-star, it is now, because this would be a crazy comeback potential for him and his team.
Let's see how he concludes. A Royal Champion and Spirit Fox dive has been difficult to manage in the past, but has almost always been the path to 3 stars. How it starts, he's got to be careful with this Town Hall though. It can do a lot of damage and a little bit slow on that invisibility. He loses the Spirit Fox early on. He'll have to drop invisibilities a lot quicker now, and with only this last one, he is going to have to recall her out very soon. There she goes. Did manage to trigger the Giga Bomb, so good news there for BDLegend.
Yeah, really great job of triggering that trap and recalling right after. We have the Ice Golem as well, Root Riders entering from the top side. The Sprain Trap is waiting though, which means some of those troops are getting thrown off the map right away. And we now have the big push going from this top side compartment. There goes the overgrowth. And those type of overgrowth are typically a really good move when it comes down to power. But it is a risky move as well, because if you're bypassing the Town Hall and the timing is not good for you, this Town Hall might get skipped and might result in a 1-star. So he's really taking that risk right now. There goes an Earthquake, and now it's all about the timing on if he's going to take down the Town Hall and how all of this is going to work together.
Big Crusher Mortar firing away, massive splash damage, but the healers are keeping up with it so far. Just that awkward misdeploy and not able to get the targeting in on the Town Hall early enough makes me worried, just like you were saying, that this could wind up being a devastating loss in the core of the base. BDLegend knows his team is behind by a star and cannot afford to give away any more like this. Archer Queen ability still yet to pop, but without any path to the top side, that Town Hall is still looking strong. It's...
Oh no, this might be the second 1-star now from those Conic creators. Skipping the Town Hall like this is a pro move, but you can see right here why only pros are doing it. The timing is such a crucial thing. You need to make sure that you have enough power in the core, that if the Town Hall is waking up again, that you have something to take it out. And that was not the case on this attack. BDLegends falling short, and that is a massive defense for Team Termy. And this could be already the deciding factor, because at this point with 1 attack less, Team Termy having the same amount of stars, then rush to win.
Well, you see it on his face there. He knows that that was a tough moment to score a single star, and it leaves the rest of his squad basically without a hope now. Even a 3-star to follow up after that would still leave them very much behind. And it's excitement now for Team Termy, as the base builders from their team have proven their worth yet again. And we're going to get a chance to see if they will move on to the upper bracket. Termynater from Team Termy, the namesake of this squad, will be moving in next to try to tear apart BDLegend's base and get that lead. Only needs 1 star to stay ahead on stars, but 2 would really put the nail in the coffin here.
Yeah, and he's trying to go for that Town Hall right away. Let's see if he can manage the redirect. Ooh, the Royal Champ running out of that invisibility spell. He's not deciding to go for another one. I would just go now for the Mortar and then try to redirect the Royal Champion into that Town Hall compartment. Let's see if he's going to do... Okay, never mind. He doesn't even need to do that. The Royal Champion is just getting mind-controlled into that Town Hall section. Another invis is here. And if he can now keep that Royal Champion controlled, this is looking like a really solid start for Termy.
Excellent beginning here. Does catch a few troops from that CC. Might have hoped to take him down a little bit sooner, but hey, still doing just fine. Electro Boots will finish off what was sitting up there, and he gets the lock onto the Monolith as well. Dang, this is going really well for Termy. Gets that last invis down. The CC is eliminated. Finishes off another multi-inferno.
Oh.
This is like one of the best Royal Champion charges we've seen so far today, Itsu.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm right now so happy for him. I mean, that looks like a really strong opening. Now it's all about if he can follow this up. Dragons are in from the bottom right. We have as well the Queen going in from the top right. Can he get the wall break so his Queen and as well the Siege Barracks can enter the compartment? We have the Rocket Loons to snipe the air defense on the far left side as well. Things are looking really solid for him. Minion Prince. Is the Minion Prince already in? I think so. Yep, okay, he's already in. I was scared that he might forget about dropping and deploying him. But Woody, I mean, that looks great so far.
Oh yeah, nothing to worry about. Termynater had a beautiful entry point and has followed up on the plan without a flaw so far. This might be the clearest opportunity to maybe even score a triple, if I do dare say it. With a Crusher Mortar on the left corner, not causing any problems for an aerial-based army. He does still have a big Giga Bomb that's going to go off. Try to dodge and prevent as many troops as possible from soaking the shots from that. Ooh, but those poor dragons are going to be taking a beating. Knocked back and slowed down a little bit. Multi-Gear Tower fires off a few shots, but I don't know. Still looking very strong. We're at 88%. He's pumping his fists. He looks excited. He's smashing through the end of it. Termynater for the 3-star of the day. A well-deserved strike will put his team far and ahead on top.
Wow. 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 Termynater is a beast. What a great attack. I mean, I really hope that we're going to listen in on the voice conversation from him and his team during that moment, if it is broadcast friendly. But I mean, I think he was pumped. I mean, at the moment where I feel like most people would have already called this a 3-star, it felt like that he was like, guys, calm down, calm down. I feel like I have not done it so far. I want to keep concentrating. And he managed to do so. An amazing Royal Champion charge, getting the job done, getting the entire core out of the way, and then the Dragon follow-up flawlessly. Really nicely done, and this means they are on the way to possibly being the first team collecting a perfect match in this competition. But we still have Celinio now for the Rush to Win team as the final attacker, but it seems like he can't really do much in this current position.
Well, already with an amazing accolade to his name, Team Termy scoring a triple against one of the world's best space builders and finding another opportunity to move on in this Clash Combo tournament. Celino on the other side, the clutch captain, even with a 3-star, would still just have the star score tied up against his foes. But let's give this attack its full due. A mass dragon assault. Not entirely off meta at this Town Hall level, but not something that you see very often. Still, a Royal Champion charge in the left corner gets a great pull and just about as much value as we saw in the previous Royal Champion charge. Dropping invisibilities to funnel that RC inward and take out that Fire Spitter duo. He's going to get some more work done against the CC as well. This is just one of the deepest RC charges we've seen today, Itsu.
Yeah, considering that the Royal Champion shots in the beginning did go the wrong direction, he wanted her to go into the core, but instead she went to the outside. So saving it in that way is really impressive. The question now, though, is does he have enough power for the back end? The Hook Tower gives this entire thing a complete different dynamic, because so far we have typically seen the Crusher Mortar, which can be completely ignored for any of those ground attacks. The hook tower, though, is going to yoink those dragons one by one into the back end and into all of this damage between multiple different heroes. So that can be a complete big issue. So let's see. First dragon is getting yoinked in there and it's getting taken care of. And this is going to happen now a lot of times.
I love how you just drop the yoink in there. It's such a poor end to a dragon's life to get yoinked into the core of the base. And with a monolith standing right next to that big thing, that is a perfect way to tank and spank a poor little dragon. Well, the monolith is finally taking some dragon fire, but can it hold on for dear life a little bit longer? Black bomb's going off, and those dragons are having a difficult time on the far end of the space. Celino looks calm. He looks cool as a cucumber right now and ready to just wipe away the rest of this space. I think it still might be a 3-star despite those really strong defenses. Ooh, an exterior tornado trap might have been an attempt to lure and bait an entry from Termynater, but it didn't work against Celino. Still able to grab triples in the most difficult of circumstances.
Is this going to be enough? I mean, it should be, right?
Snakes there.
It's really close, actually. Wait a second.
No, Sneezy.
Wait a second.
What? Is Sneezy Sneezy's not enough? The king, he's stuck on a wall. There's no more time. What just happened? I would have sworn that was going to be a 3-star. Did we? Don't tell me I jinxed it. Not on his last attack of the war, Itsu.
That multi-gear cannon dealt so much damage. That was crazy. Turning around, 90 degree, 180 degree, 360 degree, it did not matter. Firing in every single possible direction and getting the damage dealt. And those dragons did go down in the end. It is a time fail for Celino in his last attack, unfortunately. But I mean, that was just a really close finish.
Well, that means the war is over. It's already been won by Team Termy. They've got 12 stars against the 11 stars earned by Rush to Win. And that means we will see Team Termy in the grand finals facing off against Team Coco. But hey, I imagine there might be a few of you out there at least that want to see one of the world's best once again attempt a 3-star and maybe give us the only perfect war of the day. Let's see if General X can pull it off, Itsu.
Oh, that would be so cool, seeing a perfect match as well with the content creator. That would be amazing. So let's go. We have again the Royal Gem in charge with those dragons, making sure that the push is looking strong. We have a really crazy core, and the Royal Gem ability seems to be forced really early. Where is she going next? She's going for the... Yep, there we go, for the monolith. Is she going to go for the core next for the multi-front towers, or where is she going? Yes, indeed. But the sweeper, he has to be careful. The Royal Gem is supposed to stay in the core, and she can mind control her. It's everything fine. She's staying close to that and make sure that defense after defense is going to be taken care of.
Picture perfect and ideal timing on these drops. He's got to be so careful. Oh, you missed the CC, General X. It's the poison dropped out, but the clan castle is going to be standing, and that could cause a little bit of a slowdown factor later in this raid.
Yeah, but it's just so impressive on how long those pros keep that fox alive. If you have ever tried a Royal Gem charge in hard mode, keeping that fox alive and perfectly timing your invisibility spells is hard. You have seen the content creators are doing their attacks, and they are all really solid players, but most of them have lost their fox within the first couple of seconds. But General X just keeping the fox alive and alive and alive. Really strong showing by him. And now it's all about the strong push on the back end. Warren ability to keep everything safe through the red mines. And the queen is pushing strong from the complete opposite side.
She is, and with a lot of wizard support and P.E.K.K.A.'s out in front from that siege barracks, that is going to be a lot of damage to help clean up that bottom edge. Town Hall still stands, but not for long as those dragons start to collapse in. But ooh, 2 big black bombs blow up right in their faces, and they are not going to be breathing fire for very much longer. General X trying to get the collapse into the core, and it looks like he's just done it now. The Town Hall is down, and that's the 2nd star claim for Team Termy. Only 1 left before the perfect war can be decided.
Oh, this is looking still good with the action figure and the giant here celebrating already. And this means we are witnessing the first perfect match in this competition. The Minion Prince clutching it out in the end. The swag invisibility spell in the core. And this time around, time is going to be enough because the last two buildings are going down. Team Termy. I mean, there is no better way of winning the lower bracket finals to face Coco in the grand finals here. I feel like that team right now is pumped. They are feeling like they're, I don't know, not possible in any way to be beaten. And this is going to be a great start as well to go into the finals with claiming 15 stars.
That was really impressive. The only perfect war we've seen, and what a highlight moment for both Termynater and General X. I'm really excited to see what the MVP vote is here, and if we wind up getting a little bit of love for our content creators. What do you think, Itsu?
I mean, I would love to see Termynater getting that MVP. That would be so cool. I mean, getting that 3-star as a content creator is really strong. So really solid showing by him, and I hope it's going to be, well, recognized by the community with giving him that MVP vote. Otherwise, we know who is going to win the MVP, and that is going to be General X. So those are the two options, I assume. But we're going to know in just a couple of seconds. But Termynater would be for sure my pick. How about you?
Hey, I brought it up first. I think you know where I stand. I think Termynater overperformed. General X has picked up an MVP award before. I think it's time to see where the cards may lie. But here we go. Termy will be moving in against Team Coco next in match number 6. Termy moving in from the bottom bracket means that he'll have to win twice. His squad requires 2 victories in order to be crowned champion. But up on top, Team Coco undefeated all the way through, having beaten Team Termy before, would only need one more win to earn the crown.
Yeah, and we are ready to reveal who was the MVP of the last match. So let's take a closer look. And there we go. Let's go. Community, great job. Termynater with the 46%. And that is the MVP for him. Great attack. And I mean, that MVP is so deserved.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I were Termynater, this would just be my banner for every content that I ever created. It's like, that's fine. Yeah, I got more votes than General X. You know, General X is pretty good, but I got 14% more than him. So that's just how things stand for this war. And well, I guess at the end of the day, it is only one war. But big congratulations to Termynater and to General X and to Sanjay Kapoor and the whole squad there on Team Termy. They earned a perfect finish. I can be very, very glad with the way that went. But a big foe still stands on that mountain with Team Coco, and I know we've got a lot to talk about before that war can be taken out. But we'll take a quick break right now. We'll see you again very shortly, so stick with us to find out who is going to win this event.
RC go right. RC go right.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Yes, RC is back.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, is this 3-star or what?
15 stars. Let's get the 15 stars. Let's go.
Oh man.
Let's go.
Nice. Alex, you got this, man. You got this, man. Go for the 15. Perfect water be a state. Let's go. Let's freaking go.
Oh.
Well, you saw him there. Termynater is all juiced up, hot off of his MVP pick and his team's perfect war victory. They're going to be moving back up to face the grand final opponent of Team Coco 22 TV. Itsu, we got a chance to listen in a little bit and hear those comms as they were celebrating those victories, and it's very apparent that they knew what was on the line. They knew the stakes, and they were just as excited when Team Termy found a 2-star defense against Celino, the biggest star differential out of any war today. And it was an honor to cast it alongside you, Itsu.
I mean, my pleasure, because that match was just impressive to watch from our side. From what Team Termynater, what Team Termy did there was really impressive. Everyone really showed up when it mattered, and they have to do it as well 2 more times though, because they have to really get that revenge. And especially with the story around, which I feel like is kind of cool, because we introduced those 2 teams, especially with Termynater saying that he wants to get his revenge versus Team Coco. They have lost in like practice matches before. They have now lost in the upper bracket against them and were sent to the lower bracket, and now they have the chance of rematching in the finals. Well, that is a really crazy storyline, and I think we should listen in to Kronos, because we have him ready for an interview as representing the Team Coco here. So, Kronos, welcome in. Amazing performance so far. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, guys. Thank you.
Kronos, this is a great opportunity since you've been away from the stage for a little while. You've just been waiting to see who's going to come up and face off against you. Are you at all worried to see a perfect war team moving up from the lower bracket to try to challenge you at the top?
Oh man, I'm trembling. I'm very nervous, I'll be honest. No, on a serious note, we're like 3 outs from Worlds. We're playing with streamers. We're playing with lower tunnel levels. I'm just having a fun time. We're like all on voice chat, just having a good time, having a chat. You meeting different people, to be honest, people who play the game in a different way than you do. And I think that's the coolest aspect of this all, is the way it like brings all the aspects we've had over the year together into one format, even if it's just 4 teams. But I'm enjoying it a lot, for sure.
So you're already saying that you're able to connect with a lot of different players. Is that the most fun thing about this competition for you so far? Like, if you would have to highlight one thing which for you, what this event is all about, is that like getting those new connections and having fun, or is there as well some more stuff behind there?
I would say yes. To answer your question briefly, I would say there's more behind it as well. I think the fact that we can play with both streamers, and you can kind of, a streamer who would maybe not be so much into the esports world of things, into hard mode, it is a very hard mode, I would say. It's probably the hardest the game has been in a while, probably Tunnel 12. I think 15, you can make a case for Tunnel 15, but I think Tunnel 16 from a difficulty level for a new person coming in, a streamer who doesn't play very much of hard mode, they're having a really tough time. So I think combining the worlds of more casual play, maybe lower tunnel plays, where of course the tunnel lines are just driving over bases with Go Wipe, which is like way back when. I know Woody's into it. I don't want to speak badly about Woody's strategy here, but you see the whole, everything coming together, and you see the casuals, you see the old schoolers, you see the new pros, quote unquote, all coming together, all, I think bonding is a good word. I think just together how each of them plays in their own way in a war, in a team together, and cheering for each other is absolutely amazing. I think Twitch chat is also doing a great job cheering on. I think they're also enjoying the variety of content, because the amount of times I watch a Twitch stream and people go like, yeah, you're playing a Tunnel 17 King of the Hill, where's the Tunnel 12 one? Like, come on. That kind of a comment, if you guys know what I mean. But yeah, I definitely think it's really great to just have every aspect combined into one evening, I guess, one fun evening.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you say there. And, you know, Kronos, you've been playing for many years. You've had experience in a lot of different metagame environments, sometimes where, you know, the hit rates are so high, you're just focused on the amount of time that you have. Sometimes when, you know, you're only playing air-based attacks, sometimes when you're only on the ground, sometimes when you're mixing up town halls entirely. And, you know, because you have to spend so much time focused on your main event with the World Championships coming up at the top level of the game, I wonder, do you have any other town halls that you prefer playing, or whenever you just get a chance to have a little bit of fun, how do you like to play Clash of Clans?
To be honest, no. I used to be a really big fan of Tunnel 14. That was kind of my quote-unquote breakout year, I would say. It was the year where I really started playing seriously. I got picked up by a good team, that being Tribe. So if I had to pick a tunnel, it would be Tunnel 14. I actually haven't played it in a while. It's also not in this tournament, which kind of makes me sad, but I mean, I understand the whole, it's giving town halls and we can't have everything with there being 17 town halls. But what I do to have fun, usually it's either Legend League. I'm really looking forward to the new push mode, which is coming very soon. And I know there's sneak peeks tomorrow, while having watched some of Vitz's videos. Small shout out. But yeah, Legend League, a bit of FCs, and just playing with friends, to be honest, playing with people. I think that's what Clash is all about.
I feel like you have touched there on a really important thing with the different answers of, okay, you have the different like bonding experience of players playing the game in a different way. We have now as well the legendary rework happening and such with the battle modifiers and so on. So for everyone who's maybe interested in becoming better at the game or joining the esports scene or just even getting close to this, like we're not talking about like already playing tournaments on the highest level, if there's any advice or maybe things you have learned as well of the other perspectives of other players within this competition, bonding with other players, what would be your maybe few tips for those type of players to join this experience?
It's a very good question, and I think I was watching Style earlier and he was actually explaining something that what he noticed in the Tunnel 12s mainly, I think this could also go to Tunnel 9 personally, but Tunnel 12s he noticed it even more, is the fundamentals of the game. Such a thing as funneling, such a thing as having, in Clash Royale we call it a win condition. I wouldn't call it that in Clash of Clans, but for example a Root Rider or a Dragon, basically the main force of your army, understanding its mechanics, understanding, okay, for Root Riders it goes only for defenses, I will need to clear this, that, and whatever building for it to go the way I imagine it going. For Dragons you're obviously going to clear the outside buildings because it targets any building on the base. So to sum it up into one point, I would say it's concepts such as funneling, concepts such as how do you set up the base in a way so that the follow-up part of your attack after your opener, which these days quite often it's Royal Champion Charge, it used to be Queen Charges, it used to be Skelly Donut, there's several of these, how you can use these openers to then set up a functioning attack with these quote-unquote, in Clash Royale there are win conditions, in Clash of Clans there would be your main army, I think would be a good way to call them. And it's just about how you can set those up in a way to where you can successfully and efficiently, I would say, make that follow-up of Root Riders, of Dragons, whatever you're using, work. And I think it starts at the low town hall levels, which is why I think it's great that also Supercell are introducing these practice modes. I think it's like when you go on the multiplayer, there's Goblin and there's practice. And many of these concepts are being taught there, and I think people just kind of skip over it, and I think it makes me sad. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care that much, but I think it's a good opportunity for people to just get a grip and understand what the most essential basic aspect of the game is, the fundamentals, the funneling, the fundamentals of your army, understanding your army and making it work.
Well said. There's a lot to chew on there, and for players at any levels, I'm sure the opportunity to hear from a pro like yourself is a great treat. Now, Kronos, we know that you have got another war ahead of you and you've got to leave the interview. We're sorry to have to let you go, but we know that we're going to get to see another great attack from you coming up shortly. So good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Itsu, it's just the two of us now. So why don't we bring some more friends back and have another opportunity to break down that last war and cue off the next one. We're going to be going into the grand finals shortly. Carbon, you're back with us, and so is Clash Bashing. I'll start with you though, Carmen. What do you make of that interview?
Well, it's always great to hear from Kronos. He always has a lot to say, and it's very valuable to gain the insights from a player like him with all the experience that he has. So it's always a great brain to pick, and you know he's going to be bringing his best in the grand finals. Can't wait to see what his team could do. Remember, they're coming from the upper bracket, so they have a second life just in case, Bash.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a huge advantage to have, and especially the way that Kronos is playing at Town Hall 17. It feels like Town Hall 17 is that deciding factor most of the time in these wars. There's definitely that advantage when your Town Hall 17 pro is playing the way that Kronos is right now. But I think that we might be ready to take a look back at an attack from that last war here. I'm gonna go ahead and break down one. I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna take a look at Seleno's fireball from the previous war, but I have to show my man Termy some love here because he came in with a pro style attack and he executed. So he comes in with the dragons with the RC charge here, and this one is just so well done. We've seen a lot of times when the content creators are kind of getting near this town hall area and it's starting to fire onto the RC, but it's causing some issues. And you see his RC takes a little bit of damage right there, takes the shot. You don't want that happening. You need to time it up. I like to go with the 3 and the 7, but you also have to anticipate where she's going, that she might take that next shot. But one nice thing is she's going to step up, she's going to take this town hall out, and that's a major threat to her. And then what he wants to do is he wants to surge her forward and get out both of these multi-target infernos. With this pro style dragon attack, if you can get out the multi infernos or a majority of the multi infernos, 2 or more, along with the town hall, a lot of times you're gonna have success even here in the hard mode. I think Termy did a great job of keeping this one alive and managing his royal champion. Remember, she does have that passive healing, so she does get some of those hit points back, but he just makes that nice little split right up the middle of the base here, and that allows you to send the rest of your attack around this side and around this side. So he's going to go ahead and he's going to send the barracks with the queen up to this top side, and he's going to send all of the dragons right in through here, and he's going to funnel them in using the rocket loons and everything else. And this is exactly what you're looking for. The base is split right down the middle. Queen's in charge of going up and around here. Dragons are going up and meeting everything. The multi back here is not a big issue for the furnaces that come out of the attack later. So this is just a really nice setup, and luckily for Termy, he was able to keep that royal champion alive. I mean, he got a little bit close. He took a couple shots from the town hall, but if you can manage that, get the timing, get the RC alive, and get her through that town hall, you are set up so nice. And he got so much value on this one. Warden ability is perfect. The funnel is set up pretty solid right here. Does have a few little buildings right there with the mortar and the elixir collector, but it's going to allow these dragons to work through. And now keep an eye on these fire spirits. They're going to be able to work in here, and with not a lot of splash, there is the scatter shot, but not a ton of splash. They're going to be able to work in here and take out those defenses. The queen's distracting that scatter shot, so here come those fire spirits in there taking out the damage. Meanwhile, the dragon's going to continue to work right on through here. This is exactly how this attack is supposed to work. You get out the town hall, you get out those 2 multis, and you should crush with the dragons, with those furnaces out there. And look at the celebration for Terry. It's such a good time. Actually, I don't think you guys can see the celebration. I can see the celebration, but he's celebrated, he's excited, and it's well deserved. Our first and only 3-star from one of our content creators throughout the tournament so far. We still have some tournament to go, but I was very impressed with how he handled that attack, especially bouncing back in that war, putting up the first perfect war of our tournament thus far. They got to be feeling good coming into this final, but they have a tall task ahead of them, as they're going to have to beat Team Coco 2 times if they want to win this. So Team Coco definitely has that advantage. As we go ahead and welcome everyone back, I mean, Woody, how do you feel? Like, do you feel the momentum's on Team Termy's side, or do you think that like Coco's kind of been rested, they haven't had to burn bases? Like, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I feel it's a great advantage for Team Termy to be able to pick up a perfect war and to show that they can get 3 stars with one of their most difficult spots on the map. I mean, I have been rooting for Team Coco the whole way through with the predictions, and I've been right so far, but I'm starting to feel a little bit shaky about this next one. This could really go either way. Team Termy picking up a big win like that gets a lot of their juices flowing, gets a lot of energy pumping, gets a lot of adrenaline through their veins. But I'm not necessarily sure that that's always going to be an advantage. When you get that excited, you kind of might get a little bit foggy. You might get a little bit overconfident. And so, I don't know. It could really go either way. And I just think that the fact that Team Coco has not yet lost at all, so it requires a bracket reset to defeat them, I still think that the advantage is in their favor. What about you, Itsu?
Yeah, I feel like there's even more because there's like this behind the scenes story with like Termynater calling out Team Coco before the competition and saying, yep, we are trying to beat you guys because apparently in some test matches, Team Coco always won the friendly wars. So it seems like that is like the one impossible team to beat. And this kind of represents here as well, even though Bash going with the Termynater, I feel like you can go about that in just a second, if it's just the T or something different there. But I feel like for me, it's just all about really the fact that Team Coco has now beaten them in the upper bracket once, sending them to the lower bracket, and as well in before of this competition, like some friendly matches and like test matches. So it can be tricky. I mean, yes, the perfect war was the best thing which for Team Termynater could happen, I think. But knowing that you're always losing to the one other team can feel quite frustrating. So this is why I personally went with the Team Coco. And I'm sorry for skipping you, Carl, but I want to hear really from Bash why he is going with Team Termynater here, because he's the only one in this one.
Can I just easily disappoint you and say that I said I was going with Team T's? But realistically, I probably would have picked Termynater even if I didn't say that earlier in the day, because I'm a huge momentum guy. I mean, it hasn't worked out for me a lot throughout the season, to be fair, but I'm big on momentum. Coming off a perfect war, your content creator just got a 3-star. Like, I feel like they're going to be feeling good and their confidence is going to be at an all-time high. And this isn't for the whole series. This is just for this next war. Although, like, if they win that, I'm picking them again because then they have all the momentum on their side. So I'm big on momentum. I think the momentum is in their court. Team Coco's kind of just been chilling. They've been like cooling a little bit. So that's kind of why I went with that one, aside from, you know, I'm Team T today.
Yeah, well, I'm going Team Coco because they're sitting in the upper bracket and they made it from the upper bracket to the grand finals, so they deserve that spot. Yes, they've been rested. Yes, they've been chilling, but I think they've got what it takes to get it done. And they have the competitive advantage of being with the second life. Yeah, it's a whole new war if Team Termy is able to win the first one, but it's still going to be tough to win 2 times in a row. We don't see it often occur. It has happened for golden tickets, but it doesn't happen often. Usually, this same scenario plays out where the team that gets sent down to the lower bracket finals comes right back to try to get the revenge, but they're not able to do it. They get taken out in the first match. So we are getting ready for the grand finals as they are now ready to go. So myself and Bash will be jumping into this one where my friends, Team Termy, taking on Team Coco.
This should be an interesting, if you look there. I mean, the stats are pretty close, but Team Coco hasn't had to play quite as much. So you can kind of take what you will, but I think this is a pretty solid matchup for both of these squads. Obviously, Team Coco, they're not going to be using as many of their resources. They kind of have that synergy also with like mostly German players and like German community or German speaking with the Dutch players in there also. So like there's a lot of synergy within Team Coco, but again, I'm big on the momentum, so I'm rooting with Team Termy right here. Seeing the content creator get that 3-star, just so impressive for me.
The hit rate of Chronos, 100%. Wait, 100%. Wait, everyone 100%? Okay, Exorcist should be 100%. That's not fair, with the connection being the only reason why he's failed at Town Hall 9, and it will come down to Coco. Can she do better than Termynater? That's what's gonna win this war, because everyone else has been doing what they do best, bring in 3-stars. But Coco, you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to step up and get a 3-star yourself. That's especially true if Termy does get a 3-star just like he did last time.
Hey, ifs, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, I don't see Exorcist on cam. Maybe still having some issues there. I'm just saying, I love Exorcist. I don't hope he disconnects, but you never know. You got to take that kind of stuff into account. But let's go ahead and let's see what Coco has to say coming into this matchup.
In terms of building synergy, I think the team that I'm in has a very good synergy. A lot of the team already speaks German, which I think does help. We also have Kronos and Exosist on the team, who are former teammates from Tribe, and I've also been working hands-on with some of these players in the past for content or stream events, so I think the synergy was kind of already there before, and I think this will work out in our favor.
They have the synergy. Let's see if they can capitalize on their position coming from the upper bracket in the grand finals. But they may have synergy. But just like you mentioned, Bash, do they have momentum? As Team Termy, their opponents coming from the lower bracket, they're only down in the lower bracket because they got sent there due to Team Coco. As the hit rate for their captain right in the middle, 33.3%. You're just gonna have to take into fact that he's the content creator. All the other ones are at 0. He's the one that got the MVP in the last match, getting that 3-star. And Termynater, if you get a triple here, really your team has a great chance of forcing a bracket reset.
Yeah, but also remember that they've had a little bit of issues at some of their lower town halls. We've had the fail at Town Hall 12. We've had the fail at Town Hall 15 as well. So I think this could definitely be a war where it comes down to the content creators, who does better. And I think that kind of favors Team Termy right now. Termy's confidence on his abilities has to be at a high, but at the same time, watching Termy's attack back, there's definitely some things that he could clean up there. That Royal Champion took multiple shots from that Town Hall. If he allows that to continue to happen, he could risk losing that Royal Champion or risk her going to ability a little bit early. So he definitely has some things he can clean up there. But that kind of has the same thing to be said about the whole team. They have a little bit of things that they need to clean up in order to win this war and force that reset. But we have a little bit of a statement coming from them going into this war as well.
So far, I haven't really felt any issue with like connecting pro players in combination with the influencers or on our side with Termy. Termy is very determined to integrate himself into this pro scene and is working on himself day in and day out just to set him up prepare best for his upcoming tournament. He is doing friendly challenges over and over, also in his live stream, and I'm very excited to see how we will perform in this tournament on this weekend. But I best believe that he is going to do a great job.
You can practice all you want, but all it takes is one slip up in the live attack to fall down. And that's all it takes, really. You just can't afford that one mistake, especially coming from the lower bracket now, which is where Team Termy is. But the momentum from the perfect war that they were able to get in their last match, they're looking good there, but it's going to come down to this grand finals. If they can force that bracket reset, and remember, Bash, first place, taking home $4,000 is on the line. To think of that one match, you could win $4 grand in Clash of Clans, and that's what's on the line here. But let's see who you all at home are picking, and it is Team Termy. They're riding the wave just like you, Bash, 54%.
The audience knows. The audience gets me. I'm one with the audience, Carbon, a man of the people. But you're right here. I mean, second place is $2,000. If you win this matchup, if you win this series, you double up your prize pool for playing Clash of Clans on a Saturday. That's not a bad gig, but we're going to find out who is going to win and if we will have that bracket reset really soon, as this war is just about ready to kick off. And here we go. Our first attacker at Town Hall 9 will be Exosist.
Exosist, double, triple check your connection. Make sure you do not lose that connection, or just drop all your dragons within the first 2 seconds, so that if you do lose connection, they're down and they can potentially 3-star for you without even having to worry. Because you know you cannot afford to leave a star on the table in this grand finals, as we are seeing Exorcist with the arrow right off the bat with that queen, getting so much value. Lightning spells for the backhand air defense, earthquake as well to finish it off, and then let the dragons loose to move your way through.
Here they come. All the dragons are in, all the balloons are in, so he should be pretty good even if he does have any connection issues. There goes the Minion Prince's ability. Still has 4 lightning spells that he can use a little bit later in the attack. Still has that rage. Oh, there goes the rage right there over top. All those big pack of dragons, and everything is going the way it should be. An Exorcist should have the nice bounce back after that disconnect in his last war. Zaps out the last air defense, and this one's a GG already.
Yep, he can't do anything. Now it's just kick back and relax. Within the first 30 seconds, you deploy everything, and this base is completely gone. The arrow just from the queen is just so devastating at these low town halls. It's not even fair what it can do as the dragons just continue with the Minion Prince to support. And Exorcist delivers a 3-star, of course. But you know,
Yeah,
it's Town Hall 9. You assume that.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to assume because we did have the fail, but you're right. Like I said earlier, even when he had the fail because he disconnected, I had it on my spreadsheet already as a 3-star. I have Gum Gum marked down as a 3-star already, just because that's kind of the way it was during the Town Hall Cups for Town Hall 9. It was kind of like the speed meta where we had to go fast to win. You wanted to be like 45 seconds to win the war. I mean, not quite there, but I mean, they don't have that pressure rate here. They have the mixed lineup, so they don't have to really worry about their time. Really just go out there and secure that first 3-star really quick. Try to get it minute 30, and you're setting your team up for success.
Yeah, because you know it's not going to come down to time, most likely. Granted, if BDLegend did get a perfect war against Termy, then that's when time would have played a factor. But the odds are it's not going to, and the odds of it being a perfect is very low. But Gum Gum is going to be up next, and he's the one that also is providing a lot of amazing, you know, interview responses, and that's what we love to see. And then we also love to see and listen in to the players whenever they're attacking, get a little insight there. But he is going to go with that Lalo. We're going to see 17 loons. Queen's gonna have her arrow, the fly through, and then just path his way slowly around. Look at him taking his sweet time.
Yeah, just getting comfortable. He's got that cozy, nice little Halloween sweater on. He got the bats. I mean, what's not to like right here? Sweepers are down. Queen's giant arrow is right through the middle of this base. King is already in, and he's already surging in here. He's got the 3 wall breakers also, so he can go ahead and have a little bit of access to the base. The giant out front in front of this queen is just insane at these low town halls. Like, he's just so beefy. Even at that lower equipment level, he's just such a beefy guy there. And there comes the wall breakers to go ahead and give the queen access even further into the base.
Yeah, the giant did end up walking to the bottom, which it would have been nice to get the giant in first so it can tank this Minion Prince. But the queen takes him down super quick. Does have not too much health left, but the skeleton spell is going to be used for the enemy queen paired in with a rage spell. And then he can just poison the clan castle up twice. And notice how he dropped some balloons from the very corner of the left side. Well, that's because he wanted to test if there's any troll Teslas in the corner there, so he doesn't have to worry. And a golem is coming out of the defending CC, so that is going to do absolutely nothing to his Lalo.
Yeah, it's just going to go over there and be a pain in the butt for the queen for just a few, but with her getting that wizard tower down, that's a big pickup so the balloons don't take that splash damage. Here comes a rage over top. They would have got that wizard tower out in an instant anyways. The enemy queen is still up. He does have the poison on her, but the skeletons failed to get her down, but now the lava pups will go ahead and take her out, target her, and get her down. And now it's just cleanup, and as expected, the Town Hall 9s do their job. So far, all squared away, although Team Coco a little bit up on time. Shouldn't be a factor, but you never know.
Yeah, it won't be a factor at the end of the day. I'm calling it now, but we're going to see Gum Gum coming in, celebrating, and delivering a 3-star. So his job is done, well, I would say for this weekend only if they're... Well, actually, no, he wants another chance because he's on Team Termy. He needs to win this war to get another attack so that they have a chance at winning this entire tournament because they need to force a bracket reset. Anyone on Team Coco, they're hoping that this is just their last attack of the day so they don't have to worry about playing in another match in the bracket reset because there is no matches tomorrow. Today is the only day for the Clash combo where we will be giving away the $4,000 for first place. So now Team Coco up next, and we're moving up the bracket. We start at Town Hall 9. Now we move to Town Hall 12s. Then we go to 15s, and then of course finish with the 17s where the creators are sitting.
Whiny will be our next attacker. He's been playing really well. Got the dragons coming in here at Town Hall 12, and that seems to be the play. Whether it's dragons or drag bat, which we've seen from Sanjay. It works just so well in these Town Hall 12 bases. This is our last major event before the Clash Clans World Championships just a little bit later this month. So these guys looking to make a big impression on the pro scene as we move forward towards that event. Here we go. Everything is in. He's got to get the Stone Slammer in, and pretty much everything is in at this point. Still has some lightning, still has some spell support, but off to a great start.
Yeah, moving his way through the enemy queen. Out comes a super dragon from the defensive CC. Pulling some red air bombs, but he's perfectly fine as these dragons soaked it up through the Eternal Tome. We do have a back end at Town Hall, which does now just activate, uses a couple lightning. He's got the Minion Prince ability, he's got Rage, and a boatload of freezes to allow that Stone Slammer pathing to the Town Hall.
A boatload of freezes is right. 4 freezes now, down to 3 after using the 1, but the Stone Slammer is right on top of the Town Hall. The dragons are going to be helped out with those freezes onto the air defense, and this one is all but done for Whiny as he's going to go ahead and get through this base of Sanjay, which is going to put a little bit of pressure over to Sanjay, who did have that 98 fail earlier, I believe it was. It was a nice high percent. I remember that. Yeah, it was 98. But here we go with the dragons and the loons out of there. They'll take down that last air defense, and there's going to be nothing to hold back Whiny's attack, and Team Coco go into the lead.
Moving his way through the backside with the Minion Prince ability, Baby Dragon, an extra freeze on the Air Expo, and a Rocket Loon. And you know, if you've got the troops, might as well deploy, because then you can be a little bit quicker at that point. Normally in the competition for the lower town halls, they were paying way more attention to dropping each and every troop to try to be faster, because that's when every single town hall was the exact same. But in this case, it's not. They know that odds of getting 2 triples at town hall 17 is a tough task, but it is possible when he comes in with the triple for Team Coco. Well done. And now putting pressure on the Team Termy, who is coming off that perfect war in the lower bracket, as again, they are trying to get their revenge because Team Coco sent them down to the low bracket earlier. Team Termy's been trying to get them this whole entire tournament, and it's their final opportunity to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a best of 3 where Team Coco already won that first one. If Team Termy wants to stay alive, they have to win this one. And then obviously the next matchup will determine the winner if that bracket reset happens. But if Team Coco wins this, our tournament is over and they will be our champions. So we will determine that very soon. And Sanjay will be our next attacker. Carbon, is it just me, or does Sanjay look like he's like super tall? I'm just wondering. I'm just curious. Sanjay, how tall are you? Let me know in the comment section or something. Like, just send me a DM. I have to know. You look like you're like 7 feet, which that's incredible.
I thought you were going to say something else. It was going to be 6 foot something. You know?
Oh boy! You know, I told my kids I would try to work that in, but that would be too easy. You know.
I see. But either way, he's pushing right on through towards this town hall with the Yeti. He's going to try to rage up, and the Yeti might grab that town hall as headhunters. Wow, quite a bit of them are coming out of Clan Castle, but the poison helps to take them out right there as he continues to move left. Ice Golem to the far left in the Archer Tower, but the tower has been secured, so now he's just going to path his way slowly around with his King's ability and 2 more freezes.
No bats on this one for Sanjay. He has this couple of freeze spells in here. There's still a little bit of a tough area on the backside. I know he still has Queen working through there, which is always a good thing, especially with the healers. But definitely with the 2 multis and the Minion Prince there, I mean, that could definitely shut down some of this attack in a hurry. He does have the 6 rocket balloons as well. But I'm a little bit concerned about the back end of this base with another dragon going down right there. Things are definitely thinned out.
Oh, that is not good, especially being from Team Termy. They need a force of bracket reset, so a failed attack at the lower town halls could be devastating. There's a double freeze onto the Infernos, but the defensive Minion Prince remains up. Queens are walking around, does go for some of the air skellies. With 2 super barbs. Now this is where he needs to get. Oh, Queen, you're walking around that wall again. Okay, you're going for the bomb tower. No spells left. A headhunter trying to time it in for the Minion Prince, but was it off? The headhunter might be off.
Yeah, the Minion Prince doesn't get him, or the headhunter doesn't get the Minion Prince. Queen's distracted by some skellies. Minion Prince is going to come over and fight her in just a moment here. There's not a lot, but if this Minion Prince can get this Queen down, no, Queen will get it. Queen will get him. Okay. 58 seconds is plenty of time. I don't think there's enough
Wow.
damage to fight through those healers.
Yeah.
Man, this one was definitely way closer than it needed to be.
Oh, well, don't have to worry about time at this point. Queen barely stays alive and gets this one done. The healers there saved him. And you know, Team Termy was like, oh, just believe the Queen saved it. Hey, a 3-star is a 3-star. At the end of the day, they'll take it however they can get it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty worried. Sanjay had a little bit of struggles earlier in the day. This one definitely was a close call, but great timing on the freezes. A little bit of missed timing on the headhunter, but luckily the Queen was able to have enough health to work through that minion prince. Definitely a close call for sure, but Sanjay does get the triple against Winey's base, which means we move on to the Town Hall 15s with the Tide War.
Well done. 3-star is locked in as we're now moving up the ladder. The Town Hall is getting harder and harder now as Town Hall 15s are up next. This one we've seen more fails. And then, of course, we get to the Town Hall 17s, and that's where only one creator, who's here, Termy, has gotten the 3-star. And again, for those that are just joining and maybe new to the competitive scene, this is hard mode. So that's why it's a lot harder to be getting those triples where all the defenses are stronger. Your heroes are weaker, defending heroes are weaker, and your hero abilities, which you're looking, they're now maxed out because of hard mode, and that is the reason for it. But we are seeing the classic RC charge paired in with the Warden at Town Hall 15, keeping them invisible to grab this value and then pull them back with that recall.
Every single Town Hall 12 attack was dragons. Thus far, every single Town Hall 15 attack has been Root Riders. Now, we will still have one more, but El Chantito has used them all throughout, so I wouldn't expect anything less. Kind of interesting little meta notes there for these mid-town halls. Recall there onto the Royal Champion. She's out with the Warden. Clan Castle's pulled out those rocket balloons. They'll lose that speed up boost that they get at the first few seconds. And then the Queen's Giant Arrow actually going to pick off a couple of them. He does miss those sweepers. Shouldn't be a factor, but it could affect the healers. That is something to keep in mind, missing those sweepers. But I think he was trying, I don't know, actually with the battle builders there, I feel like maybe he was trying to get the sweepers.
Could have, but granted, mainly it's just, he didn't really need healers for the Queen, since it looks like healers are just meant for the roots. Really just get the extra damage in the core. Like you mentioned, everything is being repaired, but he is moving through the core. There is the heal, so that healers pulling these red air bombs can get healed back up. And he's hanging on to this Grand Warden Eternal Tome.
There goes those sweepers pushing the healers back, pushing the balloons back. Those balloons cannot get out in front of the healers, which coming into this core compartment, they need to be in front of the healers so they can soak up any red air bombs. The minion prince is in there also, and he just caught 2 seeking air mines, and he's going to go to Phoenix. Town Hall is down. The monolith is taking out the giant. He actually gets just out of range there. Still plenty of roots working through here, but the Royal Champion on defense going to try to shut them down. Monolith is distracted. Royal Champion's in there trying to get it down. So much going on here, Carbon.
Oh, hold on. He's moving through the multi in the backside without a tassel farm that pops. He has only one root ride to the bottom. The giant's down there. Queen's going to get overloaded with the ground skeletons. The Queen's going to be going down, but the Warden assistance with the Rage Gem. That giant will do a lot of splash unless he's already used. No, he's not even half, so he's not raged up either way. He's moving through. That multi's not going to do too much. The healers are on him, and he will get it. A 3-star for Vincent, and another triple coming in for Team Coco.
Couple of close attacks here. I mean, this definitely didn't feel like it was the most clean attack, but ultimately Root Rider there just destroying the walls. The giant from that action figure is enough to get the 3-star. Maybe those nerves setting in a little bit. I feel like probably not, because these guys have played through the low Town Hall Cups. They've handled this, but definitely a couple of close calls on those last 2 attacks.
Yeah, very close there, but 3-star is a 3-star there, as they have now 9 stars with those 3 triples. And we are getting closer and closer to the final result here for Team Coco. It's going to come down to the 17s. What will they be able to do? Coco and Kronos, both Town Hall 17s. Can Coco triple? We already know Kronos has, and that's what he has done each of his attacks, which has got them to this point. Can the captain, Coco, step up and do exactly that as well? Well, we're going to be jumping into the next attack for Team Termy. Can he get a triple with the Town Hall 15, and you said Root Riders, and it's same thing here.
El Chanchito had a little bit of struggles earlier. I don't like to point it out, but he did have that fail just a little bit earlier in the day that arguably cost his team the victory. The too low Town Hall misses, that is, maybe cost them the victory. It's hard to say. You never know. But let's see how he does here. RC is going in with the Warden. Pretty standard approach here at the Town Hall 12 with the Unicorns to get that healing there. Tons of invisibilities here. Does have the recall, so they'll be yoinked out of there at any moment. It looks like he's going to make a deep push in here. Maybe, I don't think get to the Town Hall, but maybe set up the pathing right at the Town Hall. Ooh, but she looks like she's getting distracted a little bit.
Yeah, that Monolith launches shots, pulls them all back, and luckily does keep the pets alive in the process. But we got a Siege Barracks to the top, Queen down to the left, with the Root Riders out in front to push the Queen into the base where the Root Riders are going, with the Warden and Royal Team being redeployed. So let's see if we can get this funnel to the top with the King towards that multi. But they need to then eventually path their way straight to the core towards that Town Hall on the backside, which is going to be very risky. So he decides to go with an Overgrowth to prevent all that damage from hitting him.
Yeah, but he also overgrowths the Town Hall, which means he's going to save the Town Hall for the very end. The most risky thing you can do, and in the biggest situation here, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him. These roots are definitely taking a little bit of damage. The healers need to surge forward. Some of those healers are distracted back there on the Valkyries, but now some of those roots starting to get into the pack there. The roots kind of cutting across the middle here, which can actually put these heroes in a really awkward situation. Great use of the Warden ability there, and now he can take this Town Hall down with a pretty easy approach through the rest of the base.
Does he use the Ice Block over the Town Hall? Yes, there it is, but was it a little bit late? The Monolith is hitting this RC, trying to continue this path through. King now follows through to the right, moves in behind the Root Rider, but he does open up the wall for the Giant to step into the Monolith. A couple super barbs, maybe to the bottom side at 6 where the Archer Tower is, but he's being patient. There you go, deploys him now with a couple wall breakers, and he'll be fine. A 3-star yet again. So my friends, this war is coming down to their Town Hall 17s.
Indeed it will, and it could very well be the content creators. There's that little bit of beef. There's that little, I don't want to call it beef, it's more of a friendly grudge, right? Like they're not actually like beefing, they're more like just a little friendly rivalry here, and it's
I'm telling production, make them attack last. Make them attack last.
Attack order.
Don't let them attack next. They gotta attack last. Put the pressure on the creators. Oh,
that would be awesome, but it's likely we see Termy going in, Coco going next. And I mean, percentage-wise, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because Termy does have the 3-star, but his first attack against them was a 62. So Termy's been really hot or cold, whereas Coco's kind of gone for those safer 2-stars, 70-80% there. It's going to be an interesting matchup here. I think this could be the pivotal moment in this war. Which content creator gets the higher percent? Can either of them get a 3-star? Can Termy keep his momentum up and win this war for his squad and give them a chance at that $4,000 first place prize pool?
If Coco triples right here, I feel like that's going to put so much pressure on Termy that it could cause him to mess up. But I can only imagine the comms with Coco just before. She was probably, you know, like super nervous, freaking out, but Kronos is there to calm her down, to focus on this attack and try to get it done.
So far, timing is looking good here on the RC. That invis could have been a little bit early, but I was worried about that invis being early. She put that down before that air defense is down, and that's going to cause the RC to go up top. She's got to recall this RC. Got to recall the RC before it's too late. This Royal Champion's going to get... Oh, my goodness. Barely got her out of there. I thought she was getting taken out. That was a risky play for Coco, trying to just get a little bit too much. And that situation, when things start to go sideways and your RC's already taking the damage, just get her out of dodge. You're not going to pick up any extra buildings. It's just not worth the risk. RC is still alive, barely hanging on there, and with the healers and the Warden support, she'll be able to get her back up on health. But man, that was a risky play.
Oh, that's the blimp now over to the Town Hall. to clone up the Yetis. I think she's just taking a safer approach. She wants to go for the high percent, trying to get into the 80s. That's the approach that she wants to do, as she is taking on General X's base, not Termy's base. Maybe Kronos decided, hey, I like Termy's base better, so Coco was probably like, sure, take it. I'll just go and try to get as much higher percentage as I possibly could, as the healers are on these routes, popping the RC ability now. But notice, since she popped the ability now, she died and could not get the full effect of the ability for the RC.
Yeah, I think she should have waited until after the Warden ability on that. That way the RC, like right now, the RC would be getting healed up, and then you pop off the ability. It might not get full ability, but let her stay in the Eternal Tome, let her get the healing from the healers, and then pop her ability. I don't know. Obviously, it could have worked out better the other way, could have worked out better that way. It's hard to say, but I think that would have been the better play in that situation, is just to wait since you still had Warden ability in hand. Here comes the Queen ability now, and it is creeping up to that 70% mark, and it's definitely fizzling out though. I don't think she's going to be able to pick up too much more, which should leave the door open for Termy to sweep in here and maybe take the advantage. King still has ability, so actually she can pick up quite a bit more.
Yeah, with the percent slowly ticking up, does have the spiky ball to push through. The King's moving to the defensive King though now, so he won't get much more other than the spiky ball value. 79 will get up into the 80s, and that's what she's talked about, where she was like, okay, if I get into the 80s, I did my job and I'm happy. The archers will get the buildings over there. 81, maybe even an 82 there, and another minion that could. 82% there for Coco. And now, what can Termy do? Because we're under the assumption that General X and Kronos are going to triple. So if Termy gets above the 82%, they have a great chance of winning
83.
this war. Oh, above 83 now.
Gets the gold mine with the 2 archers. They'll get taken out, but it is 83%, very respectable for the content creator. But Termy, the only content creator to 3-star throughout our entire tournament thus far. If he can get another 3-star or even get close to a 3-star, his team will look to have an advantage going into the final attacks for the pros of General X and Kronos. Man, this is a big moment here. You can kind of see our pitcher Termy just amping himself up and getting ready for this moment. It's a big one.
It is so much pressure here. He triples or gets above the 83%, and they are looking good. Then it puts all the cards in General X's hands. So that's all General X is hoping. He's just saying, you don't need to go for the 3. Just get an 84, and then we're good. I'll take it from there. But they have to work together as a team to get to that point. Can Coco defend? If she defends below an 83, then Kronos can finish it off for a triple to win. It all comes down to this right here. Good luck to you, Terminator, as it is going to be another heavy Royal Champion Invis charge. Wiping your hands, the sweat from your hands, so you don't misclick anything, as we have the Dark Crown for the Minion Prince, as he's going to move his way through with balloons to start to the left side, and then try to set that funnel up so the RC can go into the multi.
Yeah, I was thinking he was going to go this way, and I'm a little bit worried that this entry is going to be baited. We already see the Tesla popping up there, but I feel like that compartment right there is going to be really tough, and he can't be late here, especially with that poison tower there. If that poison tower gets destroyed, it's going to slow down that Royal Champion, so he can't be late. You got to be really, actually, if anything, a little bit early on the invisibilities. No actual traps or anything. I thought maybe the tornado would be in there, but the poison is in there. He's going to go ahead and use that invis to redirect the RC, but he's got to get her. He's got to get her. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That Royal Champion is barely alive as she gets the town hall. That's what I was afraid of. There's so much in there. You can't be late, Carbon.
Oh, luckily the boots have the ability to heal the RC up just a little bit over time, and that's what's keeping her alive here. And remember, no recall here, so it's just about the value that he can grab with this RC, which it was the town hall. Now, oh wow, a couple of red air bombs to the bottom side. Traps coming up at 6 o'clock here as dragons are deployed into the geared up cannon, with Rakaloos trying to get out in front, and the Queen needs to stay on the left side soloing to get that value.
Yeah, those dragons taking a lot of damage, but obviously still has Warden ability. The big thing here is he didn't get that multi in the middle up. He's going to have to get that out with the dragons, most likely. Queen is working on that left side. Here goes the Warden ability, and yeah, he's got fire furnaces with the fire spirits coming out of the clan castle. So he needs to get that middle multi down so he can just soak up and allow those furnace mites, the fire mites from the furnaces rather, to get all that value on the back end of the base. There goes the Minion Prince's ability. That'll slow some things down. But still a long way to go on this one as he's crossed that 60% mark.
As he's moving through with the rocket loose to the far backside. Remember, he just has to pass the percent. Can he do it? He's shaking his head, yes. He's got minions around the edge, but the Gigabomb remains. Can he get that? 84 is what he needs to give everything to General X to try to clutch it for his team. 83 and an 85. He's gotten the percent needed, which means they're in the lead no matter what Kronos does. So if General X triples in the very last attack of this war, they force a bracket reset.
This is what we were hoping for. Nice close war. And now Team Termy, look at him fist pumping. He knows his team has a chance. It's all going to come down to our pros now. It's all going to come down to the pros. Kronos will likely need to 3-star to put the pressure over to General X. It's a 5% advantage for Termynater, but if both of the pros 3-star, Team Termynater will force that bracket reset.
That's all it takes. One little slip up, and in this case, just a few percentage difference between him and Coco. And it's advantage Team Termy. Are they riding the wave of the perfect war from the lower bracket finals to get here to try to get their revenge? Remember, they have to win this war and then win the next one to be crowned your Clash Combo champions. It's possible, but it's not an easy task to do. General X, all the pressure will be on your shoulders if Kronos triples. If he doesn't, then way less pressure is going to be on his shoulders.
Yeah, but the way Kronos is playing right now, Kronos is 3-starring everything in sight. So you'd like to think that Kronos will get that 3-star, but at the same time, like, you have General X waiting in the wings. Like, you gotta feel really good about General X's chances as well. Kronos will be attacking Terminator's base, and he does have those Root Riders, and man, his Root Riders have looked so strong today. Let's see if Kronos can get the 3-star on the board and force General X to have to triple as well.
We do have a hook tower near this monolith, so you don't want to get the RC hooked right into the core, but you do want to take that down as it can cause a lot of issues, especially with roots. Ground Skeletons pops near this Gigabomb, another Invis, timing it properly. Gigabomb goes off, finds a Tornado Trap, getting spun around here. Oh no! That's a lot of damage for the RC, and forced to ability with the Rocket Spear. Uh-oh, another Invis is down. He is able to take out the monolith with the Rocket Spear at this point, but maybe not. No!
Oh!
Holy!
Did he get her? Oh my.
No, he did pull her back, but the monolith stays up.
Yeah, the monolith is barely up, but the more important thing is he did get that royal champion out. That monolith is like one shot there. Obviously, he'd like to get it, but you don't want to lose the force of that royal champion. Having her coming in a little bit later in the attack is definitely massive. A couple headhunters will come in and dispatch of this king, but this one is definitely looking like it's going to be a tall task to triple for Kronos as he makes his approach center base now. The royal champion is back into the mix, and she's starting to regain some of that health. This is an important attack, Carbon. It needs to be a triple right now.
Yeah, he's powering his way through towards that back end ground expo. The town hall is there, poisons up the furnace. The Queen and King are staying on the edge. His Raw Champion is still alive. She's gaining her health back from the boots, but we're still waiting on this Grand Warden Eternal Tome. He will have to backtrack to that monolith that's all the way back there slowly, but he's moving his way towards this town hall here. The Warden ability could be clutch to help protect everything as he's making his approach, but he needs to keep these healers alive. If they go down, this attack goes down.
The big thing here is he needs to keep everything tight together. There goes the Warden ability that's going to protect the RC. She's getting a little bit of healing on top. She's going to try to get that fire spitter down. She will, but that monolith that he missed earlier takes her down. Now he's got the Yeti Mites. Can the Yeti Mites bounce over there and get the mono? Oh, it is one shot, literally like a sliver of health there. So he's going to have to deal with that monolith on approach. Maybe can save the King's spiky ball. He's still got a pack of Root Riders to run right through this base. The time is starting to tick as well. 40 seconds remain with about 22%. I think time should be okay. It's just got to be good with these abilities here.
He is still pushing with that Queen. The King ability, though, needs the clutch. Come on, come on. He's waiting. There's a back-end super wall breaker. opens allows the King to step in there. And look at this. Even the RC forced to ability takes it down, and he sticks with it and gets the 3, which means that General X, in order to be crowned your MVP, has to be tripling his final attack in order to win to force that bracket reset.
Whew, what an attack from Chrono. What patience on that spiky ball, but he knew what he had to do there. Now it all comes down to General X. 3-star, and we force a bracket reset. Anything less, and Team Coco will be your Clash Combo champions. You definitely gotta be liking your chances here of having General X as your last hitter in the war if you're Team Termy. There's not too many attackers better right now in the game. You could argue Kronos, 3 for 3 today. Dominant performances, really stepping up to the plate. I mean, you gotta love what Kronos did, but General X, he knows how to handle this pressure. He's the defending reigning world champion, or defending reigning MVP. He's been here before, Carbon. He can handle this pressure. They just need 1 triple.
He's done it, and he's trying to do it again here to win some money in the Clash Combo Tournament, the one-day event. What will he do? He's been bringing what? Roots here? Let's see. But he
Roots,
is going up against
a little bit of both.
You know, he can bring anything really at the end of the day. He is very versatile. It is dragons here and a heavy RC charge. So remember, with an earthquake, typically you tend to use that RC towards the town hall, but in this case, she is nowhere near the town hall as it's placed down to the bottom side.
Yeah, might use it on that pack of multis there in the middle. I'm assuming that's going to be the target with this RC charge. And he loses that Spirit Fox early, and that's a big blow for sure. Here come a couple rocket loons to try to get the air defense. They do get that air defense down. But the big thing now is getting that RC to the middle of the base. He can make that invis right there on the multi-archer tower. But oh my goodness, she's spinning right now.
Oh, no.
Oh no! She has to go to ability because of the Crusher Mortar.
Okay.
And now she's surging forward here. This is a big blow. Can he get this section down? It's looking all right. He's got it back under control, but oh my, that was almost bad.
That was almost a disaster, but he's able to recover, keeps the RC alive. He needed this RC. Look at all the stuff that the RC is getting. If she went down, none of this would have been taken out. Grabs the multi on the backside, even the poison spell towers. And I am loving the value from General X. I think he's smiling there. He was like, whew, that almost went south. And he knows that if it went south, this attack would have been over, and their chance of winning this tournament would have gone with it. But the dragons are placed to the top side. He has to go all or nothing for this 3, so might as well take all the risk as he sends some rocket loons in early to the top side, maybe trying to pull the Gigabomb, but why not pop that War Internal Tome to protect everything? Hopefully he can trigger that Gigabomb and protect the dragons as his queen is placed to the far left.
That world champion was one more shot from that Crusher Mortar from going down. Like, it was so close. So he kind of just like escaped that situation by the skin of his teeth, but at the same time, he picked up every single building he was hoping to in the core of that base. All 3 multi-target Infernos are down. The Monolith is down. The reigning, defending world champion General X is making his way through Kronos' base, and this is to keep his team alive and give them a chance at this championship. Sweepers are going to be a little bit of a problem. Queen's going to go ahead and step up and take out this sweeper. He's going to have to fight the other sweeper on approach, but everything is looking incredible right now. Queen will have ability to pop out that giant to help with the town hall as well. I'm calling it, Carbon. This is going to be a 3-star. We're going to have us a bracket reset.
A bracket reset's coming in, ladies and gentlemen. General X gets it done and helps Team Termy stay in it. Unfortunately, it was Coco's attack that was the least percentage amongst their team, and it was Termy who got more than her. Just a few buildings. Like, he got like an 80, what, 5, 6? While she got like an 82. So not too much of a lead, but it's enough of a lead to win this war and force that bracket reset. So congrats to Team Termy, as we have one more match after this to be able to give away the $4,000.
It was an 83 from Coco versus the 88 from Termynater.
Wow.
And Termynater, with the dragon attack that's done him so well in these last 2 wars, is able to clutch it up and force that bracket reset, force the 3rd match in the best of 3 of these 2 squads. It has been a tall task for Team Termynater coming from the lower bracket, but now they've done the unthinkable to start and force that bracket reset. Can they finish the job? Job's not done, Carbon. They need to win the next war to be crowned champions. If you're Team Coco, you're holding out hope that you can still win this one. But man, all of the momentum right now has to be with Team Termy as we see it right there. Match 7 will be the bracket reset for all the marbles.
So take a look. Team Termy puts up 13 stars. Then they put up 12 against Team Coco. Then 15. Then 14. They've pretty much hit everything. 12, 13, 14, 15. What are they going to hit next now in the reset of
16.
the grand finals? Yeah, okay. I don't know how they're going to do that, but, you know, they'll find a way. And Team Coco, 14, 13, 14. So they're going up and down, a little bit of a roller coaster ride here. But this is going to be an amazing grand finals. And again, it could literally come down to Coco versus Termy again if all their clanmates keep tripling.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously I'm a little bit of a homer for the T teams, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from my guy Termy here. I mean, I'm personally using that same dragon attack, so I love seeing it, and I love seeing it work so well for him here in the hard mode. Seeing General X, man, I don't know how General X kept that RC alive and kept her to get all 3 of those Infernos and the Monolith. Like, that is the pivotal moments of this war. Like, I kind of hope that it's just going to break it down for us a little bit later. I'm pretty sure we have a segment where he's going to break down an attack. I hope he picks that one because I want to see that again. That was such an insane attack, such good composure, but that's why they're pros, Carbon. That's why they're pros. They can handle those situations where I would just crumble under that pressure.
Well, they do exactly that, and they're forcing that bracket reset where we will be seeing more of them. I think you just got to spin the next war right away. But before we spin that war, let's take a look at the MVP voting, and I'm guessing who it could possibly be. The one and only General X, taking it 68% of the vote.
They need a little bit of a pep talk, though. They got to make sure that they're all on the same page coming into this win. Well deserved from General X. But now you have to immediately shift focus, especially your Town Hall 12 and your Town Hall 15 player. They have had some close calls, to say the least. You have to make sure they're on the same page. They're ready. They're in the right mindset. You have to get your team on board. Like, yes, you got a little celebration, you got a little happy moment, but get right back into the game right now and get ready. Same to be said with Team Coco. I know that Kronos is over there rallying the troops. You know Kronos is going to be getting everyone amped up, ready to go. This is going to be an incredible showdown here in our Clash combo. This has been so much fun, Carbon. I can't wait to see what our last war has for us here today.
And they know that the pressure at the lower town halls, one of those messes up, and this match could be over, and it could cost your team a chance at winning it all, because it's coming down to potentially 14 stars. Everyone else is tripling except the creators, which is to be expected, right? We don't normally be playing in the hard mode, and we're not at this caliber of competition, but we are getting ready for the bracket reset now. This is officially the final match here today. Winner takes home $4,000. Let's go ahead and jump to a quick break as we get ready for the finals.
Yeah, Minion Prince does 0 damage. Minion Prince
Come on, Sanjay, come on, Sanjay. Come on, Sanjay, come on, Sanjay, come on, Sanjay, come on, Sanjay, come on, Sanjay. Come on. Come on.
Looks good, man, looks good.
Come on, I'm trying to cheat. That's why you're the number 1.
Drop the town of 17 and he got this, man.
That's why you're the number 1 on Chat Sheet. That's why you're the number 1, bro. Come on. I think I'm gonna get it. 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 I think I will 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 get it. How much did she get? How much did she get? How much did she get? How much did she get?
It was like 82.
I got it. It's 85. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough right there.
Nice.
Man, sorry I couldn't get this to you guys. I kind of went a little wrong, man.
No, with football not. Oh!
Shut up.
And girl, Jesus, what just happened?
Oh. Shut up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
MVP of the evening.
Bro, what is going on?
Let's Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, man! Let's go! Let's go, man! From the bottom! Let's Phoenix, we rise from the ashes! Woo-hoo. Remember the names! MVP!
And welcome back. We are now getting ready for the bracket reset. And we've got two friendly faces joining us here. The one and only Woody and Itsu. Woody, let's start off with you. What was your thoughts on that match as we're now getting ready for the last match of today?
How much does she get? I think I'm gonna get it. MVP? Yes! Yo, Termy is just stealing the show right now. What a personality and what energy he brought to that last match. Extraordinary pickup win with just a few percentage in their favor, but that is all you need to take a win in Clash of Clans. With a Stark score that tight, just a few buildings can spell the difference between victory and defeat, and it looks like we are back at it again. It all comes down to this, the bracket reset grand final between Team Coco and Team Termy.
Yeah, and they finally now made it. They were able to beat their Kryptonite once, and they now have to repeat it again, because so far they have always lost against Team Coco, and now they were finally able to beat Mortar team. And the question now really is, can they do it again? Because they have now forced a bracket reset, which means they're going to have to repeat that performance again. There were some closer attacks in there, but I feel like both teams did an incredible job of recovering attacks and such. And as soon as we are ready, we're going to take a closer look at one of those attacks to break it down then for you guys, because I think there was especially one attack which Bash was hoping for to take a look at again. But let's do exactly that and replay the attack from General X, the MVP voted from you guys out there. So let's dive into it. We have the attack happening from him where he is getting the the Royal Champion charge with the dragons in, which means you're trying to start things off early on with the Royal Champion charge and try to take down the core of the base usually, especially in a base like this where we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, 5, like a ton of different defenses which all target air, and that is really the big game changer here, which means so many defenses which are important to take out early on, and that's exactly what he's doing here with those spells and such, which now means he's trying to recover the Royal Champion, somehow trying to make sure that she's staying alive, trying to push her into that core, and doing that now with a perfect invisibility spell to force her back on track, and she's always on the edge of those invisibility spells, and that is the important thing, saving those spells. And the hero in general, because we have seen that from the creators, that is not an easy task. And as soon as that core is now gone, this means you pretty much created a donut, or to be honest, a donut where someone took a really big bite, because this entire left top side is completely gone. And this means now the rest of the donut which we have over here can be now taken care of with the dragons. And you always want to have now the rest of this part of the base approach that from two different sides, one side and then the other side as well. One side is approached by the dragons, the other side is approached by the hero, which is your choice. It could be the queen, it could be as well your king. Combine that with the siege barracks, it means that it's less likely that you time fail. Investing that much spells, like that many spells, that much time into your Royal Champion could lead to time fails, especially because you want to bring the more powerful healing tome on your warden. But if you split up one push from one side of the donut and the other push from the other side, this really creates then that time is less likely the factor and less likely an issue later on. Queen with the siege barracks pushing around this bottom side, the dragons are pushing towards her as well, and this then means that with a couple of really nice supportive rocket goons on the back end, making sure that he's able to push all the way through. And especially even though he was going against 2 sweepers and 2 fire spitters over here, that is no problem whatsoever, because they were so far back. And with the Arch Queen now going in from down here, there was no issue, because she was already taking down all of those like important defenses, while the dragons then will try and their best to somehow overpower this. And this in the end resulted in a beautiful attack, an even better celebration. And we have already heard the voice conversations from their team during that moment from Termynater, hyping up his team and really pushing it all, because they have just forced the bracket reset with this beautiful attack right here from Generex, saving the attack early on with so many traps deployed versus that Royal Champion charge at the beginning, but still clutching it out with some beautiful deployed invisibility spells and really getting that 3-star in. And that's exactly how you play those Royal Champion charge dragon attacks. This is such a crucial part of this strategy. And yes, I know this might sound weird, but just try to really think of this donut scenario where you're trying to take down the core of a base. You have entered from one angle with the Royal Champion, and then you're trying to really approach the rest of the base from 2 different angles. And this way, you're not having any time issues. You always have enough power if you're getting the Royal Champion in the right direction. And that's exactly how you play those type of attacks. So really nicely done by General X, and really showcasing how you want to utilize this type of strategy in this environment with those different bases. So nicely done there. And I mean, that attack, especially that beginning, everyone who has played hard mode already knows how hard it is to save such an attack. But the follow-up was flawless and really fun and beautiful to watch, Carbon.
Yeah, it's always impressive to see what the pros do in order to recover an attack, and they're able to do it flawlessly because they've been practicing so much. When we try to do it, things go south fast, but that's why these players are considered pros, because they're consistently always at the top of their game and they keep coming back for some reason. So it's impressive, and I can't wait to see this grand finals as we're getting ready for this bracket reset bash.
It's going to be a great bracket reset there. I mean, you guys already know me. I'm riding with Team Termy to the end here. All the momentum is on their side. Termy's playing out of his mind right now. I think this is going to be an incredible matchup. If it's anything like that last one, it's going to be a great war. I'm definitely looking forward to this one as we get the final preparations going here.
Ooh, well, we have a turncoat in our midst. Caster predictions are up, and even though Carbon went with Coco last time,
I did.
He has seen the light, Bash. He's over with you now on Team Termy, and we are evenly split 50-50 among the casters. I'll just start. I'm sticking with Team Coco because I think that they have been more consistent throughout the day. I feel like it's always consistently high, 13, 14 stars, never hitting perfect, but that was their first loss, and it was an unusual loss by only 5%. I think that Coco is the more level-headed, cool, reliable character. Termy might score a triple now and then. He will blow his top and perform amazingly every once in a while. But that team, I'm just not sure that they've got what it takes to make it to the end. We'll find out soon, but you're still with me, Itsu. What are you thinking?
Yeah, for me, it's just about the consistency, because let's be honest, Team Coco so far has scored every single match 14 stars. Yes, one match 13 because of disconnect, but let's be honest, Town of 9 Exorcist would have smashed that base, so it is technically, to me, every single time 14 stars, and that's just the consistency. And to be honest, with Team Termynater, I feel like he is performing really well. But especially on the mid-tower levels, I see them being a little bit shaky, and we have seen now a lot of close attacks by them on those tower levels. And if only one of them is falling short, Team Coco would completely capitalize on those mistakes. And this is why, to me personally, I feel like Team Coco is just more consistent, and that's why I'm still going with them. What about you, Corbin?
Well, the reason why I switched is because I think it's going to be a 14-14 war again. I think the lower town halls will get their triples, and then really at the end of the day, who's going to win between Coco and Termy? I think Termy is going to get a higher percentage than Coco in this match, just like the last one, and that's why they'll make the comeback. So I switched. I don't know if I'll be right, but I guess we're getting ready for the bracket reset. So I'm going to be stepping off with Itsu, and it's going to be Woody and Bash taken away for their final match here today.
Finally, someone has seen the light with me here. Welcome aboard, Carbon. Welcome to Team Termy. It's going to be Team Coco versus Team Termy. We're all having fun here. I hope both teams do really well in this one. That last war was so much fun, Woody. I'm hoping this one lives up to the hype.
Me too, Bash. And with you as my co-caster, I'm certain that it will. And just take a look at the score lines as they're laid out here. A smidge higher average destruction for Team Coco, and just a little higher of a hit rate for Team Termy. These two squads are very evenly matched up, and I know that we are going to have a really fun war ahead of us. Here's the lineup one last time for Team Coco 22 TV. It's Vincent, Kronos, Coco herself, Whiny, and Excosist.
These players are ready. You look at the hit rates there, and everyone has been pretty consistent throughout. Even Coco herself has been really consistent on her percentages. I mean, she's been up in the 80s the last couple of wars. The lowest she's had is 72%. So she is just going for that consistent 80% attack is her goal. Anything higher, great. Anything lower is a failure in her eyes. And they have been playing really, really well. We did have a little bit of shakiness in the mid-town halls from them, a little close calls, but ultimately they really haven't had the issues aside from the disconnect, which, I mean, that's something you can't really help. Those things happen.
Interesting layouts in the bases that they've gone up against. Here you see the setup from El Chanchito with that Tesla farm over on the far left side. Vincent doing his best to keep his forces together. And I mean, you heard it from Carbon earlier. It's those kind of middle town hall attacks that kind of give us a little bit of pause, a little bit of concern. And for some of us, a little bit of a tip in the scales still toward Team Coco. You see her getting ready here, and she looks very focused. You know, she just took a hit, but is gonna come back swinging. One loss is not gonna shake her too much. But you know what? It might be, just like as Carbon said, a 14v14 war that comes down to the percentage in the end game. So if it does turn out to be that way, it is certainly going to be a very close one with our content creators sporting 80% thereabout hits pretty much across the board, except for Termy, of course, having been able to put up a 3-star himself, Bash.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been really a back and forth affair as we look at the lineup here. El Chanchito, General X, Termynater, Sanjay Kapoor, Gum Gum. I mean, this team has been really good throughout, but they did cost themselves in that first matchup. We did see the disconnect from Exorcist, but at the same time, we had fails from El Chanchito and Sanjay in that war, and that's why they lost. I mean, that was their war to win, and they basically just gave it away. So now all that doesn't matter anymore. We're down to a best of one. This war will determine our winner, will determine our Clash combo champion, and the winner will walk away with $4,000. So you see Termy, I mean, Termy's just a bubbly guy, man. He's always happy. He's always excited. You see him getting his mind right, getting in that good headspace, and they feel positive. You know me, Woody. I'm a momentum guy. All the momentum is on their side at this point.
Okay, well, can they keep it, or will they falter? Could one little slip up cost them the entire series, or has that momentum just really changed hands and given Team Termy all the force that they need to power through for a victory? Man, if there were any hype man out there to get me excited about momentum, I think Termy would be the one to take it down. But just on the other hand, I've just seen Coco so smooth, cool, level-headed, ready, prepared, excited, energetic, but also not getting too over the top with her enthusiasm that she would, you know, make a mistake or a slip up here or there. I think that we've seen very even consistency in the immovable object of Team Coco against just the extraordinary enthusiasm and exuberance out of Team Termy as the unstoppable force. So when they butt heads, only one will win. And it seems like the viewers are going to be with Itsu and me on this one. 55% going for Team Coco to take this next match. Bash.
The audience predictions have been pretty close throughout the day. I liked seeing that. I mean, we're talking a 5% difference here from a coin flip, and I think that kind of goes to show like how close all of these matchups have been throughout. There hasn't been like a heavy favorite in any of our matchups, but we are ready. We're going to start us off with the Town Hall 9s. We'll go to the Town Hall 12s, and we'll go into the Town Hall 15s, and then we finish with 2 Town Hall 17 attacks for both teams. These first 3 attacks are important. These essentially all 3 need to be triples and should be triples, but we've seen some issues. We've seen disconnects, we've seen time fails, we've seen just flat out fails. But let's see what our low Town Hall players bring to the tables. Gum Gum's going to get us started for Team Termy.
The The stage is set, the bases are ready, and it's time to tear them down. Gum Gum fires a giant arrow through the bottom of this base, cutting through a huge swath of this fortification. Now we've got another king set up, going over onto the right side corner to get ready for a Law Loon deploy. Just a big thumb up from Gum, showing us the trip that we can kindly expect from him out of this big aerial. So look, he's dancing. He's dancing, Bash.
I respect it, but at the same time, since we had to disconnect in this tournament, just get the troops in, Gum Gum. What are you doing? Why even risk it, brother? Oh my goodness. I do like his swag though. His holiday swag is pretty dope. I'm kind of jealous of that sweater. I won't lie to you, but here we go. All the troops are starting to move in here. Does have the dragons coming out of the clan castle, dragon and baby dragon as well. All of those lava hounds are going to converge onto that air defense. It's just going to be a matter of time on this base with pretty much everything in. This should be tripled.
Loon's crashing in against that air sweeper and the wizard tower right after. Oh, big black bombs blowing up in that lava hound's face. But yeah, this is a jam. This is one to dance to. Gum's looking right at us. Gum Gum says, "Take a look at me. I'm the winner of this war. I'm gonna take a big bite out of this base. I'm gonna march forward victorious." And there it is with the triple bash.
The 4-star attack. See, I told you that they were going to get 16. That was the 4-star attack that they needed because of the swag. You don't see that kind of swag on every attack. But Gum Gum does the job here and gets the perfect tournament for him, the perfect Town Hall 9 tournament. So definitely going to be feeling good about himself.
Yeah, well said. You know, great performance today all across the board. You couldn't have done any better, Gum Gum. Hats off to ya, and best of luck as this war concludes with 4 more attacks from his team. But first, we're going to get a Town Hall 9 strike back from Team Coco.
Yeah, and we would expect it to be a 3-star, but nothing's a given here. Hopefully, Exorcist can get all of his troops in, get those dragons on the field as fast as possible, Exorcist. That way we don't risk any issues. I want to see this war coming down to the content creators again. I'm not going to lie to you, Woody. I want to see that showdown. You kind of heard in that clip that Termy was like, what did she get? What did she get? He was keeping an eye on and getting from his team, what did Coco get? So there is that little friendly rivalry there, and he's well aware of it. So it's a nice little situation. All the dragons are in. Exorcist not wasting any time, and that's what I'm hoping for here.
Yeah, I mean, he's deployed pretty much everything. He's not going to be worried at all about DCs because everything's been sent in already. The last rage spell is dropped, and Exorcist can do just as Gum Gum did. Kick back, relax, and maybe start a little dance party in this room because it looks like he has done everything he needs for the 3-star. We do have Tezos popping up on the top left side of the base, and a little bit unfortunate to see that on the back end of this dragon attack. Also a little bit odd to see all the dragons kind of clumping along to the top side. Not going to be the quickest attack that we've seen today from Town Hall 9, but without any air defenses, without any sweepers, without any heroes left, this base is just biding time against the massive wave of dragons swooping in.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Without any air defenses, I mean, those Teslas obviously going to damage a little bit the Archer Tower, but the air defenses are really the only threat to these dragons to slow them down at this level. And with that giant arrow just swooping through and knocking out a couple of them, I mean, it's just all but done here. Now, I guess, you know, we do need to mention a little bit. It's not going to matter, but I like to say that pretend that it might matter. Time will be on Team Termy's side as this one just goes just past what we saw from Gum Gum. So just a little bit slower. Shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't factor it in at all. Just something to keep in the way back thoughts of our head in case we get to that situation.
Well, it's that 3-3 tie now, even on stars and even on percentage, just a tiny little time advantage on the other side. But we are going to be moving up Town Halls very shortly, up to Town Hall 12 next, where every once in a while something goes haywire. But for the most part, still, among these top 2 teams, we can expect to see 3 stars coming in smooth and clear.
Yeah, Sanjay should be our next attacker coming in. We've seen him using a couple of dragon varieties here. We've seen him use regular dragons with the zaps. We've seen him use drag bat. And that's where his fail came in, was the drag bat. We'll have to see what Sanjay Kapoor brings to the table against Whiny's base here as we move up to Town Hall 12. Remember, this season, throughout the Clash Clans season, the competitive season, we also had the Town Hall Cups alongside of our monthly qualifiers, where Town Hall 9s, Town Hall 12s, and Town Hall 15s were competing for lots of prize money. So this is where we're kind of getting the Clash combo. It's a combination of all of our events throughout the season. It is going to be a more traditional dragon approach here. Does have the lightnings in there. I have to see if he switches over to a stone slammer, but some of those dragons are walking, chasing those skeletons there.
That is going to be a big clump right next to that Archer Queen. Taking her down, though, allows him to spread back out a little bit, and it's going to be a beeline for that battle blimp headed straight toward the Town Hall. Might have been a little bit difficult to reach if he didn't have a siege machine like that battle blimp, but with Yetis inside, that is going to be a guaranteed Town Hall kill, and we are seeing the second star claimed for Sanjay Kapoor. We do have still a strong hero assault going on the right side. I think that the only thing that kind of gives me a little bit of positive concern is that multi-inferno in the top center. If those dragons are looping around at the top side and the heroes can't pierce into that compartment soon enough, that thing's going to do a lot of damage. Black Bomb takes out the dragon that was on the bottom and could have been able to go for it. This queen, I don't think it's going to be able to reach it over these walls.
I think this is the same base that we saw last time where Sanjay, it was a close call. King's going to go ahead and go with the spiky ball. Rocket Loons are going to come in. It's actually going to be a much cleaner takedown this time. Headhunter is going to actually land onto the minion prince. No issues. It definitely seemed like it could be a little bit risky here, but he actually managed the spells perfectly there. Use those Rocket Loons, great. The king out in front tanking for the queen was really, really nice there. And Sanjay gets a clean triple, putting the pressure back over to Team Coco, now needing a 3-star response.
And I'm sure that's not too high of a bar to set for them on this Town Hall 12 level of combat. Sanjay Kapoor did improve, as you mentioned, on that previous showing, and with a 3-star in his final attack of this entire Clash combo series, we still see perfection from these top two teams. Another Town Hall 12 attack will be next from Team Coco, and expect to see more of the greatest. Aerial attacks been very popular still at these lower levels. Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12. We did see one go wipe earlier, but still much of a preference for air-based attacks. Is that just because it takes a little bit longer to study a base and to kind of figure out a way around these walls, or why do you think air is so powerful right now for these attackers, Bash?
Well, I think at Town Hall 12, it's just the combination of the giant arrow and then the minion prince with his equipment. I think it's just such a nice combination that you can kind of dictate which way you're going through the base. You can kind of just dictate which way your troops are going to go. You have the queen charge, which is so strong. Like, look at the queen right there. With those healers, she's like really losing no health. And like, you have to have like 2 or 3 major defenses on her for her to really get low. So as long as you protect those healers, it just seems like the way to go. And then meanwhile, the dragons come right over top, just set everything up so she can just work through and finish off the base. I think it's just a really solid attack here at Town Hall 12. I mean, we like Itsu was saying earlier in the day, you do sometimes see like the super witches because they're just so beefy, but feels like dragons are the way to go. As every single Town Hall 12 attack today was a dragon attack.
Yep. Very, very reliable, and an attack strategy that utilizes a troop that can go all the way to the end at Town Hall 17. We've even seen dragons used at the very top level of the game, so keep an eye out for those dragons, whatever Town Hall level you may be at. And if you're building a base, make sure you've got something to try to frustrate those winged terrors in the sky. Whiny from Team Coco crushes all the interior compartment defenses, and we'll be swooping around to that left side corner where he finds that Tesla farm popping up, but that will not be too much to deal with. He still is holding on to a free spell and a few more support troops to clean things up, but hey, no need to drop him. He's saying something to the camera. I can't tell quite what, but he's keeping an eye on this attack and checking in with his teammates as well, as this 3-star has been secured.
And Whiny with a nice triple there. I think he completes the perfect circuit as well throughout this tournament. Just a really great showing from these guys, getting the job done. So far 2 for 2. Now we hop up to the next level. Town Hall 15 is definitely where things can get a little bit more dicey. Every Town Hall 15 attack so far has been the Root Riders with that RC charge. We have seen a couple variations on that RC charge, whether we're bringing the ward in and working in there with him, but most of the time it's just going to be that RC charge with the unicorn on her, recall her out of there, and then get the roots going. And I would expect that to keep up, as that's what our players have just used throughout the entire day. No need to change it up if it's working right. Like, Why even risk a big change at this point?
Yeah, that is the solid, reliable, consistent method that I think is going to carry on one of these teams to victory. But we will still get a chance to see first El Chanchito from Team Termy. See if he takes your advice or if he's going to go wild and crazy. He'll be down on the ground with those Root Riders and 5 healers to back up a hero charge. But it's going to be starting off with the Royal Champion and Grand Warden diving deep with those invisibilities. Ooh, he's actually going to use invisibility to funnel them over to the right side. He did catch that Tesla pop up and was very quick to ensure that she goes the right way this time, Bash.
That's the nice thing when you bring all those invises, is you can kind of dictate which way she's going to go with just one invis. I mean, it's going to make that defense invisible and she'll just go target the next one. So you can kind of use that to control the charge and make it work the way you need to. You're going to go ahead and recall her out of there after pulling that poison spell. So that way that's not going to be on the board, and he's going to go ahead and get started from the left side of the base. King's in with the siege barracks, and then all the roots going to go right up the middle of this base. Nice little pathing set up by the Royal Champion. There's a long way to go to that town hall. It does have the overgrowth, so he can shut down some of those defenses. But now El Chancito is in. This has got to be a 3-star for Team Termy. But some of those roots are walking a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange pathing, and he's going to be taking a lot of damage from his multi-target Inferno. I don't know if the Royal Champion was intended to take that down. She did pivot over to the right side and take out the scatter shot in that compartment instead, and so still good value for El Chanchito, but it results in the pathing being a little bit awkward on the interior. You see a root already up there by that Expo supporting the Royal Champion, while the rest of them are kind of messing around down here in the bottom compartment to take out that multi-Inferno. So a bit of a spread on these troops. Still nothing quite too damaging to prevent him from getting a chance at that triple, but with the overgrowth now down, he's running out of options to support these troops, and he's just going to have to cross his fingers, Bash.
I don't know why he didn't use the Warden to protect any of the roots. All the roots have been taken out, all but one there. I guess he's going to save it for the heroes. He's still got Queen, he's still got the RC working in there, but he can protect these heroes as he's going to make the approach to the Town Hall a little bit late on that invisibility. King is fighting the enemy King. There is an ice golem, but that's not going to matter. He does have to get to that storage down there at the bottom, the Dark Elixir storage. He's got Queen ability and he's got the Warden ability as well, but he's got to get some health back. If he can cut these defenses off, though, that root will surge forward and open up the base. Here comes a Headhunter to take out that storage. I think he's fine with the abilities here. Time a little bit close, but as long as they go for the Town Hall, everything should be fine here.
Yeah, and we're just starting to see how these attacks can start to get a little bit tricky toward the end here. Now, he did hold that. Oh, there's going to be a pivot and a retarget from the Archer Queen. Heading down to the bottom side of the base. That's going to be a little bit of lost DPS from her ability.
But look at the time. Look at the time. 15 seconds. This is a big moment here. That Town Hall's full. Okay. Pop the Warden ability. Okay, he's got it. He seemed like he was never worried. Okay, maybe he was a little bit worried. I was super worried about that. When that Queen, when he popped her and she walked, I was like, oh no, time could be the issue here. But El Chancito barely gets it done. That's like a little close call to get the heart racing, eh?
Yeah, get that guy an acting deal. He sure knows how to work a crowd. Vincent will be moving in next, but with his base now freshly tripled by El Chanchito, he knows that he needs to bring another 3-star. Still with that time at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, he was cutting it a little bit closer than I'd like for one of these mid-town hall attacks. But still, it's perfect so far. 9 stars to their name, and they have done their job to set up the stage for those Town Hall 17 attacks at the end, Bash.
Yeah, they've done their job. That now it goes down to the creator on their side. But first, I mean, Team Coco, they have to get their Town Hall 15 to get a triple on the board as well. So I'm sure they feel confident about it. Their Town Hall 15 has been incredible throughout the day, but man, it's shaping up to be the content creator versus content creator showdown that we were hoping for, that we saw decide the last war. Vincent will go in against El Chancito, and I don't think that Vincent has missed at all today either, so you got to definitely feel good about his chances.
We're bringing in a Royal Champion, the Queen, the Grand Warden, and Minion Prince sidelining the King for this attack. It's going to be that hero duo making their stab into the right side corner, getting an early shot at the Eagle Artillery. Great defense to be able to take out early on. Tons of splash damage that it can cause and really wreck a raid. Interesting choice of the Poison Wizard there for our Royal Champion. Has kept it alive for quite a long time now and is going to be moving deep into the core of the base, snagging even more defenses, but that's it for the invisibility. Need to recall them out, and there they go.
Yeah, and it took a little bit of extra damage there. Here comes the ice golem from the top, and there goes that giant arrow from the queen, taking out those air defenses, or air sweepers rather. And I think we saw this on the last time where he tried to do that and he missed those air sweepers. Now all the roots are going to work in from the top. He'll redeploy the warden, redeploy the RC. Here comes that minion prince. He does have that poison lizard in there, which helped out with the royal champion and the warden. The RC actually has the unicorn, and the poison lizard is actually on the warden. So just using that for a little bit of extra damage there. I like that quite a bit. And everything's looking really strong here. He's not going to elect to use any overgrowths, but this is the base that he was really close on. It kind of feels like some of these guys are just like, it's kind of hard to defend. This is the best base I got. Let's see if it can hold.
Well, it doesn't seem to be holding very well against Vincent's incredible offense, dropping that heal spell very aggressively, knowing exactly where those troops are going to go. They are now all topped off, and thanks to that eternal tome, will be well protected. Ice block to soak even more shots from those point defenses on the backside, and it looks like at 77% and just over a minute remaining, Vincent is going to be very clear for this 3-star finish. Not to jinx it too soon, but we've got a lot of cleanup on the bottom. Only a few defenses still left standing on the left side. Frozen up now with that last freezy spell, and a lot of root riders still looking strong to finish this base off.
He's gonna have to circle back a little bit, but should be no issues there, as he's still got, that's a herd of roots. He's still got the minion prince in there. He's still got some healers. Everything is fine for Vincent. Just a matter of time. I mean, I saw El Chantito, his attack came down to a close call on time, but ultimately it's not gonna matter. We are squared away, 9-9, and it's gonna come down to our content creator production. Move them around, make them hit 5th, make the content creators hit 5th production. Tell them there was some kind of mistake and they have to hit last.
Oh man, you're trying to build up that drama. But hey, I mean, we have not seen perfection across the board from either the pros either. So still the possibility for it to go either way, no matter how these players execute these last 2 attacks for each squad. But 9-9. That is the scoreline for our 2 squads in the last war, the grand finals of our Clash Combo 2025, Bash.
Man, this tournament is so much fun, but this is the moment that we all have been waiting for. There's that rivalry. There's that friendly rivalry between these two. Termy versus Coco. Termynater will be up to bat first. He does have a 3-star. He's the only content creator to 3-star throughout our entire tournament. He also has that low 62% where his royal champion didn't quite cooperate with him. I feel like at this point, maybe his nerves have settled. He's a little bit relaxed, but this is the moment that he's hoping for. What do you have, Termy? What can you bring to the table? Can you get another 3-star? Or will you give them a chance to take the lead?
Adjusts his clothing, wipes the sweat off, gets his hands dried, takes one last look at the base. You've got 30 seconds to prepare before the deploy must begin, Terminator. And here it goes. Rocket Loons on the bottom left. And a charge for the RC, supported by a Spirit Fox. Invisibility to protect. Giant Bomb goes off and no damage on the pet. We're going to get even more Rocket Loon support to help ensure that the funnel goes perfectly and that those Teslas don't cause any problems, Bash.
I think this is the same base that he hit last time where he almost ran into those issues on the bottom side. Maybe they're thinking that they moved, because last time that bottom compartment wasn't baited, maybe they're thinking that they moved the traps down to that bottom compartment and it could be baited, so they're going with the side approach. Remember, he went straight on, but so far he is catching some giant bombs. He's gonna have to make some defenses invisible right there. Perfect. Yeah. Now he can go ahead and pop off that RC ability. She's gonna surge forward. She's gonna take the town hall. Then she'll be able to move up, get the monolith. She'll get out the multi-target in front. And he picks up just a little bit more value. Would like to pick up that other multi, but I don't think he's gonna have enough to get it. But a great setup. I'm just a little bit concerned. Okay, Queen can pop over and take out that multi, but now the dragon should go from the top side, right about that elixir collector. I guess even higher than that. So it's all in. Let's see if Termy can get across here.
Queen does take quite a bit of damage from those headhunters, and that multi-target Inferno might just pop her. That would be bad news for Termy early on, who's already sacrificed his royal champion to get a lot of damage early in. Yep, Queen is popped, and the giant going out in front, as well as those mirrored Archer Queens. Oh no, is he gonna lose his main Archer Queen this early?
It looks like he did there. He has to get that multi. He does get the multi down. And the big thing, like, he has that giant, so the giant can distract that scatter shot, but man, Giant is getting melted too. That scatter shot's gonna be the thing holding up the fire spirits. In the meantime, the dragons are working up top. He had to use the minion prince or the warden ability and the minion prince's ability as well. This is definitely falling apart at Termy seems right here, but the big thing is he's got to run up that percent. Ideally, you want to be mid 80s, but man, how much more can these dragons get?
They're still pretty healthy, getting pushed around though by this air sweeper, shot at by a fire spitter, air defense. We've got a scatter shot. Pretty much every terrifying defense is going to be firing away, and with a defensive archer queen as well to try to pull some more troops in, Terminator is going to find it very difficult to get that percentage much higher. He is in the mid 70s, so not bad, but where does that leave us? We saw the last attack from Coco as a 2-star 80%, and so Terminator, just shy of that, is going to need to pick off a few more buildings if he wants to make this a tight, tough war for Coco to finish off.
I wonder if he would have been better served running the king instead of the queen. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like going down there, I don't know if he maybe was intending to get that multi out as well. He does get it up to 77%. Okay, so that's no easy task for Coco. That's going to be a tall task for her, but on her last couple of attacks, she's been at 83, she's been at 82. She's been putting up some good percent, but it is not a give me at this point, as Termy's only able to muster up 77% for his squad. Coco, you'd think anything higher, and they have a really good chance of winning this.
Termy did really well on the dive there, using the Royal Champion and invisibility spells to get exactly what he needed. I just think that the second stage of that entry with the Archer Queen, missing out on protecting her and just allowing her to get burnt up by the multi-inferno and dying on the very edge of the base before she got any damage, that probably cost him quite a bit of percentage, losing such a crucial hero like that. I like the dragon deploy. He did a really great job managing a multi-front attack there, but it did seem to be pretty short of the 3-star goal that he was looking for, and I'm not sure if that 2-star 77 is going to be enough. Now, we still do have our heroic pro players that are going to be coming after this, but let's see what Coco is able to put up. If she gets more than a 2-star 77%, that will be a lead for her team.
She's got roots, she's got a couple of overgrowths here, does have that signature battle blimp. He's been running the clone with it, but no clone this time, so that's definitely a big factor. But I guess the no clone makes sense. There's not a lot of value the Yeti mites to kind of pop through. Oh no, this RC, she's gonna get sideways. Oh, the RC's giant bombs. Oh no, this RC is taking a lot of damage. She's got to keep the RC invisible here.
God, another bomb! Another bomb!
RC is down, Woody.
The baited entry has completely demolished Coco's assault, and Terminator's defenses are holding strong. Still no celebration yet from Team Termy, despite an extraordinary start here. That is exactly what you would hope for against a Royal Champion charge.
Switches out to the troop launcher here. Thought she might stick with the battle blimp and try to get the town hall down. Well, I guess maybe the troop launcher was maybe the plan the whole time, because she doesn't have a rage in the composition either. Normally, if you're taking the town hall, you're going to bring a rage there. So I think maybe the troop launcher was the whole time. The battle blimp was just kind of there from the last time because that's what she used. But she's going to have to circle back to this town hall at some point and somehow get in there. Queen is right there, but the queen, I think, is going to continue to walk around. Yeah. The roots are continuing to walk around. There's a 1-star risk. Recalls the queen and is going to put her back in. Probably right over at the town hall. All right, now roots are on the town hall. This is all out to save the 2-star.
This is just a salvage maneuver now from Coco. She's only at 1-star 35% and knows that this is not going at all according to plan. Aggressive drops on these overgrowths and pop that Eternal Tome early to keep those troops safe from a lot of splash damage fire. But she is just barely going to be crossing that 2-star threshold, and with the percentage just now hitting that 50% range, she's got a lot of cleanup left to do just to get closer to Termy. I don't think that she can reach 77%. So it's going to still be down to those last 2 attackers to decide this war. But I think Team Termy has got a lot to be thankful for and grateful that that defense with those traps in the bottom were able to hold off so well.
Oh, the queen goes down. The clone queens are down as well. And now it's on the giant. He's getting melted. It's only at 65%. And you might be right, Woody. The number was 77 from Termy. She's got some buildings that she can clean up. Up top there, archers are working. But that Expo should be able to reach everything on the bottom. There's the workshop. Looking through, maybe can get the army camp with the super barbarians. Does have a Valkyrie also, can maybe distract a little bit. But man, I don't think she gets to 77.
I don't think so at all. She's got to get those troops down. She's only got 7 seconds. Coco, drop it on the elixir collectors. Go, go, go.
Oh, Valkyrie's trying and runs out of time. 72%, and it is another 5% advantage for Team Termy. And General X, 3 stars this attack. Team Termy will have completed the lower bracket run and force the bracket reset to win our Clash Combo tournament.
Congratulations to the base builders out at Team Termy with an excellent shutdown of an RC charge. 4 giant bombs right next to that town hall, and that is exactly what you would want to do to deny the entry. It just all went according to plan. Even though Termy did lose his Arch Queen early on, losing your Royal Champion is even worse. And it seems that Coco, now down 5% against Team Termy, is going to have to hold on for her defenses now to see if they can keep General X at bay.
I'm not sure why they went away from the safe plan there. I mean, you don't have to clone in that situation. If you just bring a Yeti battle blimp towards the town hall with a rage, I mean, you securely get that town hall down. You don't have to take the big risk of the RC through there. I mean, it's an interesting change of strategy there, but let's move forward. General X is in. He's got the dragons. He's got 12 invisibilities, 13 invisibilities, excuse me. He's already used one. Now that World Champion, she's going to look to pick up as much as possible through here. If she can pick up this multi, then surge over and get the other multi, that's going to be definitely his primary goal. And then he can run the dragons over top the third multi. But it looks like she is not quite cooperating. I thought she was going to try to pick up that middle one, but I think she's going to go right down the line here.
Still very healthy on the Spirit Box, taking a few shots here and there, but the invisibilities are coming down just in time, keeping her safe and getting that splash damage off onto these structures all around. Ability has now been popped, and she's going to be going even faster. Another invisibility, another spear, another electro boot, shocking her way through this base. It is shock and awe from General X as he finds the lock onto the town hall. One more invisibility, that's just enough time, and the first star will be claimed with a hero charge.
Man, that was a crazy try. I wasn't expecting him to go for the town hall. I thought he was going to try to get the 2 multis and just pick up some funneling, but with no earthquake in there, I did not think he was going for this town hall at all. So a bit of a surprise for me. Now I would expect that the queen and the barracks goes to the top side of the base, and the dragons, they're going to come through over on those storages, and they should be able to work right into those infernos. He's going to go ahead and just cut some pathing there. Here come the dragons right over top. If he gets both these multis out, that's going to be amazing, which he should be able to do that pretty early. But keep an eye on the back end of this base where he does have that geared up merged cannon. That's going to be a big factor as he makes his way through.
We do only see 1 spell left, the last invisibility. An early pop for that Eternal Tome as well. General X has really invested a lot on the front end of this assault, and he only has 1 star to show for it so far. With just over a minute remaining, he's got to do a lot of cleanup in the last bit of this attack. Still seeing a big tower standing in that final compartment, but right next to a Crusher Mortar, which won't get a whole lot of value against these dragons. Holding on to this Archer Queen ability. She doesn't have very much left to protect her, just this one final P.E.K.K.A. who's about to go down. She's going to start taking some shots. Pops that ability, and the Giant will be out to keep her safe after all, Fash.
Giant is out, but the Minion Prince, he got forced to Phoenix there. He took a lot of damage. It's all going to come down to this last compartment here. Exactly where I was talking about with that merged multi-cannon. Can he get through there? He only has a Headhunter remaining, but here come the Fire Mites. Fire Mite's gonna be nice, but he needs to shut down these buildings on the outside, so the Fire Mites will go for the merged multi-cannon. If he gets these Fire Mites on the merged multi-cannon, this is over. He's got dragons. You're reigning, you're defending world champion. General X has just secured the come from behind victory, and Team Termy will be your Clash Combo champions.
Congratulations to General X, the final attacker for Team Termy, and this whole squad making a marathon march from the lower bracket. Excellent work.
Man, that was impressive. I'm not gonna lie, with Termy only putting up 77, I was worried. I was worried about it, but they ultimately baited the entry for Coco. She took the bait and fell apart and had just had to salvage what she could there. It's such a tough thing, especially in hard mode, man. Hard mode is so hard for a reason. But General X steps up to the plate, gets the job done, gets the 3-star. And now we will see the last attack from Kronos, but the war has been decided. The lower bracket comeback has been completed. Team Termy, they got knocked down there in the first match and ran all the way through the lower bracket to face the foe that knocked them down and upset them with the bracket reset.
Masterful. I feel like we'll be talking about this one for a long time, Bash.
At least the rest of today, for sure. We got World Championships coming up. Woody, we got to shift gears into Worlds soon. That's all good, because the beautiful thing of this is we got to see some of our Worlds players giving us a little bit of a sneak peek. I mean, General X and Kronos both going to be playing on that World stage, playing like this. I'm looking forward to it. Kronos is in. He's got the Root Riders once again. He has been on fire today with this attack strategy. And now let's see how much value can he pick up. Can he go out with the perfect day 4 for 4 with the Root Riders? We're going to find out here in a few minutes.
RC charge, making her way down through the bottom. Sneakily done. Finds that Crusher Mortar, takes it out. Another stab. Another opportunity. Take it away, Bash. My voice is failing me.
Oh no, Woody's got a frog in his throat. All right, that's why I'm here for you, Woody. I got your back, bud. Here comes the queen coming in with a couple of ice golems. A little bit of nice safe approach here for this queen. Here come all those Root Riders, and he's got those base set up really nicely. And that's what you do there with that World Champion charge. You set everything up, you bring in that troop launcher to get those balloons out in front, and he's gonna have the overgrowth to shut down even more of those defenses. King will go ahead and he'll shut down on the outside of the base, work his way up and around, and everything is looking great for Kronos. But man, it's just so unfortunate. It's like one of those little, it's not even necessarily too little too late, because Kronos has came to bat every time and knocked it out of the park. A perfect 4 for 4 would just be cream on the top of the cake here, or something like that. I don't know, you're better at metaphors than I am, Woody, but you can't talk, so I'm gonna let you rest for a second and I'll just yap away here, brother. I got you.
Well, the RC died. It's who pointed that out.
Let's see if Kronos can get it done here. I want to see a 3-star for Kronos, because that leads us perfectly into Worlds, which is our next big event here at the end of October 31st through November 2nd at DreamHack Atlanta. We will crown our 2025 Clash of Clans World Champion. All 4 of the professional players you saw in this tournament will be there. Beautiful recall on the Queen and the Giant to put them on the outside of the base, out of danger. Beautiful recognition, beautiful play right there. How you feeling, Woody? You able to pop in here? You good?
I'm feeling better, Bash. Thanks for asking. Got a little bit of water, and I'm thinking that this is going to be just a fine way to end out the final attack for our stream. Kronos just missing, but still powering through.
Yeah, just a little bit off here, but that's okay. I mean, the war's been decided. They're still going to go home with a nice sum of money. Second place taking home $2,000. First place, Team Termy, they'll take home $4,000. And man, what an entertaining war from all of these players. What an entertaining day in general. It's fun seeing some of my peers, some of our content creators out there giving it their all in hard mode. I know I've tried hard mode, and man, it is no easy task. So props to them as Kronos finishes out with a 92% here to finish off the war. But like we already mentioned, Team Termy with 14 stars and the higher percent will get the victory and be crowned Clash Combo champions. Let's keep on going here. Those they're taking their victory laps. Woody having some issues there. We're all good.
Sorry,
Woody, we got you covered, buddy. You rest up. Bash is here for you. Bash is here for you. Hopefully General X is all right too. And General X might be getting taken out too. But
oh no!
We say, look at Team Termy here celebrating. You know Termy's pumped. You know he's excited. Lots of swagger on that team, and there we go. Confetti raining down. Clash Combo Champions, Team Termy. Oh baby, what a victory for these guys. So well deserved.
And let the golden confetti rain. They've earned their spot at the top from a lower bracket March that seemed to have lost momentum, but as you mentioned, regained it all when it mattered most. 3 stars coming in aplenty, with Termynater delivering a 77% 2-star to top off the percentage game, and General X to seal the deal, the final triple.
And that was a fun one. That was a fun one. GG's to all of our teams here today. Team Coco should definitely feel proud of what they did here today. But man, the momentum carrying Team Termy across the finish line. I told you guys about the momentum. No one ever wants to listen to me about the momentum. But this one could have really gone either way. With Termy putting up 77, I mean, Coco's only 5 buildings off. If her RC charge just goes a little bit, but not even that much better, just slightly better, gets the town hall, she probably does better than 77%. But with her barely missing that town hall, that was ultimately the deciding factor. The bait on the entry there. It was a well done attack. It's so hard in hard mode. So all of our pros should be proud of themselves. All of our content creators should be proud of themselves. It's such a fun day. But I'm hearing that we have an interview with the one and only Termynater himself, the champion of the Clash combo. Let's go ahead and let's welcome him in when he's ready. Termy, how are you feeling with the improbable comeback? You gotta be feeling good. How you doing today, man?
Oh man, man, I'm not gonna lie, words can't describe it, man. I'm not gonna lie, I wish I could say that, you know, you always have that feeling where you're like, I told you guys we were gonna win this and that, you know, coming in confident, but after that first, you know, or second round loss rather, you know, it's just, you try not to let it get to you, but at the end of the day, you just gotta believe in your team, man. I'm just so overjoyed, man. I'm so happy.
And as the only content creator to score a 3-star today, you really held your own, finding a perfect war in the lower bracket and moving back to defeat the same team that had knocked you down there. That's an excellent comeback story, and I want to know if there's anyone in the background, besides the 5 of you that have been competing today, that maybe gave you a little bit of advice or helped you to prepare.
Yes, one person that I want to give a shout out to is Shock on YouTube. He also gave me some bases to run, so shout out Shock. There were also a few people too, especially Gum gave me bases. General X, well, you said not my team, but honestly my whole entire team just, you know, really holding it together. And I know my dad's watching, so shout out to my dad, you know, just kind of encouraging me and cheering me on. So shout out to him and my dog, because you guys probably saw her in the background walking around. So biggest cheerleader.
We saw Doggo for sure. W Dad, W Dog, nothing but love for you, Termy. I guess my question has to deal with the drags. I'm currently using the drag attack similar to what you're using. Is that what you're using in Legends? Was it hard to adapt that to the hard mode? How much experience do you have in hard mode with the dragons? I guess I asked you like 4 questions right there, but is dragons your go-to, and how did that work adapting to hard mode for you?
So actually no. So I've been switching through a bunch of Legendling armies recently with the whole like ranked mode coming up, but I actually have been using Root Riders. So that's why I kind of in my second attack against Coco in the second round, I switched to Roots because I was like, you know, maybe I'll be more comfortable with the Root Rider entry. But I literally practiced this specific dragon army variation for this tournament, like knowing I'm going into hard mode dragons, you know, giving me that more safety net. So I practiced this specific army all week just for this.
Well, hey, that practice paid off. We know now, as the champion for Clash Combo, you have got experience and insight into team building. When can we expect to see you make it to the main stage, Termy? You're going to be joining us next year?
That's a good question, man. I guess we'll have to see what happens. You never say never.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess my final question for you here. Obviously, you had General X on your team. Is he and Rapata going to be your pick for Worlds a little bit later this month? I'm putting you on the spot. Who are you picking to win the 2025 Clash of Clans World Championship?
Oh man, I mean, obviously picking General X. I believe that he has, you know, he has what it takes. I think I'm going to go with Rapata, man. Goated team.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much again for joining us, Termynater. Congratulations on your victory, and congratulations to the rest of the team and to everyone that was supporting you at home, including the little doggo. We appreciate your time and want to say thanks one more for the interview. And I think with that, we're going to let you go and celebrate with your team as we bring the other two casters back.
Thank you.
Alrighty, GG's the Terminator. Team Termy getting it done. I told you guys to believe in the Team T's. Let's go ahead and bring back our other casters and get their thoughts on that comeback war win here for Team Terminator. Guys, you were watching on the sidelines. Any thoughts on our final war of the day, Itsu?
I mean, it was just a really, really cool comeback story. Having to really beat this one team, doing it back to back in the finals, and then winning the entire thing. I mean, that is just a really cool story. So I'm just super happy for Terminator and his entire team. Really well done to them. And for Coco, I mean, their team hasn't done incredible. She has done really well as well. So congrats to everyone pretty much here.
Yeah, congrats to everyone. They all did an amazing job, but it was the performance from a Terminator that made me switch in the end, and I did get at least a pick correct there. So again, congratulations to Team Termy, taking home first place here in the Clash combo. What an impressive run from that lower bracket, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, that was so good. And speaking of an impressive run from the lower bracket, with that, they earned themselves some nice little prize money. So let's go ahead and take a look at our prize standings. Team Termy taking home $4,000. Not bad for a weekend's work. Team Coco, $2,000. Rush to Win will take home $1,000. And the Trample champs will split up $500 amongst them. I mean, not too bad for playing your favorite game on a weekend. I mean, what's not to love about that?
Not hardly anything at all. Not only do they get to play an excellent game, but they get to do it with their friends, choosing the best team that they could put together and getting eagerly rewarded. And even fourth place manages to score some support and a nice little prize on top of it. So let's go ahead and look at the prediction accuracy, the score for today.
Oh, wow.
Oh, jeez.
It's even across the whole board. That means every caster wins.
Yes.
I mean, that's just perfect, right? Like every team wins, every caster wins, everyone wins. The community hopefully had 4 out of 7. Okay, hopefully they had 7 out of 7 correct, but everyone having a really good time with that fun event overall. I mean, that's just perfect, Garvin.
Yeah, it was perfect indeed. But you know what else was perfect is the chance to try to claim the World Championship tickets out in DreamHack Atlanta. Be scanning that code right there for your chance to win it. So make sure you're entered into that raffle, and that is how you're able to do it. So scan the QR code on the screen right now for a 3-day weekend pass out in DreamHack Atlanta for your chance to obtain that. So we'll get our final thoughts here. We'll start off with you, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, that you said it right there. DreamHack Atlanta is next on the table. Our 2025 Clash of Clans World Championships. We're going to have 8 of the best teams in the world all flying out for the first time to be held in the United States. I'm looking forward to it. So make sure you guys tune into that Halloween weekend. We will be live with the Clash of Clans World Championships. I just can't wait for that. GG's to all of our teams and players today. It was a very entertaining day, so nothing but love and thanks to all of them and all of our production and everyone involved with this beautiful event. Thanks to Supercell for putting it on as well. Just thank you, everyone.
Well said, Bash. I think that's going to be it for us today. I'm happy to go down the line one more time, but I think that you have really put an excellent cap on that. And want to thank all the co-casters who gave me another opportunity to sing and dance and play and shout alongside you. It's been a wonderful day, and thanks to everyone who tuned in. Itsu?
I mean, I'm really looking forward as well for the World Championship, and this was a really nice warm-up competition again. So it was a pleasure again casting here. Huge thank you again to everyone, as Bash said. And I'm just looking forward to see what the pros are making out of the new stuff as well with the announced Springtrap rework we had today. So that's going to be fun. How do the pros adapt? How is the meta going to change? We're going to then find out with the World Championship. I mean, there's nothing better than that, right, Goblin?
Indeed. We're going to be finding out very soon. Again, the World Championship will be out in DreamHack Atlanta, October 31st, November 1st, and November 2nd. So make sure you mark your calendars so you're able to watch that. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this competition. And again, congratulations to Team Termy for winning $4,000 of the Clash combo. And we will see you guys very soon. But till then, Clash on.
shine. Ooh, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Feel the star you like to shine. We can sparkle in the light. Ooh,
pressure's on. Got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn.